what is it? What is it that we return to? What what is the ghost ranch going to be like when we return? Um, I will read a few Ghost Ranch poems from Presence. I want to start with a poem published afterwards in a poetry online journal. And I want, I would like you to take, if you can, our sense of exile and homelessness and nostalgia at Ghost Ranch and try to reimagine ourselves there together with recognizing our distance. Poem is called Love Song to the Rocks of Ghost Ranch, New Mexico. In the high desert of northern New Mexico, on the floor of a tropical inland sea, dinosaurs once called home. Red sandstone and shiny rose quartz, mesas and canyons, buttes and spires, speak in the tongue of 200 million years. Monuments to time tower here. Fathomlessness sky crowns the kingdom of stone below. What tough skin these old rocks. Faces weathered and pockmarked. I touch you, you touch me back. With your craggy, coarse texture, your ruddy glow in a low sun unmasks your tender countenance. Mute rock cannot conceal your comforting presence. How to wrap my arms around the valley of shining stone. My eyes do no better than my outstretched arms to embrace a place not even mind can hold. You are beyond compass. We're we're not there. I hope in some little way this helps make you feel, at least in the presence of what you remember, if not allow you to maybe almost walk back into it. A lot of us have things that we can't call memory, at least I don't, because the experience is like, I don't remember it as the past, I relive it. I'm back there. I can walk, I can walk into Ghost Ranch through through poems by other people, through photographs. Part of my dress rehearsal every year, going back, I don't know, 25 or more years, I go online to Google. This is no advertisement, okay? And I look at as many photographs as I can of every facet of Ghost Ranch I can find to try to put myself into the mood, into the spirit, to immerse myself. That's applied anthropology 101 for my own life. Let me shift to another immersion, a very different one, a terrifying one that we live in the midst of and is part of our lives, if not also part of our bodies. DNA has this double helix, you know. consider our toxic double helix, the age of Trump and the age of COVID-19, and what that kind of DNA weaves. I wrote a poem called Walk to the Polling Place, November 2020 US. It's going to be published, I hope, in October in a journal, an online journal, where I hope some people will get a chance to look at it before the election. If in fact it takes place in November, or God knows what's going to take place. Please forgive my horrible voice. Um, I wish I were Linda Ronstadt or Luciano Pavarotti. I'm cracked voice a little bit because I'm nervous, even though I'm in the company of people who are family to me, in many cases, closer than some people in my own family. Walk to the polling place, November 2020. Aerosolized droplets of hate and dread commingle with the coronavirus, infect and kill where they will, no one invulnerable to their stealth. A thick miasma has settled upon this line of hopefuls who were here to do their part in choosing the next tribal chief. No one certain to be alive the day of his inauguration. Some wear face masks. Others renounce protection. Some keep distance from persons in front and behind them. Others crowd, flaunt the rules, fear and bravado in common determination to cast a prized vote. So much time to wait, and yet too much time for questions to seep into contemplation of the main reason to be here, to decide for whom to vote. Questions never before asked. Who among us will not be in line for the next election, taken by the plague instead? Who could be here now, but is not because of some exclusionary law? Do voting machines record my choices? Or are they programmed to obey other voices? Were they hacked from across the sea? Does my ballot shape the future? Or is the outcome already determined? Are there secrets no one will reveal? Doubt swells. For what do I stand so long in line and wait? What future do the witches in Shakespeare's Macbeth foretell? Toward what fate do Wagner's Norns weave their rope to cast their spell? Or are their auguries owned as well? Mired in a smog of doubt, I still refuse to leave. When at last I arrive in the polling booth, I cast my vote and pretend it matters. Think of the people on the US southern border who have been called drug addicts, racists, an invasion. God, if you took overhead photographs of this scraggly, barely caravan of hopeful, maybe hopeless, helpless people who are fleeing being murdered. Does this look like an invading force? The poem's called Unclaimed. It's fairly recent. I show up on your doorstep. You decline even to greet me, but only say as your index finger points far away, you do not belong. You are not from here. You can never be one of us. I see in her eyes and in her forearms, tightly locked against her chest, that she will never claim me as related to her in any way. Dejected, I turn to leave, but first say to her, looking into her frozen face, I am the stranger you once were, and fear again to be. You were unclaimed and cannot recognize yourself once more in me. A very short poem, syllogism. Okay, let me back up. I am reading you my poems from now, this miasma, political, clinical, smog in Denver from Colorado smoke, smog all over the United States from California smoke. I am reading not only Howard Stein, but asking you as you read, when I knock on your door with my poem, do you open your home, your heart, and say, not just, well, that's a good poem, that's a horrible poem, that's an interesting experience you, Howard, had? Or does it also remind me, Kenzie Allen, Joe Garrett, Lucor, Melanie, gee, I've been through that. You're giving me my life back. You're reminding me of my world. Syllogism. Your intimidating words continue to ring in my ears long after you have hurled them. They felt like a beating, and my soul still smarts. Just because you say you don't remember doesn't mean it did not happen. Fugitive hues. Imagine late afternoon, early evening, ghost ranch, mesas and canyons. On the mesa's steep face, on the canyon's deep walls, each slight change in the sun's angle provokes a new color for which no name can be found. The tone vanishes before it can be fixed in sound. So swiftly do colors arrive and depart. The largest box of children's crayons could not contain sandstone's story of daily rhythm in this high desert sun. Futile to try to pin down in words fleeting color, fleeting time, each glance, both a perishing and a renewal. Cottonwood leaves in autumn. Remember on the flat plain where a lot of the housing is, uh, as well as up on the mesa and lots of other places too. From one side, you look across the large grassy, what used to be alfalfa field, and this line of cottonwood line a creek. If we're lucky, when we're there, leaves have turned blazing yellow. Across the parched hayfield, a stand of old cottonwoods lines the bank of a mostly liquid arroyo. Come late September, we can hardly wait for the first cold snap when summer's ripe green leaves abruptly change to brilliant yellow. Of the many ways of reckoning time, we mark ours by fall's alchemy, of cottonwood's color, transmutation of leaves through a shift in the direction of Earth's tilt in its journey around the sun. How odd that when explanation should suffice, we none the less welcome this transposition in color as if a loved one had just returned home. Real short poem. Imagine canyons and mesas and mountains arising from this long vista. A long meadow stretches to the far mountains that act as a rim to the Chama Valley. Eons ago, an inland sea dinosaurs called the place home. Today, we tremble at the thought of our own extinction, caused not by an asteroid, but by ourselves. um, I taught physicians for 45, 50 years, and a lot of physical and biological anthropologists also talk about the natural history of disease, how it starts, how it proceeds, what its outcome is. Coronavirus 2020, or the natural history of disease. This is a sort of long poem. So please bear with me. And I'm looking at time. Um, uh, I know we are limiting ourselves to 50 minutes so we can tend to our own biology. If I'm not cognizant of my watch, may I ask Joe or someone to say, Stein, time to stop? And I also want to stop so that you can reflect now as well as in our workshop at the end of the day. Coronavirus 2020, worldwide pandemic called natural disaster, animal human transfer, perhaps in China, but as old as the agricultural revolution, when people settled in towns and cities, groups large enough for infectious disease to spread like an open prairie grass fire. Natural history disease, like I learned in fifth grade. Who would think we humans are part of nature that shapes the course of nature? Consider Donald J. Trump, presidential oracle of the United States, who, like Wagner's Norns, foretells because he is all knowing. Our presidential oracle possesses unprecedented power to know the truth and impose it. So, with the coronavirus plague that seemed to begin its dread journey of sickness and death in Wuhan, China, late 2019, for some 2.5 months, our presidential oracle knew better than to heed earlier warnings about the certainty of a pandemic. He wrote off any danger, imminent danger. This virus was just like ordinary flu and would quickly pass, he assured us. With the sweep of a pen, he dismissed cadres of public health experts abroad and from his closest counsels here. I'm a businessman, he reminded us. Who needs to pay so many people to sit around doing nothing? Dams everywhere began to burst. Our presidential oracle, noticed only the trickle. When he at last acknowledged the grave danger, its cause was everyone else's fault. A plot he called by his political foes to defeat him, called the pandemic the Chinese virus, theirs, as though they inflicted on us. The presidential oracle, great builder of walls, unwittingly left our door open and let the pestilence in. Who knows how many thousands of people, now hundreds of thousands, would become gravely ill and die because our presidential oracle believed only in himself. Surely I am more infallible than any science. If the presidential oracle has shaped part of the history of the disease, how entirely natural then is the history of the coronavirus? Sometimes natural history of disease is not entirely natural. The prairie fire is already there. We supply the gasoline and ignition. How am I? Somebody help me with time. How am I close to 50 minutes? I hope I have not overexceeded it. Um, I will read one more Ghost Ranch poem and then ask for you all to just say, where are you in your lives? And has the poetry given you something in your life that you hadn't thought of before? This is the last poem in my book, Presence. And with my rather long list of medical shit going on in my life, I hope to live to be with you all at Ghost Ranch again. That's where this poem comes from. Immediacy and memory. Juniper and mesquite, deep canyons and sandstone cliffs, the Chama River and Piedra Lumbra Valley, embraced by a forever sky. My companions and kin, as close to me as I am to myself, until I must leave for ordinary place, ordinary time, vowing to return, but uncertain I can keep my promise. How to turn, how to transform presence into memory, knowing I must leave the Badlands behind. Remembering takes over for immediacy and will have to suffice, though it never can soothe the sting of your absence. I had never thought to grieve old rock and dead tree and hard scrabble land. They would grant me new life if only I could return. Where are you? Where's your heart? Where's your soul? Where's Ghost Ranch? Where's your Ghost Ranch? Where's your COVID-19? Where's your life? I think you're allowed to turn your mics on. Am I violating rules?
Thank you so much for, always bringing something new and thought provoking that we have come to cherish as a organization. Um, I know we all appreciate it and look forward to hopefully many more years of all of your um, fantastic insights. I want to take this opportunity to maybe open up and let people comment or um, talk about what they're experiencing themselves in regards to Howard's presentation. So if there's anyone that wants to say anything, please do so right now.
And also, anyone who is watching on YouTube, please feel free to ask a question. I am monitoring that chat as well.
Thank you for your poems, Howard. It just made me think about how much I also hope that we can all be together at Ghost Ranch again someday, hopefully soon. Um, and I think the juxtaposition of your poems about homelessness and then your poems about home in Ghost Ranch really puts a finger on at least how I've been feeling in all of this. So thank you. You always find a way to say what I'm feeling better than I could. So
Thank you, Melanie. That means a very lot to me.
And I found in listening to your poem Unclaimed that it resonated in kind of maybe a lateral way or kind of to the side in reflecting it going into familiar spaces around Denver and these spaces being extremely unfamiliar, and like people look at each other as frightening strangers because of the pandemic. And it's really changed this sense of being home but not being home.
Ariana Rees on YouTube says, "You can tell, Howard. I don't know where my ghost ranch is, but hopefully I can discover that. Thank you for your poems and your knowledge."
Thank you. Thank you.
I really love this idea too of the presidential oracle, particularly. It's an odd place to find ourselves in, that we keep turning to what we would think would be a source of news or truth, and it's just a sort of odd sort of disconnect that you feel every time, even when you know what to expect from that particular oracle. There's a sort of Facebook group slash meme going on about sort of a bingo card that you keep for 2020, and you keep checking off odd things like murder hornets and pandemic and everything, and it's just a surreal place to be. So I appreciated that sort of idea of it as an oracle, and thinking back to oracles being a sense of truth, but you can really never trust the oracle, even in ancient times, probably. So it's just an interesting connection there that I really appreciated.
Thank you. That's true. God, it's too true.
You all, that's why I'm so happy to get to see you all. But I also really, really love the idea too, like what landscapes did we not expect to grieve? And I think that there's a larger sort of application there. Like it makes me think of what parts of life that I wasn't expecting to grieve that I am. And the way that landscape out there, that sort of desert landscape, my dad originally comes from Oregon, and he's always thinking of trees and mountains as his landscapes, and I think of rocky, dry places as my beloved landscapes. So there's beauty to be found there for sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Could I say something? I know this is your time, but I know can I open my mouth or should I keep shut?
Open it wide. Go ahead, Howard.
I see that Ed Knopp is here. I have dedicated this book to him, to our friendship, to our long drives from Albuquerque to Ghost Ranch and back. And he knows the geology, the geography, the history, like the palm of his hand. And he is as much a part of this book and the poems as I am. And to go even further, so are you and your predecessors. You know, love is a very slick and slippery and sloppy word, but I love you all, and so many of those who came before you. You make me feel safe enough year after year, decade after decade, to go way out on a limb on a whole bunch of subjects, long before poetry. And I've learned to trust, to be safe among you. It's not that you agree with everything, but High Plains is more precious than any gemstone I've ever heard of because of what we and Ghost Ranch and Estes Park and other places. But more than anything else, what I write, you're part of. This book, Ghost Ranch, is as much yours and especially Ed's as it is mine.
Howard, you're far too kind. Understand the love we all feel for one another is mutual binding force that makes the community that we have, as well as the place that we love to do community at Ghost Ranch, and now on the internet, so very special. Very, it's to me that's what heart is. The kinship that we feel, the family, the brotherhood and sisterhood, the genuine interhuman love. Thank you so much for being our our guiding force in the realization of what we're lucky enough to share with one another.
I think I'd
Yeah,
like.
thank you so much, Howard. Go ahead, Joe.
I was gonna say that Howard, we talk about community and about what going to Ghost Ranch and having these shared experiences, what it's meant for so many of us, and I think that there's a different types of relationships that we've come to discover. I know within my generation, and especially, and I think this includes, a lot of the people here with Mel and Lucor and Michael and Max. We are coming into this community, and we've been a part of it for a number of years now. But it almost feels like there's a parentage that, like a spiritual and intellectual parentage that we have become adopted to when we come into this community, with Ed and with you, Howard, and Jack Schultz, and these folks that have been not only our mentors, um, but have become our friends and our peers. But I honestly do believe that in a very real sense, you are passing on this generational knowledge, this experience that at some point I can hope that all of us will have and be able to share with the next generation of scientists and of researchers and anthropologists and poets and all of the people that um, can benefit from a community such as this. And so, to to you guys, and especially to Howard and Ed and all these uh, folks that have led us to where we are now in this community. I really want to say thank you, and hope that at some point we can have the same kind of impact on our students, on our community that you have had on us. So I just want to say that, and especially for providing us with the venue of like Ghost Ranch. I had heard of Ghost Ranch, but I'd never experienced it until High Plains, until we actually got to go down and be in such an amazing place that normally right now we would be, together doing this. Um, and unfortunately, circumstances are what they are. So, instead we are finding a new venue and hopefully bringing in new people that might not have been able to attend, even if the pandemic hadn't been a part of our lives. So I really just want to thank you for being not only a friend and a patriot of this endeavor that we were trying to accomplish in understanding, but for also being sort of a parent to all of us younger kids that that have really come to admire and appreciate everything that you guys are providing for us. So, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you, everyone.
With all of that being said, and the awesomeness that has just transcribed with Howard and all this, we do have to go on to our next presentation. So I want to welcome Kyra and Kyra. Am I pronouncing that right, or am I butchering your name? And Mikel Kilman. For our next presentation, I'll hand it off to you, and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Let me share our screen here so you guys can see our presentation. Kyra, did you want to say anything while I'm
I was
doing
going to say it's Kyra. It's a weird one to pronounce.
Sure. Okay, cool.
Okay, no, that is not my share screen. Wait, or is it? Are you guys seeing? Okay, cool. Are you seeing the presentation? Okay, cool. Cool. All right. So Kyra and I recently finished a book called, well, there's two titles because we did a commercial title and we did a textbook title. The commercial one is due out next month, early next month. But the book focuses on using fictional world building to teach anthropology both to students and to the general public. Oh, right. There we go. Hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So our presentation is titled Anthropology and Speculative Fiction in the Classroom and Beyond. So one of the things about anthropology is that in a lot of ways it is kind of like exploring another reality. And, a lot of what we're concerned about within anthropology is other ways of knowing or other ways of being or speculating about the past or the future or the present. And across cultures and across multiple different identities and dimensions of experience and everything. And in a lot of ways, history is an imagined past, right? We can't actually go to history, so we have to imagine it. And that imagining is influenced by the conditions of our life, by our culture that we're in, the kinds of narratives that our culture tells us about the way things are to be in the world, before we're even born. And so history itself is an engagement of the imagination. And we do this the same thing with the present too. We imagine the present, and this is so clear right now. If you look at the debates and the conversations surrounding social media, right, we all kind of live in a different reality, especially if we're on different sides of political divides and stuff. We have this very interesting experience of like, well, how could they possibly think that? And then if you go to social media pages that follow the opposite views of you, you see that they really do kind of have a different reality in a lot of ways. And this is true across many cultures. And this gets all the way back into Sapir-Whorf stuff, and I know that's still obviously a controversial hypothesis, but the idea that your language certainly influences your perception doesn't seem so crazy if you look at what's been going on places like social media. And alongside anthropology, speculative fiction also is about exploring other questions, other realities, other ways of knowing. And so about a year ago, I approached Kyra, asking her if she'd like to collaborate on a book about building fictional worlds to try to teach our classes in a different method. And Kyra has proven to be an absolutely wonderful partner. She knows biological anthropology far better than I do, and so and so she focuses more on the biology and the archaeology, and I focus more on the cultural and linguistic side of things. And it's been a wonderful partnership. Uh, um, uh, Working together on this. And, you know, Two things with anthropology that we are often considering on a regular basis, especially with cultural anthropology, but really across all the fields when we're asking our bigger questions. And the first is, what is necessary being a human? What things do we have to do? And what are the adaptations that we develop as a culture that help us deal with those adaptations? And the other one is, what is possible, right? Because even though, let's say we live out in a desert, there's certain necessities that we must deal with in order to survive in a desert climate. But if you look across the world at all these different cultures and deserts, there's a lot of variation, a lot of possibilities, a lot of options. And the same can be said about speculative fiction. If you look at different books that focus on desert cultures, you have different experiences, and for good reason, because there's a lot of possibilities out there. So speculative fiction really is fertile ground to explore and teach these other ways of knowing, and to really recognize variation across culture. So, and then I'll let Kyra talk for the next one.
Yeah, go ahead. You can go to the next slide. Yeah, so when we started this, I think the initial push was we wanted to kind of make fiction writing better, but we realized very, very quickly how good this would be pedagogically. Because especially right now, this is a fraught time to be teaching anthropology. Everyone's guard is so high right now. And whether or not that comes from a real place of oppression or a fictionalized place of oppression, everybody's angry and freaked out right now. And it makes it really, really difficult to talk about human difference because nobody wants to talk about difference. And we realized that fiction was an excellent way to approach this because you're not defensive when you approach fiction the same way you are when you approach other people. One of the first questions I asked my students when doing this textbook was, why is it so much easier to be culturally relative with a fictional character than it is with a real person? And their answers were excellent. They were talking about, like, well, you're in their shoes. They're not the other, they're you. For the moment that you're reading that or that you are creating them, you are that person. So you don't have to worry about, well, why are they doing this? You don't have to think about the otherness of them because they are not othered in that moment. So this fiction writing approach allows people to really just kind of take down those walls and really live in somebody else's reality. And if you can practice that, if you can kind of get them in that headspace, it's really, really easy to pop them back into the real world. And all of a sudden, they're not looking at other people as different or strange. They're looking at them as humans. They're in their shoes. It's like a shortcut to cultural relativism, which is excellent. And it works really, really well with anthropology because we have this whole idea of holism and intersectionality. And that can be very, very difficult to teach. So when we started kind of building this book, I started thinking about deconstruction and analysis. 'Cause analysis means to deconstruct, right? So we can deconstruct these cultures, and that's very helpful. Like, we can break them down into their component parts, but allowing students to build their own worlds allows them to rebuild those pieces. So you're not just taking apart the clock, you're putting it back together and seeing how all of these gears and all of these pieces fit. You can go to the next slide, Michael. So it works very, very well. It allows them to kind of fit all these pieces together. So they understand things like identity markers because they're already in somebody else's head and they're kind of training themselves to do that. So identity markers are less confusing and they can understand how those things tie in. Like, how does your gender tie in with your religion? How does your social status help to build your political stance? They can kind of fit these things together and kind of play with them and make their own societies. And by doing that, it really, really helps them to understand these things in the real world. Go ahead, Michael.
All right. Um, So, what is world building, right? And I got a couple pictures up here for you guys. Orcs, and a picture from The Expanse is in the background. If you're not a fan, it's one of my favorite sci-fi shows. But world building is the construction of a fictional world, and it's not something new. I mean, world building is much discussed across social media and Reddit, and long before we had the internet. People were discussing about how interesting is this particular world and what works and what doesn't. Um, and building an authentic fictional world, like one that really makes sense, requires a lot of examination of the structures of real world cultures. And I think a lot of the equation that's been missing from a huge portion of people's world building is anthropology. We have this whole science that does nothing but deconstruct cultures and try to understand their component parts so that we can better make an analysis of the wider system of culture, right? And I think that anthropology is a wonderful tool to do that. And by authentic, by the way, we mean holistic and takes into full consideration, of the various elements of culture and identity. And places where we see this, go wrong are, for example, Tolkien's orcs. Now, J.R.R. Tolkien is kind of like this really high bar for a lot of people because he built his own languages. He built this massive history and mythology and in the Silmarillion. The Lord of the Rings is just this fantastic fantasy epic. But one thing he does really is kind of demonize the orcs, and the orcs are just an orc is an orc is an orc is an orc. And you can see that as a kind of reflection of the lot of ways that we other people, right? And realistically, in the real world, if you had an orc culture, one capable of wielding and brandishing weapons and siege works and all kinds of stuff, they would have orc scholars, orc scientists, orc chemists, all the orcs who study metallurgy, various different kinds of groups realistically to even be able to make the weapons of war. And so and of course, there's just no variation there. Every orc is kind of really just a nasty copy of everything else. And if you look at the wider fictional world, with the exception of maybe like the Netflix movie Bright, orcs are always the bad guys, right? And they are kind of they're gross. They probably smell bad, and we look at them and they look hideous, and they have all like the negative markers that we associate with like fictional races. And Kyra will talk about Lovecraft here, but the orc is kind of like the very essence of the racism that's present in Lovecraft's work, right? Also with Elder Scrolls, that series, you have the Argonian race, which has breasts, right? And they're cold-blooded lizards who lay eggs. Someone pointed out to me that a platypus lays eggs and nurses their young yesterday, but generally, biologically speaking, the Argonians are kind of problematic, right? But they're also exactly a lot of the sexism and misogyny that's present in the video game worlds that people don't consider identity. If you look at women's armor in a lot of fiction, regardless whether you're talking about video games or films or books or whatever, it's sexualized. It's not for the purpose of armor, which is to protect you from arrows and blows and all kinds of stuff as best it can. So you see this huge problem of the background kind of cultural racism and misogyny manifesting itself into our media, which is of course no surprise. But by building a fictional world, learning how those work based on real cultures, we can deconstruct some of this stuff in meaningful ways. And we do have great examples examples of world building. The Expanse series, both the books and the shows, does a absolutely fantastic job of showing the costs of technology and the lack of access and inequality, and and the various kind of third world versus first world stuff going on between in the Expanse. There's Earth at conflict, Mars, and the asteroid belt. And the asteroid belt is kind of a third world country, whereas Mars is kind of an up and coming country, and Earth, of course, is the more powerful, dominant thing. But Earth has got its own very serious inequality problems with 20 billion people and all kinds of stuff. So you've got all kinds of stuff going on, and The Expanse does a really good job of highlighting very numerous cultural conflicts. And Gemma's book, The City We Became, which came out in April, also shows us that we can use science fiction in a contemporary setting in the present, integrating alternate realities and overlapping quantum physics and all this other kind of stuff to look at modern issues. In her book, you have people who are literally becoming avatars of a city, and they're facing, and these are almost all the main characters are people of color, and they're facing things like being recorded on a phone for being present in a park and having the cops called them on them, or gentrification is a key issue in this book, right? And so we can actually use speculative fiction to open up spaces for conversations about contemporary social issues in meaningful ways. So, all right, Kyra.
Yeah, and this problem, this like, I guess, whitewashing in sci-fi it's been around forever. Not so speculative fiction, so sci-fi and fantasy, and we see this going all the way back to the beginning. So not only do you only see generally white men in the stories, I'll talk about that in a second, but the field is dominated by white male creators as well. So you've got all these authors and they're writing from their own perspective, which of course is fine, but it's a singular perspective. So we're trying to cover the whole of the human experience and like a theoretical human experience from a single viewpoint. And this isn't just sort of a passive accidental thing either. There was an organization called organization or group or something called the Sad Puppies. And their whole thing, they were a group of right-wing men who decided that they wanted to make sure that nobody who wasn't white and male got an award at the Hugo Awards. So the Hugos are like the big science fiction and fantasy award organization. And they would go in and essentially like hack the voting. So they would just like really just kind of flood the votes for anybody who was white and male. So a lot of authors were getting their stuff forced off to the sideline just because of their color or their gender. So this problem, it's not just a passive one. People are actively attempting to keep us in this paradigm. And when you start to look at the perspectives of the stories, it becomes really, really apparent. Like, I love old school sci-fi, like old Pulp Fiction sci-fi. I just adore it. But it's so racist. Like H.P. Lovecraft is one of the worst offenders of this. He doesn't even make his others like aliens. They've got they're the lizard or the fish people, and you've got the elder gods, but most of the time his others are just straight up people who aren't white. And not even just not white, like what he believes is not white. So like the horror at Red Hook, it's a terrible, terrible story. The whole horror there is that people are breeding between races. It's the whole problem. There's some like elder god stuff happening, but really miscegenation is the horror. And he just straight up went with this theme, and other people kind of veiled it slightly, but not really very much. So you have these others like these alien races and these fantasy races like the orcs in Tolkien. And a lot of times they look very, very much like other races of human. Like you can see in this amazing stories down here that Martian is just very much a racist caricature of somebody from China. And women are the same way. You only really see these stories told from a male perspective. And so women are either like the MacGuffin of the thing, like there's something to be rescued or a prize at the end, or they are somehow terrifying, like they take over the world and men have to stop the horrible takeover of the female race or something like that. But what that does, the reason that this is a problem is because when you're growing up reading these things, or even when you're an adult reading these things, that becomes part of your thought process. So you start to view the world from that same perspective. You see others in that same sort of terrifying monster category. It doesn't allow for diversity. And we have the potential to have so much more in the realm of fantasy and sci-fi. And we're starting to see just little bits of this coming through, like Black Panther is an excellent example of this. That is a distinctly non-European science fiction story. And that's something we've never really had in movies. You don't see it very often. You see some things like Michael's going to talk about Avatar: The Last Airbender here in a second. That is a fantasy show that's based almost entirely in Asian mythology and indigenous mythology. And it's one of the highest rated shows that's ever been made. People adore it because you're seeing things from this other perspective. And it, instead of making other people and other perspectives monstrous, it sort of incorporates them into your own personal mythology. So being exposed to these new and different and diverse types of speculative fiction makes you much more accepting of diversity in the real world.
Yeah. So, all right. So one of the things that we came up with in our book is a different kind of approach to understanding difference, and it's our fourth chapter of a book. And the chapter surrounds a concept called the 3 C's. And this is one of those things where I was in the classroom one day and someone asked me, spontaneously, this was a couple years back, how do we really understand people? And it's just one of those moments when I just like wrote something down on the blackboard and then I took a picture of it with my phone after because I was like, this is a really useful way of doing this, right? And the 3 C's takes both either fictional characters or real world individuals and attempts to give us a little distance with them, give us a little space, right? And this is the essence of cultural relativism, right? Cultural relativism isn't just about anything goes, it's trying to significantly understand other people, regardless of whether you agree with them or not. So the 3 C's is kind of, I guess you could almost say 4 C's because there's cultural relativism, right? But it's really an attempt to approach cultural relativism from a more calculated way so that we can kind of step back for a second. And the first of the 3 C's is context. This is the cultural body of knowledge. This is everything that is going on as with the culture as a whole, right? Not just about individuals. This is about the whole culture itself. This includes, what are the religions that are available? What's the history up to the present? What is the economic system? What's the language that people speak or the multiplicity of languages, right? So this is the overall arching cultural structure. And the 3 C's are very much like Russian nesting dolls, right? So you have the context being the biggest one. The second one is conditions, and this is the conditions of the individual's life within that cultural system. So this is going to include, what is their particular social status? What is their ethnicity or their gender? What accent do they have? Right? Because we all know that there's accent bias. If you someone for the Southern accent, for example, we consider them stupid right off the bat, right? Versus someone who has, a British accent. They sound very proper and prim and intelligent, right? And those, that's a part of the context is the cultural interpretation of those things, and the conditions is the individual's own accent and their experience because of that accent, right? And this includes what religion they select, all this stuff, right? So before a person can even get to the third C, their choices, they have, a contextual life within their culture, the conditions that they personally experience within their culture, and then they have agency, right? And agency isn't just we get to choose whatever we want. It's what is the system that we make choices in. We have to consider those limitations. How much power do those people have to make real choices in their society if they have no income, if they're living paycheck to paycheck? Or conversely, if they're a billionaire? They have a lot more agency, right? So if you really want to understand someone, you have to understand their historical and their cultural context first. Then what is their individual conditions of their life? What have they experienced, experience that have driven them to come to their the conclusions that they have? And then perhaps you can understand their choices. And this is also a really great way to build characters, is understanding the wider cultural sphere that they're in, including the physical environment and the cultural adaptations, especially if you're dealing with aliens or other creatures like elves or orcs or goblins or something like that, or gnomes. And then you can understand their particular choices. And Avatar: The Last Airbender is a wonderful example. Now, they do have a mad kind of cackling villain in the Fire Lord, right? He's kind of this obscure figure who you only really meet towards the end of the story. And really what he is just a representation of the entire colonial system, the Fire Nation. So the basic story is this. You have 4 nations, and each of these nations have certain individuals within them who have magic powers. Those magic powers is a kind of form of martial arts that allows them to control one of 4 elements: fire, earth, air, and water. Right, and so the Avatar is the only person who can control all 4 elements, and he is said to bring balance upon these 4 nations. Well, 100 years ago, he vanished. No one knows what happened to him. And then the story takes place when they find him, and it turns out the Avatar got frozen in an iceberg, and he's been missing for 100 years. And during that time, the Fire Nation has waged a colonial empire war, like an invasion, and built this massive empire to try and conquer all the nations. But they're not finished yet. They've gotten through a lot of the Earth people. They have completely committed genocide against the Air people. There's only one left, which is why it's called The Last Airbender, and it happens to be the Avatar himself. So there's mass genocide committed. And by the way, this is a kid's cartoon, and they're dealing with these really intense, heavy topics. And in some ways, it does feel like a kid's cartoon, but it also really helps you to understand the characters. So the Avatar's main kind of adversary, main antagonist, is a guy named Zuko, who is the son of this mad, cackling Fire Lord, right? And in Zuko, was punished by his own father and exiled because he questioned a particular moment of one of his father's decisions, right? So he's this mad kind. So here's this antagonist who goes through this struggle and strife. His only redemption is to catch the Avatar and present him to his father. So he's chasing him all over the world throughout this series. But as this happens, Zuko has kind of a redemption arc, and he begins to understand all the pain and suffering that the Fire Nation has caused upon people. So he begins to see the negatives of colonialism, and ultimately, a little bit of a spoiler alert, ends up joining the Avatar and working with him. But using the 3 C's, you can look at both the Avatar himself and understand where he's coming from, but also the antagonist, understanding where he's coming from. And this makes for such a better story instead of like the mad cackling villain, because you can kind of empathize with this guy. And then his redemption arc becomes far more rewarding because of this, right? So the 3 C's, both for fiction and for understanding real cultures, can be a wonderful tool, to engaging with people, especially with people who are very different from us, who adamantly disagree. And that doesn't mean you're going to like what they believe, but it does help you to work with people if you understand them. So that is our presentation. What's everybody's questions? I'm gonna stop the screen share here in just a second. Our contact info here. The picture here in the center is the world building book that'll be out early next month for the general public. We are using our textbook in classes now, so this is our first full-fledged semester using this book. So it so far it's been absolutely wonderful. So all right.
As a huge sci-fi nerd myself, that I love what you're doing, and Kyra, you two have come up with some awesome concepts, I think, about understanding how culture can be, and I think the interesting thing is, because I love science fiction and I love this kind of stuff, is understanding that these fictional cultures can help us understand real culture, and can help us, take an approach that is non-biased, and I think that's so very important. I was reminded of one of my favorite uh, anthropologists in Joseph Campbell, and the Hero with a Thousand Faces, his famous book. And then I was thinking about Star Wars, which I'm a huge Star Wars nerd as well, and how Lucas drew from the Hero with a Thousand Faces, already taking in some of that, the anthropological process, which is why I think Star Wars has been so successful, but also has its obvious issues, especially when it comes to equal representation. You watch the original trilogy, and you've got like Princess Leia, and that's pretty much it. Except for a few seconds of like Mon Mothma and as another female character, and then and then having people of color. There's also aliens and stuff like that, but representation has been an issue, and so even like with the new Star Wars films, there's more representation, but even then, there's still issues, and science fiction is getting better at representation, but it's not quite there, you know. And I
Yeah.
think what you're doing is, I think it's absolutely fantastic. I think, and I am excited to read your book. Um, I think it's going to be very interesting uh, to to look at, and then because I'm a big fan of this stuff, to critique and like learn from, and possibly use myself, because I think I think you're onto something, especially for those of us uber sci-fi nerds. So I just want to say thank you. I thought that was a great presentation. There's definitely some good stuff that you're onto, and I think it's a great way of explaining things, and even using as examples of how previous sci-fi writers have used cultural cultures as a means to describe something in that sci-fi venue. So yeah,
Yeah.
cool. Thank you so much. That was great.
Yeah, and of course, I kind of have to pay a little tribute to Ursula K. Le Guin because, the great daughter anthropologist herself and daughter of Kroeber, the K in her name, who has just written such amazing science fiction. The Avatar really is kind of a ripoff of her great book, The Word for World is Forest. Avatar with the blue aliens. I mean, it's pretty much the exact same story without the white savior complex in Avatar. So, but also her book, The Left Hand of Darkness, the way she just plays with sex and gender, and that no one had ever done that to that point in history at that point, and asking really deep questions, or The Dispossessed, which looks at functional anarchy, and asking deep political questions. So the realm of speculative fiction done right allows us to really play with ideas and technologies. I mean, so much of our technologies are deeply, deeply inspired by things like Star Trek. I mean, cell phones and laptops are straight Star Trek technology, right? So, there's a lot of things that we see these ideas in science fiction that people come up with, and then people come and make them a part of our reality. So, it's just so important to consider. And the other thing here too, and this is a point I really like to drive home, is, well, why should we care about diversity? Well, the reality of the fact is that if we look at the history of the world's great technological and artistic and scientific revolutions, those are in spaces where there was in the center of empires, where there's this great diversity of thought and experience, right? And so having more diverse science fiction or diverse fantasy or diverse video games is going to foster the possibility for more collaboration, for more ideas, and for more problem solving, around the world. Because if we just take the European approach and that's it, we are we are ignoring vast amounts of treasures of human knowledge that are all over the globe in all corners of the human experience. And we need to consider those, especially with all the major crises we're facing as a species. We have to get together. We have to work together. If we can start getting people to tell more complex stories with more complex characters, we can start mirroring that in our everyday world too. So
I have a
that
question.
was, sorry, yes, one quick thing, and then sure, and that was kind of the inspiration for writing the book too. So go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is a great way for students to learn about cultural relativism and just about culture. What kind of activities or assignments do you have your students do with this book that's their product so that they deepen the understanding of what you're presenting? Because I just think this is so terrific. I've used novels in my anthro classes to get into the emic perspective. But this is, I mean, do students create their own stories? Is that what you're having them do?
Yeah. Yeah, so Michael and I have two slightly different approaches to our assignments. The way that I'm doing it is they have a quiz every week on the chapters, and there's a little, like a short answer question, and it'll be little sort of pieces to help them build this world. So like, what your main character, what is their family structure, or how many genders exist in this world? And at the very end, they're going to, I've given them two options. They can either write a short story set in this world that covers a number of these topics, or they can write an ethnography of this fictional world from like an anthropological perspective. And so far they've been really enjoying it. I know Michael's got a bit of a different structure though.
Yeah, and we try to set up the book so that you can do a little bit more your own thing. But mine do chapter quizzes as well, and then they have 5 world building essays throughout the term. And so throughout those essays, they take the knowledge from several assigned chapters, and they try to integrate elements of their character, environment, and different cultural sphere. And then their final is they can choose to do a short story or a chapter in their own fictional world. They can partner with another student and they can have their cultures clash together. Or the third option is they can take another fictional world building thing if they're not so creative inclined and do an analysis based on what they learned from the term. But everybody has to build the architecture of the world throughout the term. So yeah, that's essentially how we set it up. The commercial version is going to have chapter exercises that will kind of like, okay, build a key symbol in your world, or choose an economic system and how does it relate to the political system, that kind of stuff. So the commercial version is, we're restructuring the textbook version to be a little less academic and a little bit more like giving them exercises or workshopping different ideas a little bit more. Anything else though before we
No, that's good. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, so Chelsea says, aside from research, what do you think is the best way to inclusively write about characters of other races and genders apart from our own without falling into stereotypes? Do you want to go first, Kyra? Or?
Yeah, I think the best way to do it is to learn about people. So to go and actually, take an ethnographic perspective on this and go and talk to people and ask them about their life experiences or read about their life experiences, like really find those firsthand perspectives and start from there. Because if you're starting from those old pulp fiction perspectives, you are definitely going to fall into that trap every time. But if you talk to real human beings, then that can inform your fiction.
Yeah, and I also think there has been some people who say, well, you shouldn't write about other cultures that aren't your own. To which I say, well, then how can you ever possibly write really good, authentic fiction? You have to include diversity. And the trap that we fall into in writing other cultures is the stereotype, is the, hey, I saw a Hollywood Indian and I'm gonna replicate that idea, right? Rather than looking at the complexities and contributions of indigenous people and seriously considering them, and also not just saying, okay, well, here's an artificial intelligence, because this is a big theme in my own science fiction novels, is here's an artificial intelligence, here's going to be the Western perspective. Yeah, but what about other cultures? Will other cultures necessarily be afraid of artificial intelligence? Will they work with it different? Will they have a different relationship? Of course they would. Why would they have the exact same relationship and colonial anxieties? Because that's essentially what our fear of AI is colonial anxieties, as the Europeans do, right? So there's a lot of different elements too when you're including fictional species, of making sure that there's individuals, right, with representation when it comes to ethnicity. Is everyone else who's non-white is a community, and white people are individuals who don't reflect, right? And that's a huge detrimental factor in writing if every other culture is a community except for the main character. And so I think one of the things you have to do with diversity is, if you're going to write about another culture, especially a real world one, is make sure you have individuals who disagree with each other. Make sure that their experiences and their conditions differ, right? If you're going to have like a futuristic Native American tribe, make sure you're A, doing research into their current thing, and B, not make them all cookie cutter stereotypes, right? They're going to be, you want to make them as authentic, realistic people, considering, complex, context, conditions, and then their choices, right? In the real world, there are Native Americans who deeply care about their spirituality, but they're also atheists, right? Or they're also Christians. They're also Muslim Native Americans. I've met Buddhist Native Americans. They have the same range of complexity as anybody else. And yet when we write them in fiction or show them in film, we make them this one cookie cutter option. And I think that's where we fail, rather than showing complexity of identity. And if we can get people to have more complex identities in fiction, then we move away from cultural appropriation and into asking real deep and meaningful questions about relationships between cultures. So,
Could I make a comment?
sure.
I'm Howard. I'm trying to think. A lot of groups who have a long history of being stereotyped, and some terrible action based on those stereotypes, being murdered and this sort of thing, often defensively sort of circle their wagons, as it were, and say, as a way of reclaiming our own agency, only we are now allowed to write about ourselves, because anybody else from the outside will distort us as we have been distorted ourselves. And so you have this paradox, which which everybody can understand psychologically, is that if we're going to be stereotyped, only we can stereotype ourselves. So we will tell you how you can view our tribe, our pueblo, our group, and it takes a lot of give and take for people to feel safe enough uh, to have a diversity of views of this group that has been stereotyped to death. I wrote a poem about several years ago, based on some presentations at High Plains, where a lot of American Indians have had toxic radioactive terrible stuff stored on their land, or their fishing waters contaminated. And I have written a poem imagining myself into the world of where my waters have been poisoned, and my land, I'm in exile in my own land. And it's been controversial as to whether I, as this Jewish so-called white outsider, have any right whatsoever to talk about other people's experiences of being poisoned. And I think that from my own experience as applied anthropologist and group facilitator, it's not a game of either or, but discussing it, and say how is this possible? Can it be possible? Is there a way of representation without appropriation, without stereotyping? Um, uh, all of the words that we use from, let's say, even from cultural relativism, have been ended up being used as sledgehammers against people. That we know what American Indians are, we know what Asians are, and is there a way to have conversations with people who feel that they're being robbed rather than simply imagined in a different way?
I think that's why it's so absolutely vital to make a space for diversity within the creation of
Yes,
these
yes,
speculative
yes.
worlds. Because if it's all coming from one perspective, there's a possibility that you as an outsider for that culture are never going to get it right. It's very possible. It's super easy to do that. So you have to allow for, like I said, make a space for people to write about their own cultures and their own cultural perspective. And then as we get more and more of that, it will become a lot easier for
Yes.
everybody to discuss this cultural difference because you've got people speaking from their own perspective. Nobody is taking anything from them at that point.
Good.
And then as these barriers sort of break down, we can have that kind of broader, like cross-cultural communication. But I don't think we can actually have that until they have that space to make their own fiction.
That's wonderful. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I mean, oh look, there's pushback within groups too. Rebecca Roanhorse has written a wonderful series. She's got 2 books out. It's about Native Americans in a far dystopian future after climate change, and she herself is indigenous, and there's been a ton of pushback against her work from her own tribe, and whether or not she should be talking about this cultural knowledge. And these are really important conversations that we need to be having, but like also you can't, I mean, we can't just neglect different perspectives in our fiction either. It's really tough. And one thing I always recommend too is if you feel like you're doing something that walks the line, get feedback from those groups. Find a
Yes.
sensitivity
Yes. Yes.
reader. Find someone who can take a look at your work and say, look, am I legitimately stereotyping people, or is this a solid representation? And it gets really hard if you project into the future, right? Because what's solid representation of any culture 1500 years from now? So but absolutely, like, that's why consultation with communities is often a good thing too. So
Yes.
That was kind of like going along with one of my questions, or maybe comments, I guess, about the idea of collaboration in the work and the collaboration beforehand and then also afterward. Because a lot of the time, even if you do have sensitivity readers, if an author isn't necessarily taking in that information in a good way, if they are, oh, okay, but I disagree with that, I'm going to keep going with this, you do have to kind of like use your own judgment as far as like any feedback that you receive for anything, you have to filter it. But something I'm interested in is agency as far as those collaborations and the ability for someone to say no, like don't come into this cultural site. No, don't dig up that particular grave site. The same way as in the fiction that we write or the storytelling that we do. Like to say, no, this is a boundary, and to kind of understand our boundaries and respecting those boundaries. I think that's also kind of part of the research that you guys are talking about, this deep level and extensive level of research that you have to have as a starting place, even before you start to try to collaborate with people. Because if you just go up to someone asking them to do all of that work for you, that's not a good way of approaching collaboration either. So there's just a lot of these things to be thinking about with regards to agency, the agency of your characters, the agency of the people that you're working with, the agency of you as an author to be able to push back against, let's say, an editor wants a particular view of that world, or they are more comfortable with the stereotype than they are with what they don't know about it. And so there's sort of this agency issue, it seems like, in every step of the process. And I was interested in the whole idea of like the way that outlining these imaginative worlds that we've seen and outlining what's possible within the imaginative world, what that tells us about where our imagination is at as a society and the different societies that we have within that. Like the limits of our imagination right now are what lead to those stereotypes, and what has created those stereotypes, and what has created that sort of honestly, like a very boring approach. If you keep seeing that over and over again in science fiction, we hear of the formulaic story, and those formulas being based on a very particular set of imaginative parameters. So it's interesting to look at how are we making those parameters, and then what can that tell us about where our imagination is at right now as a society? Where do we allow for surprise in our own conceptions? And what would it look like, for instance, if we map something using a completely different mapping system, or if we even looked at the structure of a book, maybe this sort of typical forward moving and then even arc of a conflict and then the denouement. And if you looked at it in a different cultural perspective of storytelling, like a sort of looping or organic story structure, what would that look like? So I think like delineating what we have done and what's possible in the medium is sort of the way that we can unlock our own imaginations, which lets in those things that we don't realize that we don't know. One thing that I did want to kind of maybe add to on the like writing about people that you don't know, because it comes up a lot in my classes when I'm teaching poetry, and it comes up a lot in my life being a Native person, is to not talk about us like we're not in the room. So like when I hear things like, oh, like Native American peoples or American Indians, and I'm like, yeah, I know what we're talking about, but we're also potentially in the room with you. Thinking about that in terms of your audience as an author can also just be a really useful, I mean, it's a useful thing for revision in general to think about the different types of audiences who will be reading it. That way you think about things like insider, outsider language, and you might use one or the other at any given time. Like you need to know what your opportunities are as a writer in those choices. But to also think about impacts in terms of like, if you're reading a story aloud that is about police brutality, for example, but you're writing it kind of for like an audience that is not experiencing that police brutality at that high rate, you know, read the room kind of, and what does that room look like for your stories, and how can you expand who you imagine to be in the room, or how can you acknowledge who isn't necessarily always in the room with you, but thinking about kind of those relationships as a relationship of agency as well, that your audience has the agency of being seen, that they should. So, but I just love this idea of like what we can understand about how our imaginations have been limited. And that's happened like a lot outside of our own control, given the sort of socialization that we experience. What has been the limits on our imagination of that? And even on the way that we think about telling stories, like the idea of extinction, is that a colonial concept? And so looking at the words that we're using and the techniques that we're using, which of those can we start to kind of shift? We won't know where those opportunities are until we can kind of delineate the boundaries that have happened already. and kind of get at the bottom of like, why do we think that why do we even have this hero's arc overtaking so much? And is that necessarily a human thing, or is it a very specific part of human society that had that as a predominant idea? So I just think this is like a great area to go into, because you can also kind of check up on yourself on why are these the things that my brain is going to, and can I challenge myself further?
Absolutely. Wonderful comments. Thank you.
I had kind of a thought in, reflecting on Lovecraft and seeing it as a valuable teaching tool for myself as I, developed as an anthropologist and got to see what phrenology and old-timey ethnology was in cultural context, in societal contexts, and how those ideas, as you read a Lovecraft story, you see how structures of power are established and reified, and how these taken for granted ideas of the time are kind of put into consequence-filled action. And then also with, old-timey science fiction in general, you see sort of the necessity for the feminist turn in anthropology, where you have a whole generation of men writing female characters based on their perception of understanding human nature, and the necessity to rewrite that whole era of, human introspection. And so I feel like they're both very powerful, educational tools to show where we've come and where we could slide back to if we're not careful.
Yeah,
Awesome.
absolutely.
Have you guys, I'm curious to see what the conversation has been with, writers of fiction and the conversations they're having about these topics, and how those two kind of come together, how the conversations you have bringing anthropology into it are combining with the conversations going on in literary criticism and in the fictional space.
I mean, we haven't really opened up to literary space yet, just because we haven't published our book in the commercial space yet. So I think that's kind of going to be an interesting conversation to consider for sure. I do a lot of cons, well, when we're not, all isolated from COVID, but I do, I try to do anywhere from 4 to 6 Comic-Cons a year. And I have done panels on anthropology and world building in several spaces. And I think so far what I've seen is just a lot of the mistakes that people make is they just legitimately don't know. They just have never thought about it before. They're just, we all have tunnel vision. We all have bias. And I grew up in a very kind of conservative setting, in a very segregated area of Philadelphia. And there was a lot of things when I moved out of that space that I was like, oh, that's a thing. And so I was forced to completely reevaluate the way I looked at the world and then of course becoming an anthropologist as I went out into different communities and had different experiences. And so the conversations I've had with a lot of people at places like Comic-Cons has really been kind of like, that's a thing, that's possible. And I think that was one of the functions of being at Comic-Cons for the last several years and writing this book, was like, there's just a lot of things that people just are sincerely ignorant. And I think that word ignorant gets a bad rap, right? Because we're all ignorant. The difference between sincere ignorance and curiosity and this wonderful process of discovery versus willful ignorance and doubling down when you're exposed to new ideas, is important to highlight, right? Because a huge portion of people, they have their biases, but they're a lot more open to new ideas and concepts if you present them in a digestible way than, if you just, say, well, you can't say that particular thing. People say, why not freedom of speech, right? I mean, they just double down and they clam up. And so I think that's a lot of what we're trying to do here, is say, look, there are these other things that you may not never have considered, these wonderful, interesting elements and possibilities of being human, and let's look at those things and let's consider them before we sit down and write another whole tropey kind of formulaic piece of fiction. And those have their place too, for sure, but we this really, what we were trying to do is, let's explore ideas, let's see what's possible, and let's see how real cultures work, and that's really kind of the crux of it. So
yeah, and just to add to what you were saying a little bit, like Kenzie was saying about who's in the room with you, a lot of people don't know who's in the room with them. They don't know about indigenous cultures, they don't know about other genders, they don't know about anything but their own experience. And what we were hoping to do was kind of show people that expanded world, like, hey, there are other people in the world, even if you don't know it, and even if you're boxed in by this, the sort of fiction you've always read, the real people are there, they have their own experiences. And we found that most people generally do want to interact, they do want to learn, they do want to be respectful, they just don't know how. So that's kind of what we were hoping to, is to like give people kind of an inroad into this conversation without, like I said, everyone's defensive right now. We wanted to kind of breach those walls in a way that wasn't threatening to people.
You have to like diversity, right? That's
Exactly.
not the approach we want to take. We want to say, look, have you ever considered this? Have you ever thought about how our language and our gender relate? Have you ever thought about how political systems and economics and kinship and religion all mix together to create different experiences? Like, that's, have you, we're trying, I mean, writing fiction, and it doesn't matter whether you're talking about film or you're talking about video games or you're talking about books, right? They're all a deep and powerful act of empathy, or at least an attempt at a deep and powerful act of empathy. We're trying to understand especially you as the writer, you're trying to put yourself in other people's shoes, right? But how can you understand if you just simply don't know? And so that really was the project here. So
Well,
I think we're out of time.
yeah, I was just going to bring that up, but what I want to do is I really want to thank both you two and everyone else who have contributed to this discussion, because this discussion isn't just about science fiction, but it's about how we relate to people. It's about creating that space to invite people to come in, to have that civil discourse, which in our current state is difficult to find in some ways, and I think that creating that space in whatever genre, but especially I think in science fiction, I think is really important, because you can create these different narratives and create these different ideas. And so I'm really looking forward to um, hearing about what kind of successes you have in the future, and also um, what kind of problems you might experience as well as you're teaching these courses. I would love to see, like, for next spring or next fall, have you come back and say, like, this is what we've discovered as we've been teaching over the past year, like how to do this, and the good stuff and the bad stuff, and and then let us engage in this conversation. I think it's fantastic. So, but with that, I want to again thank everyone, and then if we can move on to our next presenter. And is it Michael? And am I pronouncing that correctly? Yes, excellent. And let's see.
Mikel Hogan. Yeah.
Yeah. And then yeah, I'll go ahead and pass the torch on to you, and we'll listen to what you've got to present. Thank you.
Now you were going to help me show my PowerPoint.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Let's see. And maybe Max, you might have to help us with this as well. Hey, Max, can you have her?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do you see the option now? At
Now
the
what?
bottom?
What am I?
There should be an option at the bottom, share screen.
Oh, share screen. Yeah, I see that. Should I click it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so click that.
Okay. And
then select your presentation, and you should be able to.
well, how do I get to my presentation? It's in a flash drive in my computer here.
You should just be able to just bring up your presentation, and it'll probably give you an option to select it. So open your presentation in your flash drive. Open it up right now on your computer.
How do I do that without losing your screen?
You should be able to just minimize the screen.
Your screen.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, okay, here we go. Let's do
If all else fails too, we could have you send your presentation to one of us, and we could do run the PowerPoint if that's an issue.
Okay, let's see. Where's Alexa? And here. And here. Okay, and then let's see. Okay, now what do I do to get our screen back?
Okay, so unminimize the Zoom meeting again.
How do I find it? This has got my whole screen.
If you let's see.
Okay, so press escape and don't do like views. Don't do it in slideshow mode yet. And then there should be a little zoom icon at the bottom on your taskbar at the bottom. So then just click that to get back to the Zoom meeting at the bottom of your screen.
Okay, escape. Okay, Zoom meeting at the bottom of my screen. Here we are. Zoom cloud meeting. Okay.
Yep.
No.
And then do share screen, and you should be able to select your presentation from there.
Okay. Zoom. Okay. There's Zoom. Join meeting, but I'm already in the meeting.
Here. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
So, are you? If you can go back, if you can find back where the meeting was taking place, where you, so there should be a window that you can bring up from that bottom toolbar that brings you back in, so that you can see the conversation. Oh. Did we lose her?
I think so.
I think so.
Yeah, looks like it.
Okay, so we'll take a few minutes to reconnect with Michael, and I didn't hear her response, but I think it's Michael. And we'll just take a minute, so maybe use this time to grab a drink, to get up and stretch and do all that stuff as we attempt to bring this back to work. So
yeah, I think the best course of action is to have her send us her presentation, and then we can run the PowerPoint. That's probably the best thing. We probably should do that for everybody, or at least have as a backup. Mm-hmm. So you know.
Okay, let me send her an email real quick to see if we can figure this out. So what I'm thinking is, if we have the time here for a moment, maybe Michael and Kyra, if you want to maybe even discuss a little bit more about your presentation and your experience, I think because it was so interesting that we might be able to benefit some more from that conversation.
Sure. What?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Anyone have any particular thoughts or questions?
I have another thing that I was trying to say, but I can't formulate it correctly. But basically, like that, sometimes I see fiction as just like a safe event for stereotypes and racism and such. I mean, but like, I mean, it still does damage in that area, but not as much. It's like divorcing it from trying to relate to a real group of people. You know what I mean? It's like maybe, I mean, I've heard it said that Tolkien stuff is supposed to be reminiscent of real groups of people, but then he's kind of like
Okay.
divorced it from that concept. You know what I mean?
Oh.
Anyway.
All right, I'm back. And am I back? Yeah. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Host disabled participant screening. Okay. So, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay, now how do I get back to my PowerPoint?
So at the bottom of your screen there, it should say share screen. Do you see?
Yes.
Okay, so click on that.
It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Max, can you?
What? Oh, because you left the meeting. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, sorry.
No
Great.
problem.
Is that a problem?
No, I say no problem. This is a brand new process for all of us, and patience is a virtue. So
it certainly is.
We're making it all work.
And we get to have practice.
Yeah. So try it again. Try and hit the share screen.
Yeah, it should work now.
There we are. Oh, good. Okay, now I see the PowerPoint, so
Just
double click it.
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, this is good enough.
There you go.
Okay,
so
let's go back.
Before you start, I want to thank Michael and Kyra for coming back on real quick and talking briefly, but I think we're going to move on. And so take it away, Michael, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your patience. Okay, I'm going to talk about this model that I developed over the decades since the 1980s. It all started when people were calling the anthropology department that I was in at the time, and still are, but I've really moved to the human services department because I became the department chair for a number of years. But when I was in anthropology for about 25 years, we'd get phone calls and people were having problem with different diversity issues in their work environments. And at any imaginable work environment, from education to civic government to business to human services. Anyway, so the upshot is I created a certificate program, and at that time it was called Managing in Multicultural Work Environments. And that went on for about 10 years, and I was doing work teaching, but also working in different community agencies. And in 1999, based on that experience with all these different groups in organizations dealing with diversity issues, I published my workbook that had come together through interactions in that context. Here, the next slide shows some of the issues to just give you a flavor, which you probably are already familiar. These are some of the critical incidents that they would ask, okay, what do we do about this? Like with this one with Native American, or the second one, child from Haiti in the schools and the way that child is being treated as other. Gender issue here, the female staff, and she's greeted with this comment and she's offended. The next one, the counselor, and the whole gender issue here, and age, so there's some intersectionality there. And anyway, you get the idea of these. And so I established this certificate program, and through doing this, I started teaching them essentially the ethnographic method. What was underlying this model that I'll go through today briefly based on this grant that the School of Nursing at Cal State Fullerton got. They needed some cultural understanding because they were bringing in students who were first generation, and they want them to become nurses to increase the diversity of our nurses dealing with in the hospitals and such, and all the different incidents that come up every single day. So the underlying principles behind this model I'm going to present that was developed in that context: culture concept, contextualization, cultural interpretation. These are just some of the basic underlying features. Cultural interpretation, I think they learned that from the previous presentation on fiction writing, seeing things from a different perspective, knowing there's a different meaning system, comparison, holism, emic and etic, insider and outsider, self-reflection, this ability to identify in ourselves how we respond to things, how that affects our identity and our orientation to our meaning system, non-judgmental orientation. So these are the principles. This last one, the cultural context model, this is something I've been reading about in the last few years. This stems from a family services agency in New Jersey, and the model they use is based on 3 elements. One, developing critical consciousness of the families that they're helping. They use a social justice model. And so there's critical consciousness, and this relates to holism, the holistic approach, the larger perspective, and critical consciousness, also the different relations between social groups over time, the hierarchies, rankings, and the maltreatment of discrimination, which you'll see play out. But their culture change, and what was informing me and still does that I reflect on my model in relation to the cultural context model, is they're saying the need for culture change, we need critical consciousness, the development of that. And as you mentioned in the previous presentation, so often people don't even know the culture concept. They just think they go through the day and do what they do because this is what they've always done, and they don't even think about it. So critical consciousness, empowerment, and accountability. And all 3 of those elements are built into this process of these skills that I've developed based on an ethnographic principles. And let's go to the next one. Okay, so here now, the School of Nursing got a 4-year grant. It's a HRSA grant, Nursing Workforce Diversity Grant, and they call it EMBRACE. The acronym means Enrichment Markers of Better Relationships, Academics, and Cultural Enhancement. So it's a 4-year grant, and my role in it was to train faculty, staff, and administration so that they can work effectively across their differences and even know about their biases, this implicit and explicit bias, which you'll see. So the first 2 years, in the context of the department, they didn't have time for a training like once a month for an hour. I used 20 minutes to 30 minutes at faculty meetings, and I would just have it ready. I would go in and I would pick up from the last time, and they would have, of course, the handouts and the PowerPoints. So my method was very hands-on method, because this is the way I teach. You present like the cultural skills I'm going to talk about in a minute, demonstrate, use film, something that demonstrates the key concepts of it, and then have them discuss how they responded to that concept or that cultural skill. Practice, this is where cultural simulations, we do role plays, case analysis was big with this group because I only had 20 or 30 minutes. And then structured debriefing. And by that, what did you learn about yourself from doing this? What did you learn about others? How can you use what you learned in a practical way today or tomorrow in your work environment or your family, whatever group you want to use this in? And then debriefing. And this is where self-reflection comes in. Debrief the structured debrief. And anyway, so that was the presentation mode that I use. Now let's look at, all right, here's the 4, I call them 4 cultural skills. Here's a definition of culture. Madeline Leininger in Transcultural Nursing is very influential. Learned, shared, transmitted values, beliefs, norms, and life ways of a group, which are generally transmitted intergenerationally and influence one's thinking and action mode. So that's a general sense of the culture concept I use. And so for the first skill, I introduce them to culture as multidimensional and multi-level, so that they get this holistic view of the system of relationships and beliefs that we are born into and perhaps carry out through our, we always change it, as you know. Okay, so for the first one is the first cultural skill, understanding culture is multidimensional and multi-level, as I said. The conceptual tool I use for multidimensional are the aspects of culture, and that's this next slide. So here are categories, and in the workbook, they have the workbook that they use. Each one of these are defined so that they can see these different dimensions of culture, what we call culture as our way of life. In relation to social group interaction patterns, this is a very important part of it, because this is where diversity and inclusion comes in. Intergroup relations and intragroup relations, and the power hierarchies that we are born into in our families, in our work organizations, institutions that we live in, values, language and communication, family life processes. This is all encompassing in regard to marriage customs, parenting beliefs and practices, how we treat our elderly as they grow older, divorce, etc. Healing beliefs, religion, art and expressive forms, foods that we eat, diet, recreation, and clothes. So this is something, again, I took from and adapted from transcultural nursing years back, as a tool for them to understand what I mean by this concept of culture, and that it's very complex, and this gives them a holistic view of some of the dimensions of it. Then we move to the levels of culture. So it's multidimensional, the aspects, and here's the level and we do exercises where they identify the aspects of culture at the personal level, then ethnic subculture level. And here in Southern California, there are about 8 different culture groups in Orange County, where I live, that in the social services agencies, trying to understand their cultures and their languages. That would just be an example of it. Korean, Vietnamese, Farsi speakers, of course, Latinx population. We only have about 3% African Americans in Orange County, 3 or 4%. So anyway, ethnic subculture level. So they're doing activities identifying aspects for each one of these. Then we get to mainstream US culture. And one of the things I'll just point out are these narrative themes of mainstream culture that I borrowed from and adapted from, what's her name? She's at Harvard. It'll come to me. Anyway, she talks about Americans we're taught and socialized in regard to diversity that Americans don't have a culture. We're just individuals. Everybody else, like you said in a previous presentation, the community, but we're individuals. The US social system is fair. Here's meritocracy, belief, colorblind, level playing field. Another theme in regard to diversity is that it's different, it's wrong, different from the white, Eurocentric, Christian, white male norm. Never talk about diversity and never admit to prejudice. Well, look at how the mainstream culture, just in the last few weeks, the directive to universities and anyone receiving a federal grant, you're not supposed to talk about race. Don't mention the word intersectionality. There's an example right there of that theme today with this current administration. Now notice then organization and institutional level culture. So that's the 4th level. So they identify aspects of culture with each one of these and keeping in mind these themes about diversity. And then we do case analysis. So this is the first conceptual tool, understanding aspects, understanding levels. And I think that gives a good foundation for them to start understanding some of the complexity of diversity. Then we move to the barriers of social group interactions. And this includes the verbal, if you speak a person's language or dialect, nonverbal, all of these, stereotypes and discrimination, misinformation, missing information, implicit, explicit bias, overgeneralizing, and then seeing the role between this and discriminatory treatment, judgment, stress, and then notice Again, multi-level, the barriers are multi-level. For 1 through 5, barriers operate personal, interpersonal level, and we mustn't ever leave out the organization, institutions, policies, and procedures, and whether or not they are inclusive. And as we know, they are not historically. And this is what some of the inclusion issues in our department and school that we're addressing now is how to become an inclusive department and university. Okay, so that's the second skill, is these barriers. And then here in this slide, I tried to show the relationship between the tool, the conceptual tool aspects of culture. And notice in social group interaction patterns, the levels of culture, personal, ethnic group, mainstream culture and organization, and then the barriers that also occur with social group interaction patterns. So this shows that relationship. And okay, now let's move over here. So, and then we're doing case analysis. The third skill is moving now away from the conceptual tools to dialogue, because that is the crux of getting the image. That's the crux of learning about other people and their different cultures, their different perspectives, experiences. And so this culturally centered dialogue skills has 2 parts. First are these competency behaviors that I identified, and that's just showing the relationship between these behaviors and the capacity, because if we go along with mainstream culture, we really don't have a capacity to deal with diversity, because when we see diversity, we assume it's wrong, and then there's all the stereotypes that come in. So these competency behaviors promote respect, promote understanding through dialogue, okay? And here's the self-test that they take. Again, to bring it back to themselves and how they relate to these, to deepen their understanding of these processes, these cultural processes. And so they take this self-test, and then dialogue, as I said, is the skill that we use to problem solve. So let's look at dialogue, and problem solving process comes at different levels also. So first, dialogue is exchange of information. I define it. It's based on the premise of mutual respect and open inquiry. See, there is the cultural relativism, or being non-judgmental. So it's not about proving you're right. And then the competencies underlie this ability to engage in dialogue. At least this is what I've been working with, and it seems to resonate with the training, the people in the trainings, and my students in my classes. Here's dialogue process. Establish ground rules, such as everybody's going to be heard. Make sure you listen with undivided attention. Otherwise, you're not living up to the rules that you just laid down for everyone. Then there's some communication skills that I go over. Paraphrasing. This is a way of demonstrating that you're listening in a respectful way. And then, of course, tell your viewpoint. So that'd be the dialogue process, just to give you an idea of some of how this skill plays out. And then we use dialogue for conflict intervention. And again, here's a process that I've laid out for, and we practice this before they do their case analysis using the conceptual tools of aspects, levels, and barriers. Okay. And so here again, here's the problem solving process again. Howard Stein has entered the waiting. Oh, okay. Anyway, so here is the dialogue process to use for problem solving. And again, it's an inclusive process. And here is where people who are participating in this process, this is an empowering experience. So you see how those principles that I mentioned early on are embedded in this process of these, what I call 4 skills. Okay, and here we use moving now to implementing the organization-wide, we use dialogue for action planning, and that's action planning, excuse me, that's skill 4, design and implement organization-wide plans for inclusion of diversity. And so this again, and I provide them with more tools here, and they can also come up with their own strategies for intervening in issues. And let's see here, I'll show you how this comes together now. So here is when we have gotten to this point of the training or the semester in a regular classroom, this is where they come up with case examples to analyze and to come up with an action plan intervention. So here, just to see how it encompasses diversity, they come up with a diversity issue they've heard about or experienced themselves. And it can be related to elements of diversity of gender, ethnicity, race, age, religion, sexual orientation, sexual identity, social economic status. You see all the different elements of diversity that can be built into these case examples. And I tell them they don't have to use one of their own if they're uncomfortable. They can something that they've heard about or witnessed. And then if they do it in a group, then they also have group support and dialogue, and there's rapport established in this process by the time we get to this fourth skill. Here's one that came from the trainings. Remember the first 2 years with the nursing school, I participated in these trainings at their faculty meetings. So here's one of the case examples that they had to analyze using this process. And this is the one. I went to our medical clinic with my mother and sister because my sister needed to visit the doctor for an injection and my mother needed to turn in paperwork. After my sister received her shot, my mom asked the reception desk where she could turn in the requested documents, and she was told to turn it in at another desk on the other side of the building. We all went to the other reception desk to turn in the papers. However, when my mom told the receptionist she was sent there to turn in the documents, the receptionist said she could not understand my mother because she was speaking Spanish. My mother, who's Mexican, got furious because she knew the reception did speak Spanish because she had heard her speak fluent Spanish on previous visits. Yet the receptionist kept saying she could not understand my mother. My mother told her that she believed she did speak Spanish. The receptionist kept denying and told my mother she certainly did not speak Spanish. Anyway, so this was the cultural issue that was reported and that we worked with at that session. My mom then went back to the first reception desk, complained about the receptionist to the nurse. The nurse seemed confused and said, yes, the other receptionist does speak Spanish, all the time, in fact. After the manager spoke to the second receptionist, she then spoke Spanish to my mother, but she fumbled the pronunciation of words, and my mother felt deeply offended. So that is a case example that we worked in one of the trainings of the School of Nursing faculty and staff. And here is the action planning, where you can see how the previous skills are put together in this practice of action planning. So they form into groups. What aspects and levels of culture do you see in the case? They discuss that with dialogue. And after this is over, I ask them, how well did you do with your dialogue? Were you able to participate? What are the competency behaviors? And they say, well, I have to be patient, had to listen carefully, and so on. So again, that's bringing up to awareness some of these skills that they can employ in order to learn from others about their diversity issues and then problem solve those, not just at the interpersonal level, but also for the whole department or school of nursing in this case. What barriers do you see? What competency behaviors would improve the situation in the case, like manage our biases, stop being judgmental, or at least working on it, because we all do it. And then question number 4, which organization strategies would help the organization become more culturally competent or inclusive in the sense of using of cultural competence here? And here are some of the tools I give them for that. Here's the, in my introduction to this, I talk about there's relations within your organization, or in this case, the School of Nursing, and there's relations external. So internal organization, faculty to faculty, faculty to staff, staff to administration, et cetera, all those different relationship angles. Here are the internal organization strategies that when they're working on this case example action planning part of the process, they can draw on these. And in the workbook, underneath each one of these categories, I have lists of actual tactics and strategies used in organizations and agencies throughout actually Southern California, where I've done this training, that I brought in here to see what other organizations are doing in order to make sure at least they're starting to become an inclusive organization. So these are the internal organization strategies. And then here's the ones dealing, if your organization is providing service to the community, here are some. And again, each one of these has a lot of other tactics and strategies underneath these headings that I've included in the workbook, so they'll see what other organizations are doing to do outreach. This slide, it didn't come across, but I'm showing here the relationship between these skills, cultural skills. Here's apply anthropological principles, personal level, interpersonal level, and then organization level. And then here's the cultural knowledge. And here is where the aspects of culture and barriers come in at these different levels that they identify. And then at the organization level under cultural knowledge, to scrutinize their policies, programs, procedures, processes in regard, and everybody's input into that. And I give them resources too of others who are working on pedagogical, curricular, structure, process elements to show how they're not inclusive. One example at a hospital, when a person walks in who's gay and they see male, female, or if they're trans, they see male, female bathrooms, there, right there is the binary. There, that in itself is a cultural statement of binary assumptions, okay, about sexuality. And so they start seeing how this affects people's experience within that institution because of this structure. And then here, in this column, the skills here, the 14 personal competencies at the personal level, and then the obtaining accurate information through the dialogue process, IMIC information, and exchanging that information, and then action planning is also the practice for this level. And then now, last year was the third year of the grant, and I had to move from the brief encounter trainings, I called them, to self-paced learning modules. I had less time to work with last year, so we had a new department chair, and so I wrote modules so that they could continue doing case examples, taking case examples from what's happening in classrooms, in relations between faculty, in the policies of the School of Nursing, and apply these processes to it to make them more inclusive. So I have 5 modules that I've posted on the Embrace website now, and I'll show you those with this next slide. Here we are. So these are the learning models for self-directed or self-paced learning, cultural mindedness, and culturally centered dialogue. And you can see here, module 1, it talks about the conceptual tool aspects of culture. Module 2 is the levels. Module 3 was the barriers. And here's where we can expand on this one, because some new things when I wrote it into the module. Intersectionality, they want to know more about that. They want to know more about just an array of some of the new terminology that's like white fragility. So if they understood that mainstream culture socialization, for example, orients us not even to ever even talk about it and to feel uncomfortable to even bring up diversity, of course there's going to be fragility if they start hearing about the stories of oppression of their students on their way to school that morning, okay? So this is what that's about. And then module 5 is their using dialogue to do the action planning, to work on their School of Nursing's processes and programs. And then module 6, I put up resources for them to use, okay? And then this year, 4th year of the grant, I'm adding a glossary to each of the modules, so it has these terminology and pointing out how terminology has changed over the decades in regard to diversity and inclusion, or multiculturalism, or whatever, cultural competence, whatever term. As you know, probably the terms have changed. And so I'm writing this glossary for each of these self-paced learning modules. And then I'm going to link it to the resources and the different texts and films in the resource module so that they can also then expand their knowledge base. So again, the whole idea behind it is expanding their knowledge base, critical consciousness, empowerment, and accountability to promote this culture change. And lastly, the conclusion. I've taught applied anthropology for about 20 years, and I used Wolf and Fisk for a long time. So the anthropological difference about my approach to inclusion, it's embedded in these cultural conceptual tools and the culturally centered dialogue technique for use in real communities that allow people to maintain respect for themselves and others, their cultures of origin, and any other groups or associations with whom they regularly identify as they socially interact. Another assumption is of my model, I assume acquiring cultural diversity skills is a lifelong learning endeavor. So you can relax. You can't do it. You can't learn all about a culture, but what you can learn are processes to engage with people, to learn their viewpoint, to learn their experiences, and to share yours with them in this mutual understanding process. So self-reflection in an ongoing, multi-layered process that involves personal, interpersonal, organization, institution levels. It's always in the moment of mutual respect, creativity, agency, authenticity. And then my vision when I first started doing this for the training and education is contained in the skills model, is to work on a person-to-person basis to provide interpersonal foundation, because I don't think we have it if we've just been trained by our mainstream culture. Interpersonal foundation for change while refashioning our hierarchical social structures, starting with our families, work organizations, and changing them into through this process, more collaborative, synergistic partnerships based in respect, inclusion, and social justice. So there it is. So, do you have questions? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Right. Yeah. 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 Thank you.
I was thinking the same thing that about like these intro classes for anthropology, and that I wish I had had these principles, these frameworks, and specifically this sort of process of developing those cultural skills. I wish someone had told me that they were skills that needed to be developed.
Yeah. And tools. They're actually tools
for you.
Yeah. Yeah. That you don't have to be going in so confused. There are some tools you can use that help clear up and that you can get that information, and constantly reflecting in yourself also
Yeah.
as a cultural being. And we all are. And yeah, so I mean, and I read, see, when students debrief every one of these, you know, like the aspects of culture, I read students debriefs and I'm seeing how that impacts them. And they are starting to understand, and they'll go, oh, wow, then I notice, then I won't have to be so critical of so-and-so and the way their family does stuff. My family is just a different culture. So they do it that way, I do it that. See, they're learning that by actually analyzing critical incidents together and discussing it, applying what, okay, so for that critical incident about the woman who took her mother to the hospital, okay, and she was treated by that receptionist, wouldn't speak Spanish, you know, they'll start, I say, what aspects of culture do you see in that? So they start thinking about culture. And if they could just think about and understand that framework, they really can start understanding their relationships much better, both in their, with themselves and with others. Yeah.
Absolutely. And they also they give us like the information. I feel like they tell us about elements of culture at the beginning. I'm thinking like, it's been a little while, but
yeah.
The elements of culture at the beginning. They give you the whole like family tree of anthropology. They tell you about the work that those folks have done. And they say like, okay, so we're going to look at this particular ethnography, pick out like what was explained about reciprocity.
Yeah.
And then we're all just sort of supposed to take that in and I guess memorize it or interact with it in that kind of non-active way, to my mind. And so like what would happen if, especially in those intro classes where you have the chance to speak to folks who may not continue with anthropology, but who can have those skills for their entire lives.
Yes, that's
how might they apply those skills to biology or to mathematics if they're in those fields? Understanding kind of what we were talking about before in Mikel and Kyra's presentation, like, knowing what you don't know and learning how to get there. That's what's so exciting about like the principles you outline and the sort of pathway of it. It's so useful.
It is,
for learning what you don't know and starting to get there.
Absolutely, yeah. That's the idea. That's the idea.
Well, I want to see it in anthropology classes across the country.
Yeah. I don't know how to do that, but I mean, my book, my workbook, it's something I use that plus a textbook, you know, and then even the classes where I don't use the workbook, because I teach human service delivery to diverse communities. And the first 6 weeks, they learn these skills. So they're not out there, like you were saying previous, the stereotypes that people think in turn, oh my God. So, you know, to make them alert, you've got them. So just be quiet and listen until you know what to say, you know, given that it's fraught. In other words, it's fraught with bias and by design, you know.
I think one of the most important things certainly you're doing is and that we need to all be doing it when we're teaching is making our knowledge useful to people, right? And approaching the world from an anthropological lens is really powerful and helps your life is less stressful when you don't make assumptions and you create communication traps and you have to deal with, oh crap, what did I just say? And you know, there's less blowback, and you're never going to be perfect, of course, but just knowing a few things can make a world of difference in your level of stress in your working and home relationships, right? So these anthropological tools, I really wish we would just teach them as core subjects for everybody. And we don't even have to guise it in anthropology. We could just dial it. I mean, of course, all of us are required. I think most schools require communication classes, but a lot of those communication classes don't necessarily make things accessible, and they don't makes things useful. And I think, especially when students are, and I know I have ridiculous student loans that'll never pay off, but especially in this age, we should make the knowledge that we're giving students as useful and as applicable to their daily lives as possible. And I really liked your presentation for that. So.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. And see, when you have them write the case example, in order to identify aspects of culture, in order to see when they first write their case examples, that's them bringing in their personal elements to this process. And so they are totally committed, at least as most students. And then they move on to that, and then they'll talk about the issues of diversity. But if I started immediately with issues of diversity, which many of the trainings on my campus now, because we've had racial incidents, they go right into discrimination. You should not discriminate. And I'm thinking, right, but they don't have, you have to build awareness, understanding, and skill together. And this, I think anthropology, my beloved anthropology, gives us the tools for that.
Oh yeah, definitely, absolutely, and I do think that look, regardless of where someone comes from, you have to. I mean, one of the big tasks of anthropologists is communicating between cultures, and that includes subcultures, right?
Absolutely.
We're mediators.
Yeah.
And if we just say you can't do this because of X, Y, and Z, no one cares. I mean, that's just our parents telling us what to do all over again, right? And they're not going to absorb that. But when you can say, look, let's examine our own identity. What are the ways that we feel discriminated against, and where does that fit in this whole cultural spectrum? And then let's take a look at other people. How are they feeling discriminated against? And you have to start at a place that makes sense for everybody and not just one particular group. I mean, we have so many deeply structurally problematic institutions, and the only way to fix those is to make it real to people and not make it something that's, it's just political correctness.
That's right. Which is the silencing mechanism. Absolutely, silencing mechanism. When they pull that one out, I've observed that over the decades when people say, the PC. Well, yeah.
Well, it's not just that. It's also what you've hit is their comfort zone, right?
Yeah.
You've hit the borders and boundaries of what they're interested in engaging in. Yeah. And a lot of what of that stuff is a lot of, there's so much implicit in our language that once you reach a certain age of life, you take so much for granted and you make assumptions, and it's uncomfortable to look at those assumptions. Yeah. So it's so important to do it in an accessible way for people.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's empowering. And like going back now to the cultural context model, if people expand their understanding, critical consciousness, or I use holistic thinking a lot of times, that term. Depending on the audience I'm with, I tailor it to them so that they'll open up and hear it and not their defenses come up. And so critical consciousness, this is very empowering because it's putting the process in their hands, and then they're learning collaborative skills through dialogue. So yeah, I think it's a way that I've been using anyway here in Southern Cal to teach anthropology as well as human services, to be inclusive in human services and never leave out the institutional level with processes and programs. Oh my God. That's another whole presentation. But
I feel like between there too, there's that idea of responsibility, like you're taking personal responsibility. And you're not able to do that until you have the skills to do that. Yeah. But then once you're introduced to these concepts, like, and writing the case studies themselves, they feel a personal investment. But then when they go out at the end, they may feel like a personal responsibility to the world around them and to each other.
One of the debrief questions that I use, I'm sorry, I think I interrupted the last one. One of the debrief questions of students, after they do right now in the semester, they're doing their own cases and they have to do an action plan. And the debrief for the action plan, how can you use this in your daily life in 2 ways? Very specific. And sure enough, they'll say how they can use it in 2 ways. And it may just be start reading novels by people in culture groups that I don't know about, because it's written by someone in that group about their experience. And if you read several novels, you'll see the diversity within the intra-group. So within this specified group that was defined by an outsider, us, oftentimes the researcher or something. So they start seeing this complexity and this dynamism, and it becomes part of their understanding, a foundation of understanding. And I think that's a good basis then for problem solving and making Ruth Benedict said in the 40s, anthropology's purpose is to make the world safe for human differences. And I think that was in the 40s, and we're in 2020, and we still have a lot of work to do, huh?
Could I make a very small observation?
Yeah.
I'm hearing such wonderful parallels between Mikel Hogan's ideas of the case study and Michael Kilman's
Yeah.
ideas of the fictional world building, and that they're two, to my ears, two types of doing the same thing, and they could be imagined as, let's say, isomorphic or parallel. They can also be like a DNA, some kind of exercise in which one is doing both.
Yeah.
One based on reality, observing other people and writing about one's own reaction, quote, counter transfer and stuff.
Yeah.
And the other is imagining worlds,
Yeah.
such as imagining the world
Yeah.
of the people you're writing about.
Right.
So I really see, maybe I'm projecting so much, I really see such wonderful parallels and interweaving
Yeah.
of the two of your uh, tasks, projects,
Yeah.
and conceptual models.
Yeah. 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 And relating it to Ria Almeida's cultural context model, the one about the 3 C's and creating fiction, that's a very empowering experience for students, I think. And they're starting to raise their awareness about different assumptions and ways of doing, different cultures. So absolutely, I can see why you say the parallels there. Yeah.
I think I'd like to make a quick comment because some of the stuff that you've got me thinking about, how I've chosen to teach my intro courses compared to how I learned, doing my undergraduate work, and I'm starting to think about, and again, this comes from an applied approach, that how we have these discussions in class, I think it's really needs to be changed. I remember in my intro course, we talked a lot about the various anthropologists and their various theories about how things, how they went and looked at other cultures, and we did different culture studies, and I think a lot of that was good.
Yeah.
But like the way that I've chosen to go about my intro course is that's teach the skills that that's learn how to do this instead.
Right.
And if we're going to sort of change the dynamic and get people interested in this field, get in have people have a better way of understanding community, I think we do have to fundamentally change how we approach education, especially within the realm of anthropology, where, instead of treating it, and this is the thing that kind of gets me a little crazy, is that anthropology is oftentimes associated with history,
Yeah.
right? And it gets put into that context of understanding that something that came before, or that people that we're talking about no longer exist. Like I've had students that are like, "Oh, I didn't realize there are still Native Americans
Yeah.
that
I
are
know.
alive," and I'm like,
I know.
I mean,
What? I know. Every
Yeah.
semester I get that.
every semester that happens, and
Yeah. Yes.
so when we do this, when we talk about education and when we talk about how to address these issues, I think that taking the contemporary approach, taking the practical approach, making it so that these are skills that these students learn, and not just another history class where we learn, stuff that other people did, but how can you apply it? How can you take it?
Yeah.
And that, I think, is, a fundamental change that I really think that we need to address going
I think.
forward.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
we need to teach our students how to ask better questions. That's
Yeah.
really at the crux of it. That's
critical
like
thinking.
the better
Yeah,
question.
yeah.
What is a good question? What is good evidence?
Right.
And more than anything else, right? And,
Yeah.
and do that in accessible and applicable ways.
Yes. And make it fun.
Mhm.
You know, if they have fun, they totally,
Yeah.
in the classroom, I have noisy classrooms, but they learn these things and they're demonstrating by the time they do their term paper.
Yeah.
They can apply these tools because they have to specifically talk about aspects, levels, the barriers with examples, and they specifically have to say what competency behaviors helped you engage in dialogue so you could learn that information. So they're starting to get all this awareness, expanding their awareness of these tools and concepts that are tools. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think anthropology has the holistic way to do it. You know, I work with a lot of psychologists and human services, counselors, social workers, educate people with a doctorate in education. And I see they all, if they use the culture concept, it's a framework, a holistic framework for understanding, and people's defenses can decline then, and which allows you then to go forward with problem solving or whatever you're doing, issue identification, these constructing issues that are happening in our department or between departments and such. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it'd be really good to have more of the anthropological lens and the types of things you're talking about in the like corporate context as well, because I mean, they are getting a little bit better about how they're approaching this kind of stuff, but I just feel like the kind of skills and tool sets is kind of the part that I feel like is still lacking.
Absolutely. And if everybody if everybody in the group had these tools, as they apply them, they're learning how to use the tools and they're learning about each other. And that's empowering as well as changing the organization.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Something that kind of I got thinking about is in my medical anthropology course, I was there with probably half the class in my undergraduate were nurses in the field who had been in anywhere from, like 1 to 5 years, who would come back because they'd hit a point where they couldn't advance in their career until they got cross-cultural competencies.
Right.
And the fact that they'd gone through an extensive undergraduate and some postgraduate training, and something that was known to be a key factor for their success was completely omitted from any part of their curriculum.
Right.
I just really started thinking about that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, and with this school of nursing, we don't have buy-in from across all the nurses, because some of them, they don't think race and misogyny and ageism and transphobia, heterosexism, they don't think that is really an issue. I mean, they don't even think about those things.
Mm-hmm.
And yet they've been teaching for 20 years. And as an anthropologist, I mean, that's the first thing, is the diversity. And is that going to help us communicate here? Or is this person never going to say anything in class because of the way they've been treated? And the person doing it doesn't even know, it's just fraught and so complex.
Yeah. I teach CU's diversity course, and before I had the fictional model, we did a lot of other things where we reviewed different kinds of privilege and all kinds of stuff. And in one semester, I used D'Angelo's book, White Fragility, as part of my curriculum. It shut down all conversation.
It does.
And it's such an important book, and it's very powerful, but like you have to be in a certain headspace to be ready for it. And that's a lot of the concepts of anthropology, is that it's not that these concepts don't have important features and validity, and we absolutely should be talking about them, but we have to meet students where they're at. We cannot just hammer them and say, well, you're just a little white fragile guy, aren't you? Right? Because that's not gonna
work.
Gonna work.
No. In fact, my dear, a colleague of mine who did some trainings with me for the AAA American Anthro Association, it was in the 90s. She talks about the diversity training she had experienced in her university. She was white, blonde, tall, very articulate, upper middle class background. And she talks about how she could never go to them after because of the afterburn She even wrote an article about afterburn because she was targeted in that training because she was white. That's not the answer. That is not the answer. We got to bring people together. And if they understood cultural and the aspects of culture and social group relations, hierarchies over time, that gives them at least a framework for understanding people's relationships and hatreds and so on.
Yeah, it's all about getting past defenses, right? You
Yeah.
cannot get past
Yeah.
people's defenses
Yeah.
and help them understand
Yeah.
what they need to if you just go on the attack. You have to help them understand why it's
Yeah.
it's important to think about these things
Yeah.
first, and
Yeah.
they have to care. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the hardest part about teaching, I think, sometimes, is when you have, especially the class of like 50 or 60, like I sometimes have,
Yeah.
is helping people to care. Like, yeah, you can probably make 40 of those people care, but it's like reaching that last 10. It's not always possible, but you have to do the best you can, you know?
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
And you make them care because you care, right? It's not like that's the key here. That's why we teach. If you're not teaching, if you're teaching and you don't care that they learn, then you should not be teaching at that point.
Exactly.
If all you're going to do is bitch about, oh, the students do this and students are stupid and all this other stuff, like, don't do that stuff.
Don't do that.
We all have frustrating moments with our job, you know, and that's one thing. But then, like, doing it in a public setting where people are just complaining all the time. I mean, we are teaching for a reason. So you whether or not you care shows.
Yeah, it absolutely does. But yeah, I see that a lot in some groupings at times. Faculty, students as other, you know, the enemy. And I'm thinking, oh no, that's just got to move away from that attitude and orientation entirely, or you're just not going to be effective at all.
Absolutely. I want to interject real quick and let everyone know that we've now crossed into the lunch period.
Okay.
But I would like to invite everyone to stick around. If you've got lunch with you right now, then, you know, hang out and we can continue this discussion or jump into other discussions.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if we were at Ghost Ranch right now, we'd be having lunch continuing these discussions.
Yeah.
So, you know, we might as well. But I want to thank you so much for this fantastic presentation and for the great discussion that has happened afterwards and getting these different ideas and approaches. And I think it's, again, that's why these events are so important to discuss, to talk about these different approaches that we can take as anthropologists, as educators and professionals.
Right.
And try and make our field better and our students better and the community better by furthering communication. So anyway, I just want to throw that out there. If people want to grab some lunch, if they want to shoot the breeze, please do so. This is our time to kind of meet and greet and have a good time. So
okay, I'm gonna go get my lunch.
Yeah.
I gotta go make lunch for family, but I will be back shortly.
I will be right back. Yeah, as soon as I finish making my lunch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
And I'm going to have to jump off to meet with the person I'm presenting with. But first, I wanted to introduce Ryan Weaver. He's someone who popped in. He's been part of an informal anthro hangout group that we've formed to kind of cope with the general lack of opportunity to talk shop and enjoy a community of practice. So I wanted to offer that introduction.
Cool. Welcome, Ryan. I think we've seen you around before, so at least I know I recognize the name. Yeah, cool. Very cool. Yeah, so if people want to grab food and then come back or shoot the breeze with whoever is here, then great. Otherwise, we'll be meeting.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go grab something and bring it here. And if it's too ugly, I'll turn my screen off. You can tell me. This is so wonderful. And Kenzie, it is so good to see you and hear you.
I wait for this like all year, y'all. Like
I'm sorry.
I wait for this like all year until we get together again. I'm just really happy I'm getting to be able to do this thanks to the
Oh, this is wonderful.
new normal, but it's really influenced a lot of the work that I'm doing now, and something that I talked about with I gave a presentation at Michigan last December on sort of like anthropology, ethnography, and creative writing, and this is one of the things that I brought up is this idea of like community, and that your work really isn't going to be as good as it could be unless you have that community of other people who are doing similar work, or who are doing their own work, who inspire you. I just feel like there's that element that would be missing with, some of us end up in this situation where we end up kind of in isolation doing it later, because I'm teaching in an English department now, and I'm hoping to cross teach at some point, but I'm not like an official anthropologist per se. But that's always been where my work has come from. It's always been like where I've started from in everything that I do. And it's been my first love. So it's just really nice to be able to kind of keep practicing because of this community. Like I think I would feel so disconnected, and I wouldn't feel like I had any place doing it if I didn't have, High Plains and Howard come into my life.
Well, I think, Kenzie, you bring up a good point, and it's something that I want to touch on, is that, our community, this is anthropology, but we bring in as many people as we possibly can. And that's what really made me kind of fall in love with High Plains, is the fact that it's so inclusive, not only on who we want to have a part of our society, because the more views that we can bring in, the better off it's going to be. But I think that, especially with how I got started as an undergraduate, and how many professional, societies encourage, undergraduate students to participate and to share and to present and to do all of that stuff. You know, it's a great community that fosters that. And so, as far as you're concerned, you're just as much one of us. You don't have to have the degree, because that doesn't matter. What we're doing, that's the important part.
Yep.
What we're doing and how we're doing it, and the approaches that we take, and the people that we bring along with us to engage in our various communities. That's the important thing. So, the rest of it, and that's again, that's why I love anthropology, is because it's holistic.
Yeah.
Right? It's everything, every aspect of culture, and that goes into writing, that goes into language, it goes into technology and science. All of those things are an aspect of anthropology as we study. So, I just want to say thank you for, for bringing your insight and ideas in, and everyone else that's been doing this too. It's fantastic. So, thank you very much.
Yeah, I think it's important to remember that anthropology is a verb, not a noun.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking about with Michael's presentation about when we're talking about like these intro classes, and I'm thinking about this kind of like overarching disdain for applied anthropology sometimes.
Yes, there is that.
When I was doing, because I did an undergraduate degree in anthropology, that was the degree that I chose, and for me that served me so much better than an English degree would have. My work is so much different than it would have been if I just, it sort of would have been more of the history lesson that we were talking about. I feel like a lot of English is, and if I had known that applied anthropology was even a thing early on, like I know they talked about it with me, but it wasn't really talked about other than just being, oh, this is one of the other lesser known stepchildren subfields or something.
Yeah.
And if that had been shown to me, but that's what's so exciting about that framework and that practical sort of approach to teaching anthropology is that you say to everyone can be an anthropologist in their world. Everyone can do these things and interact with culture on a deeper level. And to say to students, like, each one of you can do this out in the world, and you can make a difference in the world by doing it. Because the sort of like lofty, I don't know if this is even real or something that we tell ourselves, but the lofty idea of anthropology as removed and as austere, like once you break that bubble, you start to open it up to everyone. Everyone can be involved. And then we can also show that the work matters and that the work needs to be funded and that the work needs to be like happening. We can make our outputs more accessible to the people that we're working with. I will say working with instead of studying.
Yes. Right.
So I think it's a really exciting sort of way to start shifting not only the way that we teach anthropology, but the way that applied anthropology is recognized within the field of anthropology. If you have students already doing applied anthropology on day one, and then you get to tell them, hey, you can actually go out and make a difference in a community with this. You can help make a difference in terms of affordable housing, in terms of water access. You can actually shift the world for the better. I think what I'm seeing with my students in my creative writing classes right now is they seem primed for the anthropology side of things. So I'm pushing that. But they really care. They really care about the world that they're living in. They care about each other.
Yeah, they do.
They care about moving through the world in a good way. And this just would give them the opportunity to do that and to feel like, oh, I have something I can do in the world. When we're so overwhelmed by things that are outside of our control, oh, this is something that I can do. This is a skill I can feel like I'm getting good at. I can go out in the world and I can change the world for the better. You kind of key into, I think it's an aspect of that generation. I really do, that they care about people and that they want to make their world better. So this being like one of those, I think it's such a core way of doing that. But not enough people know about it. And so start changing that sort of conversation that's happening between the applied anthropologists and the rest of anthropology, I guess. I feel like they're all secret applied anthropologists and they just don't know it yet.
Well, and I want to kind of mention something about that is that, applied anthropology for a long time was its own subfield, and we treated the other branches of anthropology as these scientific approaches that, would be, we're supposed to be, separated from and doing it for knowledge sake, and I do think that a lot of anthropologists are starting to take on more and more applied approaches because the field is evolving, and I think that archaeologists and linguists and are starting to pick up on the fact that they are engaging with people. And if we're going to engage with people effectively, we have to change the approach. And by applying these, applied techniques and incorporating them into these practices, we're going to see anthropology in general, not just our little subfield or cultural, we're going to see a transformation. And that can only be good. That can only be good. And I think about the origin story of High Plains in the first place and how it was a reaction to applied anthropology being ostracized and looked down upon, and how this society came together and said, this is important to us, this approach is important, we need to stay together and focus. And now I think we're at a turning point within our society that and within anthropology that we need to be reaching out and not just bringing in other applied anthropologists or cultural, but having the linguists and having the physical anthropologists come in and sharing their information, and not just anthropology. I think that we need to even reach out further into other fields and say, listen, yeah, you might be an engineer, you might be a nurse, you might be, whatever. You have a place here because the things that we're talking about, the things that we're teaching, has relevance in your life and in your field to make things better for all of us to, have a better life and have a better existence and learn more about people, because we're not going to get any less diverse. I mean, seriously, we're not getting any less diverse than we are now. It's only going to become more. So
Yeah.
we need to encourage that and to expand upon it and to celebrate it. And if we can do that, I think we've got a good chance. I have hope. I have hope for us all. So, rawr,
Yeah,
baby.
I mean, everything you just said, Joe, is exactly why me and Kyra wrote this whole book, because we want creative people who are not anthropologists to think about the lens of anthropology, right?
Yeah.
We want people who maybe have never even taken an anthropology class to look at that book and be like, huh, I should really consider this other idea, and maybe this will make my characters in fiction better and less formulaic, right? So I mean, that everything you just said was the inspiration for working on that book in the first place. So
Yeah. Well, and that's something that I think all of us share. That's why we're all here. Is to go out and create those worlds to help people better understand what people's lives are like, and to create those bridges.
Yeah.
So, and that's where that's where I find my joy, especially in this community, is finding all of these like-minded people that that share these same ideals.
Yeah.
It's
But
pretty
then
awesome.
we aren't
Hello,
just
everyone.
like sitting with the knowledge. Like we're not just going out there and okay, we're much better at understanding people now. That's what, to me, what applied anthropology has always offered is to say, okay, you have the tools now. Now go out and do it. Go out and make the thing happen, or go out and work with people. And I think that I look back at like anthropology, my first love. I started out more in the cultural side of things, moved to biological, did some archaeology, like been across the board with it.
Yeah.
But that sort of old school approach of that psychic distance, we know that that's always been a false paradigm. And so in a way, like I see that sort of emergence that I'm hoping for, that emergence of applied, kind of helping us shift the way that we think about like the other areas of anthropology, and helping them shift the way they think about it, because that's always been a false paradigm. Like you never had truly removed observation. You always had some form of participant observation.
Right.
And so the real question then becomes, what is your responsibility as a participant? What is your role as a participant? And I think that that's something that applied anthropology has already developed so many different frameworks for being able to look at that question.
Right.
So crossing our fingers, here's hoping. But I just feel like it's been, it's sort of been set aside the same way that one might set aside the responsibility to do more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay. We'll see you in a bit, Howard.
I might grab lunch too.
Okay. Michael, Alyssa, hello. How you guys doing?
Hey, Joe. Thank you. Yeah, I was just getting ready to say hi, and there's some people in the call that we know and some we don't. So I'm just going to say hello. I'm Michael Bridge, and
Alyssa Camp.
This is Alyssa Camp. So hello, and thank you for letting us join.
Absolutely. Peter, it's nice to see you. Oh, and who? Yep.
I was going to mention, Joe, it's really cool you talk about bringing architects and the engineers into the fold, because that's really where we've seen some of our work grow in the last couple years is people bringing us in as part of like architectural design teams and things. And likely one day, I mean, there's areas where we're starting to have work in that, but likely one day, as applied anthropologists and architects begin to work more, our role wouldn't be necessary in that, because the reason they bring us in is because they're admittedly, and to work with anybody that's admittedly doing anything, it's great when people admit their weaknesses. But the reason we've been brought in that fold is they're like, look, we want to work in Indian country, but we don't do the best in conveying our ideas or displaying the community's vision in the designs that we build. So we want to hire you all on to be a part of our integrated design team to make sure that you are collecting information through various types of people in the community, whether they be elders or youth or artists, artisans, etc., and make sure that their visions bleed through the final design, whether it be a community building or something. So that's been really cool and fun. But even cooler to know that, like what you said, I mean, as those relationships continue to build, for that particular instance, one day Sweetgrass's being a mediary or liaison won't need to happen.
I think, and what you're saying, especially about being that intermediary, I think the elimination of that would be awesome. Like, not that I want to see you guys out of a job, but
there'll be something else.
If we can get to a point where, we no longer need to have that bridge in place, and people can, communicate in meaningful ways and address the questions and the issues and all of that stuff without, having those barriers. I can only see positive things coming forth. So, and I think that because of the way that our society is growing, I think the way that anthropology is changing, and I think how we're incorporating more and more applied techniques into all these different fields, that, reaching out and trying to bring people in that could benefit from applied anthropology can only be a positive. So and we're a small society, and I there are some very good things about that because we're very tight knit. Everyone here, we all pretty much know each other, and we've engaged with each other for years. But I think that, branching out and bringing in other people, and maybe setting it up so that there's, different training sessions and different ways that we can engage the public and engage other communities and other, I mean, maybe hooking up with another community, like a I don't know, what am I thinking of, like an engineering conference, that has that same sort of community. Can we engage with them and then intermix? Like, what can we learn from them? How can we look at how they do things and how they interact with their their companies and how they do their own research and all of that? How can we engage, and then how can we make it better for them to engage? So, reaching out, I think, is something that we need to do. We should approach it in a way that's beneficial for us and for everyone else. So, yeah, but I just believe that, we can't get any worse off if we bring in more people, and if we bring in more diversity, not only in the people themselves, but in the diversity of the field, and anthropology, as we've been kind of talking about, almost doesn't seem like a field anymore. It feels like a practice. That to be an anthropologist, we follow these certain guidelines and we do this research, but it's more about, understanding people and helping people understand themselves. And it's something that I bring up with my students all the time. It's like, listen, before you can understand someone else, you have to understand yourself. You have to create that understanding of internal bias, understand where you're coming from before you can even attempt to try and understand someone else, because you have to have a reference point, because we can't get away from bias, right? It's impossible to get away from it. So we have to acknowledge it. So I think that as we're processing all of this, as we're thinking outside of the box, as we're trying to readjust what we're going to see in the future, I think there's a lot of cool things that we could do. So yeah, that's that. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there. I think there's so much possibility. So
Hey, Joe.
yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to say hi and show my face. I've been enjoying the conversation and all the presentations. I've been listening, kind of feeling like a little bit of a lurker here because I've been multitasking for sure today, a lot going on. But this has been a great way to keep my head spaced occupied while my body's doing other things. Also, just to like throw it out, like, as I don't know if I'm the only linguist in the room, so to speak, but yeah, a lot is happening with linguistic anthropology and this kind of applied perspective, especially like with our language documentation programs and stuff like that working on. I mean, that whole area used to be this thing where it was like a linguist who didn't know anything about culture would go in and work with a group, and sometimes not really even work with a community. They would just kind of elicit some information about the language and then write up a grammar, and that would be it. And that's such a piss poor way to do any kind of linguistics or any kind of community-based program. So now it's like this very interdisciplinary thing where the community kind of runs the programs, the projects, and of course they have the first and most important say in what happens and how things run. That's kind of the gold standard anyways. And linguists are there as facilitators and doing what needs to be done, sometimes training native speakers on how to use technologies and sometimes writing grammar, sometimes not, sometimes just doing completely things that I think in the past linguists would not have even thought of as linguistics, because in the end, there's no right way to do a language documentation, revitalization, and reclamation project. It's different from place to place. So yeah, the applied thing has definitely taken hold there, at least in that little sub area of linguistic anthropology, and I think it's pretty amazing actually to watch it develop.
Yeah, I think there's so much going on, especially when we're looking at how this is going. I was thinking about what you were saying, this kind of dealing with this concept of like polyvocality, where people are, engaging in their own exercise of expression, right? As if you're going to go in and you're going to record a language, having them a part of it, having them help direct it and how it's going to get used, it changes. We look at how anthropologists used to do things, and it was all about going out and creating these theories about how people live, and it very often did not involve the people themselves. It was just the anthropological eye. It was just their viewpoint, and that's no longer acceptable. That is an approach that we can no longer use because it does not engage the agency of that community. And so, by employing these applied techniques, everyone else is going to benefit from this experience and this knowledge base. And I honestly believe that more importantly than learning anthropological theory, of looking at all of the past anthropologists and what they did and the history and their research, I think directing our attention more towards skill sets, and the practical side of anthropology. If they want to learn about historical anthropology, have a class for it. But I think if we're going to talk about how to do it, and especially with intro courses, because they're not going to follow. They're not going to go into anthropology. They're doing it as a side class, as a core class. But if we can get them interested and give them a skill set that can benefit them, I think we'll see huge improvements in how people, behave in just real life. I mean, if everybody took an anthropology class, there'd be no war. There'd be, there wouldn't be any civil strife. Everybody would be fed, because we'd all understand each other, right? We'd all have this basic understanding of decency and have some idea of acceptance. And maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Maybe I'm, getting a little crazy with anthropology. But I mean, honestly, I don't think there's very many fields out there like anthro. So
I don't either. They're not holistic.
Yeah.
They're not holistic.
Yeah, and that is something that is so hugely beneficial when we're looking at problems.
Yes.
When we're looking at our own problems,
Mhm.
asking why. It's like, well, we've got this problem, so this is how we fix it. Well, do we actually understand that problem? Do we actually understand the intricacies of going in and fixing it? And how can we actually do it? And how do we address what people think the problem is versus what the actual problem is? That sort of ground truth and theoretical truth that we face. That yeah, there might be problems, but they might not be the problems you think. So yeah, that holistic approach and can benefit so many people. So
holistic, but we always have to remember to be critical of ourselves, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because I mean, even we have like a pretty easy dark past to look to in anthropology, but there's even stuff that didn't seem like it was so dark, but now we understand. Like even in linguistics, a lot of the whole thing about a linguistic anthropologist, or whatever, would go in and work on a language with the community, but they would represent language in a way that was actually very different than the people themselves understood language as. But it had this authority of anthropology, of linguistics. So that version of language was the one that would get taught in the schools afterwards. And all of a sudden, the linguist and the anthropologists who go in to help a community revitalize language and culture ended up changing it in a way that didn't actually do any good. And this has happened over and over again. Mm-hmm. So that the language and the culture, these things that were being taught in schools were very specific, narrowed, kind of Western, so to speak. Sometimes I don't like using that term, but versions of what that kind of culture was. And that's not good, and that can create rifts in communities. So anyways, the point being, always be on your toes and be very critical and yourself.
I was thinking that, and you were saying, Western, I'm thinking colonial.
Colonial,
this approach that, and I think that's why, again, why applied anthro is so important, and why we need to address and invite people that don't follow that same Western education that we all received going to these, to Western universities, and and engaging in Western language, and addressing this as like, okay, what is your viewpoint on anthropology? Being an outsider from this Western idealism. And and I think that as a society, and certainly as individuals, we have to look at these biases that we have created that for ourselves, and you can't avoid them. You grow up in this way, we learn this way, but we can adapt ourselves to engage in these other conversations and to have other people come in and bring in their different ideas. And so I think, finding out how to bridge that gap, and engaging in different concepts. And that's what I think anthropology is starting to do in other countries and other cultures, where they're kind of discarding this Western approach.
Right.
And
Mhm.
and that needs to be done.
Yeah.
And to engage in those conversations.
Just wanted to kind of, off of what Rich was saying, it made me think about the work of Bernard Purley, who's a linguistic anthropologist. He's also Maliseet of the Wabanaki Confederacy. And so he's got these wonderful essays, and I'm always so excited because I think I mentioned this last time we met. Like, I quote his essays all the time, but I don't have a book of them to be able to cite. As far as like when you're trying to get your book list for a PhD, you need like 3 essays equals a book. So I'm like, can't you just give me the book so I can quote 4 essays? But he never was, he hadn't put out a book of the essays because that wasn't the currency for tenure where he was. He had to do more monographs, and he does monographs, but these essays were getting sort of set to the side because of that. And they're so foundational, in my opinion anyway. There's an essay that he wrote called Zombie Linguistics, which is about that idea of these linguists, particularly outsiders, coming in and recording language and then leaving again, and they don't necessarily give back to the community in any way. It doesn't necessarily help the community in any way, but it also creates this zombie, like they're the zombies trying to eat the brains, just the brains. And then also the language becomes this sort of like disembodied, strange thing that doesn't really have any meaning in the end, because language lives in community. And that's what he keeps sort of coming back to, is that language lives in community. That's the only way language can evolve. That's the only way language can adapt and find new uses. He talks about emerging vitalities is another one of his essays and concepts, where you have different uses of language for different reasons coming out of those communities. Kind of like, as the kids say these days, all the good memes, like they're using language in new ways. Those same emergent vitalities are seen in language use in communities that you do not have when you have these like recorded, this idea of preservation. And I think that that's another thing that's happening in these, like, in the archives of anthropology, is that we had this sort of, we were trying to create an archive when language and culture lives in communities. And so with the linguistic aspect of it, I also think about like my own tribe's efforts at revitalizing language, because it's also you have to think about your approach when you are working with them. Even when it's your own people, you have to think about what is the better approach, because like the younger generation internalizes a lot of the approaches that we see in the world around us. And so what they did is they went to the elders here, the few that we have left that are speaking as a first language. I think we have less than 30. It might be less than 20 at this point, actually. And we have our cohorts in Canada, the Canadian Oneidas, who I'm very excited to get to meet here soon, now that I'm in Canada. But they kind of have a slightly different dialect as well. So I really want to see like the Green Bay dialect be like revitalized rather than preserved. Although at some point you get so anxious about it, you're like, preservation at least. But anyway, the people who were trying to write down the language went to our elders and they asked them, like, how would you say good morning? And the elders were like, I don't know. And, sometimes when you're working with them, you do ask them a couple times, or you ask them in a couple ways to see if you can kind of like jog the thinking on both ends to connect. But if you ask them too many times, they will either just make something up to satisfy you, or they'll play a joke on you. because they do love playing tricks on us. So I was just talking to my one of my mentors there the other day, and he was like, yeah, Segu, he was like, Seguli. And I was like, oh, shouldn't it be Segu? Because when you're talking to a woman, and he's like, no, that was Maria's idea. You know exactly who the people are who were working on the language, because there's not many of them. No, that was Maria's idea. She just thought it would be more formal. And then he told me the story about good morning. And at some point it was like a combination of them playing a joke on us in even telling us there was a phrase for good morning, because there wasn't. And they came up with the phrase being more along the lines of, if you were inside in a factory, say, all night working, and then someone else came in, you might say, like, how's the sun out there? And that was the sort of idea behind good morning. And yet everyone, like almost everyone on my reservation right now, just like uses that phrase like unironically all the time. And I'm like, okay, yeah, good morning. But I can't get it out of my head that this was a joke that the elders were playing on us, but it gets written down that way. And then like what Rich was saying, it gets kind of warped a little bit, sometimes intentionally, like, or sometimes like through disregard rather, and then sometimes through just these like weird little things that happen, or people like the elders like to play a lot of jokes. So you won't have all that if all you do is write down the material and you don't look at the community usage and the cultural sort of context of it and who exactly it is you're speaking to. Like they have their own character, they have their own sort of storytelling approach. So it's just really, it's more fun when you get down into those little details of it than just handing someone the book that says, good morning. Something like that. I'm still working on my pronunciation, but I don't even think I've tried to memorize that one, because as soon as I heard the story behind it, I was like, oh, okay.
I posted the link to
Early,
zombie
I highly
linguistics.
recommend his work on zombie linguistics, emerging vitalities, and then he also has an essay along with language revitalizationists Margaret Newton, who's an Anishinaabe, and Daryl Baldwin, who worked on the revitalization of the Miami language. Fantastic sort of story there, and has put out, I think it was Miami Dreaming might be the name of the documentary that he did, but it's so useful, especially even for teaching classes about language revitalization, and the fact that they brought back the Miami language from just having the place names. That was all they had, and a few like missionary produced dictionaries and things like that. And through kind of imagining the language rather than being this idea of dead or dying, which I think is usually the way that it gets described in the larger world. What if instead of saying it was dead or dying or at risk of death, what if you just said it was sleeping?
Yeah.
It was sleeping and it was just waiting to be awoken again. Mm-hmm. And what would that bring to the way we approach language revitalization? And through that process, they actually brought back that language into daily use, as far as like Daryl Baldwin's kids are like one of the new generation that is actually growing up speaking Miami in their home.
Oh, that's fabulous.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And so Pearlie wrote this really fabulous essay with Daryl Baldwin and with Margaret Newton about the idea of extinction being a colonial concept. I thought this might be useful for Michael's work as well, Michael and Kyra, as far as, is extinction, or even this idea of genocide, isn't that a colonial concept in the first place? This idea that things have to die out or they're inevitably going to die out. And so the extinction of language, the extinction of cultures, the extinction of morals and ideals, like none of that is set in stone. None of that is inevitable. And so what does it do when we think of that in terms of inevitability? And what does it mean when we start thinking, okay, even the idea of extinction may be a colonial concept, and what other concepts are available?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that reminds me of a conversation I had with one of my professors in grad school when we talked about the collapse of the Anasazi, right? The whole collapse problem, and Jared Diamond's work and all that stuff, and how there's just this assumption that things just disappear forever, right? But in reality, what they do is they transform. Those same groups spread across the American Southwest and integrated their knowledge into the other knowledge systems in the region, right? And they didn't collapse, they transformed. And it's such like a concept, and it's almost in a weird way, it's almost a justification for this ethnic cleansing and genocide, because, oh look, this has happened in the past. Peoples die off, they become extinct, so what's the big deal if it's natural cultural evolution, right? It's very much that along those lines, very much along those lines.
Also imperial nostalgia, to bring Renato Rosaldo back in, like that's my go-to for everything. But it's that, and it's that same instinct, I think, behind when, because I have students in my American Indian Studies classes who are like, we said earlier, oh, I didn't know y'all still existed. And I can be standing right in front of them and they're like, oh, okay. But I think it's that sort of, I tell them, like, it's incentivized. It's beneficial to think of us as dead and gone. And it is actually emotionally satisfying in a way to think of the dead and gone and to be wistful about that, even as you are probably complicit in that process. So there's this kind of like overarching imperial nostalgia that I think is behind like I would say most of the ethos of the United States as a country. Because if you don't have that, then how do you justify land occupation, and how do you have a country, at least where the US is concerned, without that land occupation?
It makes it a lot easier for people to not even justify, because like they didn't have anything to do with that initial land grab, but it makes it a lot easier for them to accept that has happened, and for them to not feel guilt about what did happen. So they just sort of like, oh, it's all in the past, it's a fantasy world and they're fantasy people, and that's not remotely accurate, but it allows them to kind of have that disconnect with the real world.
Well, before we go too much further, because we're starting to cut into time for our next presentation, I wanted to mention two things. One, the whole imperialism idea just kind of made me think of like Make America Great Again. This idea, it's like, oh, okay. And the other thing is that I think, and this is something that we've been touching on, language is power. Right? The use of language, how we construct it, how we appropriate it, how we say that a language is dead or dying, changes that concept. And as long as we keep in mind that language is, it defines our reality, and if we use words that define extinction and instead doesn't look at the fact that it's transformation into something else, then we will continually perpetuate these ideas. And so even for all of us, addressing our language, addressing how we talk to students and we talk to peers and all of that, we have to reassess our own colonized language as we go forward. That being said, I want to take us on to our next presentation. So I want to welcome Lucor Jordan and was it Rachel Way? How do you pronounce your last name?
It's Waugh. You just ignore the last three letters.
Okay, cool. Well, I want to thank you both for coming and presenting on your topic. I'm really looking forward to hearing what you have to say. So I'm going to go ahead and have you guys take it away.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. All right, let me get into present mode. 1 second.
And let me ask you a real quick question as well. Because you're doing a panel discussion, do you want to allow people to ask questions or to interject? Or do you want to do your own presentation and then we'll talk afterwards?
Yeah, I would love if people could interject.
Okay, cool. Then, if people want to jump on and have a comment, then do so appropriately. But Yeah. Okay, cool.
Great. Let me just make sure this is right. Okay. All right. Can everybody?
Yep, we can see that.
Awesome. Great. All right. So hi, I'm as Joseph introduced me. I'm really excited to be here. I actually had not heard of the High Plains Society until Lucor Jordan, who is a member, introduced me. So very, very excited to join you all. And today we're about the Museum of Food and Culture, which is a project that I am working on with Lucor and several other board members to establish in Colorado. And we have had a number of discussions as a board about the intersection of where museums and food and social justice can kind of unite and create a more equitable present. Lucor, do you want to do a little quick intro to yourself as well?
Yeah, so I think I was most initially attracted to this idea of the Museum of Food and Culture because it was presented as being more than just a passive and apolitical attempt to catalog culinary practice. It was, you know, from the first time I heard about it, it was a very community engaged and collaborative idea that was ultimately trying to create a multi-vocal space where people could share food knowledge. And I feel like in our current context, that's something that I don't know, I feel like we're desperately in need of, is space where we can talk about what we know and learn what other people know and create kind of that, I don't know, very important space.
Awesome, thank you. All right, so moving on, just kind of quick outline of this, and full disclosure, Lucor and I were talking about this earlier. I did steal this outline from my thesis, plenty of these slides. I went to school in Pittsburgh to get my master's in food studies, and while I was there, and to create a Museum of Food and Culture, which I'll talk about a little bit more about in a second. But then we wanted to kind of integrate the anthropology standpoint, how to essentially expose people to other cultures without having it be kind of from this armchair and also people of all backgrounds into a space where they feel welcome and valued, especially since museums are not that everyone has felt valued in the past. And in thinking about this, we are touching on some of the kind of key concepts that occur in museums related to education and also material culture, particularly food, since it's a food museum, how to use food in a way that is really kind of this welcoming tool. And then we kind of give an overview about the museum. We have a couple activities for you all to do, and then I'll discuss at the end, because this is definitely a work in progress and we would love to hear as well. So moving right along. To start with the interactive component, I would have people share 3-sentence memory about food. And since I wrote this, I can start. I have time to think about it. So my memory is, in my family, every birthday we take off as a holiday. Growing up, the first thing that would greet the birthday person morning were apple cinnamon muffins. And I have now taken on this tradition of cooking apple cinnamon muffins for every member of my family on their birthday. Lucor, would you like to go next?
Yeah, so I thought I would share a story from my childhood as well. One day, my cousin and I were walking along barefoot, and we got invited to pick raspberries in the yard of one of my uncle's friends. And so we'd picked all the raspberries that were easily reached. And so we decided to climb into the bush barefoot and try to pick as many raspberries as we could, which meant we had to be very careful. But the raspberries were so good that I knew I didn't want to end the enjoyment right then, so I wanted to save them. So I filled my shirt with as many raspberries as I could. And then I started to reach a little farther and farther until I just tipped over completely and fell into a pile of brambles, lost all my raspberries, and was just laying there bleeding, trying to like delicately pick the raspberries that were still in reach and not too crushed.
So sad and amused, like very touching. I love that. All right, who would like to go next? Yeah, go for it.
Oh, sorry, I actually can't see what memory food for me is everything always goes back to my grandmother with food. She raised me with my mom, and every day when I would get home from school, there would be bacon like lying out ready for me, because she always cooked the bacon like the way that I like it, which is like honoring the fat in the bacon. And every day when I would go to school, it would be a poached egg. So going to school and coming home from school, there was always food as a way of sort of sending you off or welcoming you back into the house. I don't think I've ever seen someone come over to our house and be there for more than 5 minutes without being offered some sort of cheese or cracker plate. And it's never just an offer, it's that it appears magically before you.
I love that. Thank you, Jerry.
Can I share a story?
Yeah.
Lucor, you had so many funny and interesting parts of your story, but I'm wondering, do you have any childhood stories where you had shoes on? I think you start all of your stories out with, and we were barefoot. Hello, everyone. My name is Michael again, for those who we haven't met before. I have a story, where I'm from, very much in the woods, right up against, if not in the mountains. And the particular area that I was from was not diverse. There was 12 or 13, they would call themselves, and I would call them, black kids that rode my bus. Some may prefer African American, but that's the way in which they still label themselves, but not so diverse. There was a huge nursery company where single men, predominantly from Mexico, would work there. But at that time, it wasn't like a economy thing to where families were there, like Greeley, where I live now, where it's 65 to 70% Hispanic, and it's wonderful. So I remember when there was a supervisor of that nursery company that finally brought his whole family, and my sister made good friends with Yolanda Zamudio. So before that, it was just paste picante and hamburger with taco seasoning. And this story's already got too long. But the 3 sentences, I remember when Yolanda came over to our house and said, "Do you want real tacos?" and made us real Mexican street tacos with only onions and cilantro. And they were so good, and they're so commonplace where I live now, and probably where you all live. But at that time, just that pungency of cilantro, and the first time, like, wondering, do I like this cilantro? Do I not? And now I just, I absolutely love it. And it was great. It was a great experience.
Well, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Definitely.
So when I was a kid, my grandparents would set out I'd come over for the weekend. My grandparents would set out a plate of ham and a plate of cucumbers. And throughout the entire day, I would be running in and out of the house. I would be running around with my friends down into the field. I would be gone for 8-10 hours. But every once in a while, I'd pop my head back in and just grab a piece of ham, and I'd roll it up and then I'd eat it, or I'd grab a handful of cucumber and I'd take off with it. And it was something that, for years, every time I went over to my grandparents' house, they had plates of ham and cucumber. And I don't know, it's such a huge part of my life. Even to this day, I will cook a plate of ham and I will have a plate of cucumber. And, probably not the healthiest, but man, certainly nostalgic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, here's my
Thanks for
quick one.
sharing.
I have a quick one. My very first memory of watching a science fiction movie was Back to the Future and eating 3 whole trays of my grandma's cinnamon rolls and getting violently ill with my 2 uncles who were my age, and then moaning in pain as we're watching the end of the Back to the Future movie.
I have a story. My mom was always open to learning how to fix different kinds of food. So in one house we've lived in for about 4 years, our landlords were from Mexico. And that's where she learned about tacos and tostadas. Oh my God, and enchiladas. She learned that from the woman, Irma. And then a few years later, we moved back to Long Beach, California, and we lived next door to a lady from Italy. And I remember coming home often, and she would have strings between chairs with the noodles that she made by hand over the string. I just thought that was great. I think it was the foundation for me to become an anthropologist later, that we were so open to food, not just meat and potatoes and cabbage. We're Irish Catholic. So yeah, that's my food story, is the variety of food, being open to the tastes and such.
Oh, I love that. Thank you for sharing. Would anyone else like to share?
I can go next.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was growing up, we had my entire family is Italian. And so we used to have this feast of this 12 fishes, which is a kind of Roman Catholic holiday. And I remember all my cousins came around. So probably for Christmas Eve, we probably had about 20 to 30 people at a dining table. And we did this every year when I was a kid. And it is one of my best series of memories, because I got to hang around my cousins. And we did that for good 10 years until some people moved out of state, and still kind of close to some of my cousins, but that's one of my best memories.
I love that. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you all for sharing. Is there anyone else who would like to say anything?
Like one sentence.
I'll tell a story. I'll try to make it 2 sentences. Sorry, I'm trying to aim this at my face. I'm on my phone. So my family is Italian, and when my uncle got married, my grandma wanted to make something traditional for his wedding. So we made cannolis. And this is the only time we ever did anything like this, but we had to make so many for this wedding that there were hundreds of cannoli shells like laid out on the bed on these sheets. And we spent hours and hours at the table like hand stuffing each of them with cheese. And it was very tedious, but they were tasty. So
yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm sorry, I don't popping up right now, but you have amazing orange or grapefruit earrings. Would you mind? Sorry to cut you off.
Hi everyone, I'm Melissa, and having a lot of relatives from South Dakota, you learn really quick that when you're having salad for Christmas or Easter or just any dinner on the Sunday, like it's Jell-O. It's not salad with leaves, it's Jell-O. So whenever I go to grandma's and we're having salad, I just expect really good Jell-O.
Jell-O.
Love that. Awesome. All right. Anyone else?
I'll say something quick. Oh, can you see me?
Yep.
Oh, sorry. I can't see myself. That's okay. I was thinking about my grandparents from the San Luis Valley, from the town of San Luis in southern Colorado. And we had a lot of chili and onions and things there. And there's this like socialization process that, a lot of pressure, but a certain kind of pressure that people want kids to get them to the where they're eating onions and stuff like that. So I remember not wanting to eat something that had raw onions in it when I was a little kid. And my grandpa saw me not eating the onions, and he said, you don't like onions, huh? And I was like, well, I don't know, they're kind of gross. They're kind of like, they hurt my tongue. And then he said, are you a man or a mouse? And that was it. My answer was, I started eating onions. And there's stories like that for many other foods. I won't go into those.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing. Well, great. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for sharing a little bit of a glimpse to your lives and into your background. I was telling Lucor right before this, one of my favorite things is whenever I tell people I'm creating a food museum, people always come up to me with their food story. Just incredible. Like, it's always something that piques people's interest, and they always have a story for me. So I appreciate you. I am now going to share a little bit more about my story so you know why you're actually here and why we're doing this presentation. Origins of a food museum. So what is a food museum? It is what it sounds like, that study culture of food. This is not a very common thing, as you probably know. You've been in many different cities and probably in a food museum, all of them. So this is a relatively new idea. And the way that I came to this was I was in undergrad, all sorts of different extracurricular activities, primarily focused around food and social justice. And I was curating / cooking for this multi-course, multi-sensory dinner that was going to accompany a dystopian play that my friend wrote. I think is maybe one of the most undergrad-like sentences ever to say. And this play thought a lot about the different components of the food world, thinking about environmentalism, feminism, animal rights, what have you. And this meal was supposed to be kind of the edible experience of that. And while I was brainstorming what foods we could serve with my friend, who was like all the actors and everything, I kept coming back to this idea of why isn't there anywhere to discuss there, how we could have a panel discussion afterwards where people could really ask their questions that came up from the play about what is organic versus direct trade, and like, why does feminism matter in food studies? And it really surprised me where there's nowhere that you could go and really think about food in the context of justice or in term disciplinary topics. And that was when it occurred to me, I would like to create a food museum that is a space where people are able to learn about, share their stories about food, and then ask questions where they have them in the gray spaces of food of, I want to cook a salad, or I want to cook, I don't know, something, make a salad tonight. And I could buy either organic or I could buy from a local producer. Which do I choose? Why am I choosing that? And really give people the kind of space to explore those different way that feels safe and valuable. And so then that put me to grad school in Pittsburgh, which I mentioned. So I got my master's in food studies, and my whole purpose of being there was trying to figure out how to create a food museum. And I focused a lot, actually, surprisingly, on education and history while I was there, and not as much on the food studies part of everything. But that definitely kind of some of the initial topic we're thinking about for the museum. So that's a little bit of my professional background. And now, Lucor, are you ready to share yours?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
right.
Sorry.
And you can go one more.
Oh, this one? Or
One more slide.
this is the slide.
Okay, cool. So I guess I want to answer, why is an anthropology of food more than just salvage ethnography or a centrally indulgent reflection? And so I think to address that, I would start kind of in the early days of anthropology or ethnology, when students of culture would enter the field and conduct ethnographic research. The two most immediately important questions that must be answered is how people ate, shared, and worked together. And this would help to explore why people lived where they do, why they spend time over here versus over there, how they assemble resources, how they share them, with who, how family life is structured, and how social order is maintained. And all of this would fall under the fancy sounding phrase of a subsistence strategy. And so now, even as anthropologists enter the field and they no longer are looking to classify societies by means of production or subsistence strategy, they still find that the things that you begin to learn about people are the answer to the stomach question. What's for breakfast, what's for lunch or for dinner, and what are any delightful in-between meal snacks. And then also, in instances of participant observation, commensality or shared meals are often one of the first times you get a backstage entree into community life. And in particular, as a cook and an anthropologist, I found that being handy with pots and knives and fire and stoves is a part of rapport building. But even more than that was being able to talk to people who cooked about food. And it kind of made me think about Bordeaux's work on habitus, and that a life in the kitchen will change how you see and talk about and engage with every aspect of feeding other people. And in looking at our current society, a peculiar characteristic is that the practice of cooking and feeding others, or feeding yourself, is increasingly divorced from that mainstream experience, which means that the way that people see food and the options for talking about it are becoming truncated. So here's a quote from Mikel Hogan's work, No One Eats Alone. And this is an interview with a marketing executive who worked for 40 years, starting in the 60s. Back in the 60s and 70s, we were really working to make that happen, to make people actually forget how to cook. The less we know about cooking, the less we do, which leads to knowing less, doing still less, and so forth, until we have no choice but to eat certain foods like those that have already been prepared for us. Then there's a point of no return. After a generation or two, societies will not even know that they have forgotten anything, as entire cohorts are born into this new normal. And so this quote kind of gets a glance behind the curtain of the food system, which is in the midst of rapid transformation and leads to a total restructuring of both our foodscape and our food system. And the food system is the supply chain. And so when we talk about the foodscape, that's all the things that exist outside of that, the human experience and the relationships between people and plants and foods and eating. But in looking more back at the food system, working in kitchens and grocery stores, I spent a lot of time behind the curtain a little bit that separates consumers from food production. And I got to see that we have the opportunity to eat things from far away, that our diet and the timing and location of the meals can be entirely removed from the people who are close to us in other parts of our lives. And we can also divorce our cooperative behavior, or teamwork, as it's popularly called, entirely from the process of eating, and increasingly have no direct social relationships with anyone involved in the production or the preparation of our foods. There's further the opportunity for our labor to exist as an impersonal process of buying or selling of time, which we see no social profit is generated from our workday, and instead it is simply a drain on our ability to maintain growth-oriented social relationships. And I think in looking at this situation, another important quote I found inspiring was from a Denver Health and Environment Policy Scan report. And it stated that lack of access, availability, and affordability in healthy food results in serious health, economic, and social consequences for individuals and society. In fact, some of the most important public and environmental concerns of the 21st century are food security, obesity, and environmental sustainability. The food system and related agricultural policies that intersect with these health challenges are coming under increased scrutiny and are considered broken. And I feel like it's important to really focus on that idea of our food system being broken, because it's actually functioning exactly as it was designed to function. And so while the Health and Environment Report cited a broken food system, if we contextualize it within both settler colonialism and extractive colonialism, it's exactly where it should be. And in this, I kind of lean on Sidney Mintz's work, focusing on the historical context of control and exploitation within communities that has become structurally embedded into a continuous, into the present. These same structures are enduring. And acknowledging that this continuum of settler colonialism within the context of food becomes an important conversation, it shows us the consequence of, this has also been kind of accelerating through the industrialization that Marx talks about, where this, as workers are being pushed into unnatural structures, you're kind of being forced to pull yourself away from those relationships that would have existed. And so I think within the contexts of our food system being intentionally broken and our relationships to food being intentionally removed and adulterated, it's a little bit more than salvage ethnography to look at what's being lost, because I think without holding on to these things, we can, I think, pretty safely presume that our descendants are doomed. Another important part, I think, of the anthropology of food and a place in the Food Museum is that food and the relationships that we form with foods and with people and places and the times that go along with those are very important as far as our fundamental development. We are socialized through mealtimes. We learn the ins and outs of our societies, what's expected of us to become full participating young adults and adults. And we also learn about the structure of our in-group status. And we identify significant markers of authenticity that we have to learn in order to reproduce authentic culture, such as making authentic soup for our families. Coming from an awareness that in most cases people are happy to talk about food and listen to food, the anthropology of food and the Museum of Food have an opportunity to provide a multivocal space where people can have these conversations in the larger contexts of history and trauma. And I think also it can create a space where food can become a stepping stone to replace xenophobia with a shared enjoyment and understanding of the foods that people love. I think that pretty well frames where I am approaching this idea. But I think it's good to highlight that I see it especially valuable as an applied anthropology because of what's at stake in these times, that food justice and food security are things that need to be changed now and need to be addressed now. And it provides a very, a very powerful call for moving forward. All right, that's what awesome. I had for that part.
Awesome. Yeah, so beautifully summed up. So when doing this research, museums, education, how food can potentially slip into there, I did this whole history of food in museums, which is actually super fun, and food a history in museums longer than I think most people maybe know about. But one of the things that kind of kept coming back to me is the fact that museums are so grounded in this colonial imperialist history, and they have a very vested interest in talking about whiteness and as the supreme goal, sort of, and framing exotic or unnatural, and also thinking about museums as Bourdieu-based, in terms of the fact that you're going to a museum to show that you have a particular level of taste in that you know to go to the museum, but also what you're consuming while there, and how you're able to effectively weaponize that sort of cultural experience, reinforce your whiteness and your privilege within a particular society. I'm sure you all know this because you're religious. So actually, the part that I really wanted to touch on is how education is changing in contemporary museums. The American Association of Museums did a study in 2010, that transformation of the future of museums. And this was kind of the most recent study that looked at all museum visitors and said, uh-oh, we have primarily white and affluent individuals coming to museums, and they're consisting of about 91% of the museum visits, but they're decreasingly representing the national population at the 68.7%. At this point, we're going to lose our audience. And how do we change that? And a lot of this also rotated kind of around the idea that are in their demographics, people who are age 16 to 25 do not go to museums for fun on the weekends. How to really reframe museums in kind of public discourse and reframe the experiences that people had in museums to broaden the audience, to make it approachable to a variety of people. And this study looked at different ways contemporary museums were approaching these things, such as including more interactive exhibits, like art performances, and it discovered that essentially visitors are increasingly wishing to see experiences of others reflected in the collections and programming, in a way that it contributes to the overall kind of sense of human history and culture, and really participate in a captivating experience that they will take from them. So it's not just you were an art major and already have a background. People really wanted to go to a museum, be exposed to different things, learn about that, and take that in as an additional experience. So that's the diversity component. That has been, I'm sure if you've followed any museums, especially in boosting up their incorporation of different voices in the curation of their exhibits, also in the actual programming that they end up choosing. The next component that I wanted to think about was experiential learning. And this was something that came back to me again and again throughout my food studies experience, thinking of experiential learning as a continual process that is grounded in the visitor's experience, and really meeting people where understanding food and museums, posing additional questions, and then giving them space to reflect on that, and kind of this kind of continual growing process. And I saw that sensory museology was a way to increase access. So incorporating multisensory exhibits can engage people in the same way that when you were a kid, you probably were assigned a kindergarten project and digging. and you learn things that you didn't necessarily learn while doing that kind of independence, building on that experience. And finally, participatory. So this is the idea of having the visitor as a co-creator, essentially giving exhibits where visitors can feel like their experience is valued, and also they're able to contribute their experience to the museum, giving them a sense of ownership in the museum. And the goal of this is to really collect and share diverse, personalized, and changing content that is produced with visitors. So really an effort to democratize the museum. Why food? Food is a great method for, because food, as we've already discussed, is so interdisciplinary. It's very multisensory, so anyone has approach to it, widely sees themselves as a food expert in their own context. And for museums, it's really a wonderful way to reinvigorate visitor participation and reimagine educational approaches. And in an article called The First Course, A Case for the Food Movement, Moon and Stanton describe how incorporating food into historical and cultural spaces invite visitors to contextualize their own experience, behaviors, lives, and further assist development of critical thinking and decision-making skills. So using food provides this very accessible entry point for people that can then go deeper in the way that you would want an educational community space to go. So this led to the Museum of Food and Culture, and this is where we started. So in last fall, actually, I did this nonprofit and started recruiting people. Happily found Lucor. This museum is intentionally co-creating a community for which food is the bridge between history, cultures, and individual stories. Spark excitement in this discovery of history and culture, connect voice from across the food system, thinking about industry to individual, policies to community, and history to future technology. Experiences that inspire curiosity and discussion beyond our walls, unity through cross-cultural, multi-perspective conversations, and unite our values of equality, equity, and inclusion with. And here is the educational approach. These words will look familiar because they're exactly, so thinking about different ways to incorporate diverse identities and experiences in the global community in a way that is very intentional and gives and provide agency for the individuals with different individual, there we go, words, have experiential learning processes, essentially, where people can do hands-on taste tests and workshops where they can really engage in thoughtful learning, making it community and story of seeking and valid community experiences as we're co-curating these exhibit programs. All right. And so, Lucor, I just want to give you a second. Do you want to add anything to those components?
I think just what I'd like to add is the reflection that approaching the presentation and education of food in this way very much simulates the way that we're introduced to it when we're young. That as like all these new things are introduced to us, they make sense because they're, experiential. We're tasting, we're smelling, we're holding, we're manipulating the food, and we're participating in the cooking as we learn how to cook. And then part of the participation of being kind of that multivocal space is asserting your place at the table to speak. And I think that's a really important part of having a collaborative exploration of food, is placing that co-equality where people can say, I guess something that's special about food conversation is anything that's associated with eating, serving, or preparing food is fair game as a segue in a conversation around food, where a lot of other subjects that people can talk about, there's a lot more pressure to stay on the same page. But just as we saw when each of us shared that 3-second story, you get a whole world of information, and it's all appropriate because it sits around that kernel of commensal conversation.
Definitely. Awesome. Yeah, and just to reiterate that, Lucor is exactly right. Having the experiential components that are engaging, like when we were kids, like when we were in kindergarten, and we're essentially relearning how to learn in community spaces and how to observe what things feel like and what things taste like and what sounds we're hearing from can really create a much more exciting exhibit, because the history of museums kind of coinciding with how science developed places absurd amount of emphasis on visual experiences and other senses, but this wasn't always the case. So really kind of bringing back other senses into a museum experience is something that is valuable and also makes it feel more approachable. You don't have to have any particular set of knowledge before you enter this space, and you can really you're able to engage in the participatory programming, feeling like your experience in the museum and before museum, all valuable things. All right, so now to kind of do an example of, actually, I also wanted to mention, as we're kind of thinking of all of these educational approaches and our mission and our value are thinking about how this relates to our current situations with the pandemic and also with the social taking a more of a forefront in current political discussion, and really thinking about food as a way that can engage and do engage in different social justice aspects. The next activity is kind of framed in such a way of how people typically think of kind of their activism, to use that word, or consumer activism, I think is a better phrasing of it, to really explore kind of what that means and how that intersects with other topics. So this is an activity everyone will do. So the first minutes, but we're going to ask you to list labels / classifications of food that hold meaning for thinking about organic, local, fair trade, whatever, the grocery store, and you're like, oh, that gives me like a little bit more, do that and try and buy that. So take a few moments and write them down if you feel comfortable. We are that list later, so if you have a written reference, that might be good.
Do you mean like hold meaning for us on a personal level, like
yes.
What we would prefer? Okay.
Yeah, like when you're at the grocery store, if you see organic tomatoes versus organic tomatoes, does organic have any kind of significance for you?
Okay, cool, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Mm-hmm. Mhm. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yep. Mhm.
And,
Yeah.
and
Thinking about that too, how different products are labeled as authentic, um, and whether that is supposed to hold more meaning for you. I think definitely really, really interesting.
I noticed at the store near me, the grocery store near me, the same thing when I need to get Ortega chilies.
Mm-hmm.
And it's in the same kind of categorization as you were saying, Joseph. And I'm thinking, this is othering that food. They're making it other. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's so embedded in the processes and structure of our markets. You know, these terms, these concepts, and they are settler colonialism. That is the origin of that.
Yeah, and you can also see the process of the shift of white ethnic groups into the white mainstream as, you know, like Italian food is no longer in the ethnic section of a market.
Right.
Or, you know, like German cuisine is kind of the sauerkrauts next to the ketchup.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. Exactly. The Americanization of the grocery store.
Yeah.
And the African cuisine is still kind of invisible, where you'll find occasionally teff by itself with other grains, but you'll find like certain other important ingredients, but they're not clustered together because they're not recognized as a popular foodway yet.
Could I interject a comment?
Yeah.
Yes.
You all are making me think too much, and that's scary. I want to start out with Lucor. Lucor brings to our attention culture change. When I was a graduate school, when the dinosaurs were roaming, culture was culture. And culture change was this other bizarre thing over here. And we learned that Raymond Firth wrote a book called We the Tikopia, which was so groundbreaking because it was about culture change. Lucor's point is so important that all culture changes, and that what was once exotic is now, I don't know, us and mainstream, or what was once them is now us. And okay, having said that out of one side of my mouth, the other side says this kind of compartmentalization, it may not have the pungency of Trump and company, but it is polarization. This is our food and this is their food. And it is, you know, I like a lot of kinds of their food. And it is always, I mean, it's gotten to the point of comical, where Hebrew or kosher stuff is in with Chinese and Mexican and Japanese, and it's this great mass of other, undifferentiated other.
Mm-hmm.
That's, you know, with us, there's a lot of internal differentiation. There's fresh vegetables, canned vegetables. I don't need to go through a grocery store, but there's very clear differentiation between aisles, within aisles, and it's all ours.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's this total de-differentiation, this kind of our food. I don't know. This is I guess is being recorded too, so I could get thrown in jail. It's a way almost of saying our food, their garbage. You know, I mean, if it's, I know they want to, the stores want to sell it, so they're not going to call it garbage. But it's, you know, ours is real food, and we're going to shove it over in the corner I don't know what to call it. But it is, I even, I trust my gut reaction so much in applied anthropology and everything in life.
Yeah.
When I walk into that exotic section, my body feels different. My stomach turns. I feel, I feel like constructing a conspiracy theory. I'm exaggerating, but
Mhm.
I want you to. Give you a suggested experiment?
Mhm.
Go through almost any kind of store and see what your emotions and body are telling you in the different parts of the store. Um, when you get to the exotic, and it's not always called that, of course.
Right.
It's called ethnic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're not ethnic. Everybody's ethnic, right?
Yeah.
It's but see, our ethnic is normal, so we
Yeah.
don't need to call it ethnic.
Right.
Um,
It's true.
and I bet you will notice an emotional, physical difference between when you're walking in the normal us part of the store
Mm.
and when you go fishing in that other part. It feels like strangers in a strange land.
Yeah. Mhm.
um,
It's true.
I don't want to lose the Lucor's extremely important point that, and I know I'm putting words into your mouth, Lucor, forgive me. What you have to do is to take time-lapse photography over 100 years in the same grocery store or the same supermarket to see what's over here is Italian and Greek and German. In many instances disappears and becomes just part of uh, normal stuff, so that uh, German sauerkraut is now among sauerkraut in a lot of places.
Mm-hmm.
And you can go on and on and on.
Mhm.
But with all of the devastating polarization and who needs Trump's walls? We have all these other walls,
Yeah.
including language walls,
Mm-hmm.
that that uh, that are certainly there, and they make a big difference in the feel of welcome and unwelcome. Um, at the same time, Lucor's point is for all applied anthropology, because it's so easy to reify groups,
Yeah.
whether they're Indian tribes, whether they're corporations. So thank you, Lucor, and it's all your fault that I talk so much.
If if I could mention something real quick,
Yeah.
um, I think that for one, this conversation has definitely made me hungry, and
Yeah.
I was thinking this
Yay.
evening, I think I want to go have Mexican food.
I do
So
too.
I'm thinking that I'm going to go to Taco Bell. And the question that I think needs to be brought up is this conception of corporate identity and
Yeah.
appropriation of food, and yeah, I like
Mm.
Taco Bell, but Taco Bell is not Mexican food.
No. Yeah.
It is not. It is commercialized. It is blanded down so that it is palpable to all kinds of tasteless white Americans that can't deal with spice. So and that's why Taco Bell is so successful. Um, so, but I think having this conversation about not only how food is sold, but how it is presented in mass, in our concepts of like Chinese food is, if you go to a Chinese food restaurant here in Denver, is it going to be the same as Chinese food, somewhere in China, and the likelihood is
Mhm.
no, it's not, but it's because it's been Americanized
Yeah.
and kind of dumbed down.
Yeah.
So, but the other thing I need to bring up is the fact that we've gotten to a point in our time that we're sort of running over a little bit. So if the next presentation doesn't mind
Mhm.
waiting a few extra minutes for you guys to process this last bit of your presentation, I think we should move forward semi quickly. Although I'm loving the conversation, so
Yeah. Yeah, definitely loving the conversation, and an excellent point too about like kind of corporate America taking particular identities and making them more palatable. With done for a long time by different trying to emphasize the sweet and spicy, and they're in the oh my gosh, late 1800s and early 1900s to make them more palatable to white Americans, and a huge amount of stigma. So definitely a huge. Since we don't have time to go to the activity, I did leave you all with this thought: how do museums fit into social justice and advocacy, and where specifically would a food museum justice and advocacy? Like, we just had a really compelling conversation about grocery stores and the American means in the grocery store on restaurant, and per food, and like how do kind of navigate this space between ideas of how do they facilitate these sorts of conversations, which we can talk about or not, because I don't want but that's been a big discussion for us in the board of what is our role in shaping conversations like these.
well, if I can interject real quick, I just got word from Michael and Alyssa, who are our next presentation, that they're saying, hey, we should keep going with this discussion with what you're talking about. So, if you're okay with that, we can continue moving on with some of your stuff, because this is all very interesting and all very poignant things to be discussing, because food is, I think, oftentimes overlooked.
Yeah.
When we're talking about the cultural landscape and all of that stuff, and it's a very subconscious thing that we observe as a culture, how we deal with food, and and even how we process, and like asking kids, one of my favorite things is like, where does milk come from? Well, it comes from the store, and it doesn't come from cows. Well, what about chocolate milk? Well, it comes from brown cows.
Yeah.
These ideas of how do we teach the next generation how to deal with food and access, and with understanding how that food comes to them and how it's processed. We've got generations of people that don't know how their food is made,
Yeah.
and I think this is such a vital aspect to culture, just to be able to sustain ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep going. Bring up the next subject.
Well, I guess I could point to where I think a strong place for the museum to exist inside of social justice. And that is that right now, a lot of people have inherited a food system that has options that they don't realize exist, and has microaggressions that they feel like are inevitable. So what I see this museum space as being is a place where people can evaluate how they're accessing food and sharing food, and then look at how it could be something different than it is. So kind of to use like a garden analogy, we split between our work and our grocery shopping and our home life. We're watering several different plots of social relationships. We're engaging with our coworkers, we're engaging with trying to hopefully create a community space in our market or restaurant or whatnot. And then we're trying to put that energy into our family and friend network. And the conversation I'd love to see in the Museum of Food and Culture is, to what degree can we combine these plots and make the work that we do actually working towards either bringing food to us or directly accessing food? And yeah, how do we stop depleting ourselves by working hard and not seeming to build anything meaningful?
Could I violate my own rule and add some more? Because my motor mouth, as a few people call me. This fits in so much in the kind of meta picture, the bigger picture of teaching applied anthropology. This goes back to Mikel's presentation this morning and Michael's about teaching people applied anthropological concepts on their own home ground, so that if you were to write down the 10 or 15 key ethnological, ethnographic concepts you want to convey in a 2, 3, 4 week period, and then you can say, well, let's do it all around food. I mean, everybody in the room, in the classroom of 5 people or 60, goes to a grocery store, supermarket, to something. And so let's walk down the aisles, and we can illustrate every pea picking concept that you want to. And you can do the same thing with Michael's fictional worlds, conveying, you know, how about a science fiction story of going to a grocery store in an imaginary 5,000 years from now? We can, I mean, if at a meta level, you think so far the entire conference about doing research, about consulting, about teaching, about all of it, you could take each one of our specific subjects, most currently food, and say, okay, I can teach everything that I need to teach through the grocery store, or through what's in your refrigerator, or or whatever. It's the the ordinariness of all of this, to the point that nothing is exotic.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I think that, taking that practical approach, right? We've been talking about this, kind of all day about, the practical side of anthropology and how do we address, um, culture and how do we teach about it. And the grocery store, again, is a great example of, how we organize food. I mean, just organizing food, right? How do we, put certain types of food in certain parts of the store, and how, we've gotten to the point where we talk about when we're shopping at the store that, you should basically kind of focus on the outside, the ring of the store, and kind of avoid the center of the store because that's where all the processed foods are. So, I think uh, taking that sort of understanding of like how we have constructed our environments and how the corporate world has constructed a lot of these ideas about how we should have access to our food and to our resources, can be a very good tool to talk to students about and talk to folks and say, Michael, you're working with the Lakota and you're out there and they want to build a grocery store. How do you construct that grocery store that fits that community better than the community on the outside? that's out there. What's the best way to build this that makes it functional to them? And that's why anthropology is so cool and so important, is because we can do that. We can talk to people and figure out what works best for you. So this conversation with food is just fantastic. God damn it! I love all you guys. This is just great.
Yeah,
I'm so excited I can barely contain myself.
When we're considering stuff like that too, it's it's back to Eric Wolf, man. Production, distribution, consumption. What are the dynamics and all of that stuff, right? What happens at the production sites of food? What happens at the distribution? And then how do we all consume it, right? So looking at those different levels is so critical.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rachel, could I bring a few things up?
Yeah.
Well, okay. Yeah, this has been awesome. I mirror what everyone else has said thus far, and y'all are making me think about a lot. I mean, that and then Joe started talking about also the corporate identity and appropriation of food, and I've a long time thought about the commodity fetishism of food.
Yeah.
You all have really enlightened me to think about a lot of other things. I mean, years ago, I certainly is more privileged than many people, but I had a choice I could make because of my privilege, and I choose to go to school. And with kids, that could be really hard. And I remember oftentimes walking into a grocery store, like to buy a box of brownies, like mixed brownie mix. And because that didn't happen much when I grew up, everything was homemade. I can't count the amount of times I've walked through a grocery store and felt guilty because I was going to buy processed products, even as much as like cake mix, So I've thought about those things for a long time. But you all have caused me to think about other things, like even the mystification of a family meal. So not even the food itself, but that concept of sitting down at a family table. And some families don't eat at tables. My Iraqi and Emirati friends, sitting down around what's that called, a Seder. Things like that are beginning to be commodified to where families won't even do it unless they go somewhere and pay for it. So they're separated by their labor. I'm trying to tie in Mark's here because you did that, Jordan, all day long, and then they spend that money just to bring the people back together at a restaurant somewhere. So so pretty soon to where the Seder or the fluffy pillows, pardon me for not knowing the language, that go around a certain room, like as some of our Arab friends, or the kitchen table is going to be a relic that could one day be in a food museum. And I'm not excited about that. So as cultural anthropologists, I mean, that's something that we can do. We can, through our conversations and through social justice and advocacy at a food museum, hey, you know what? People don't need to appropriate your family time at your home. You don't have to pay for through cash or the development of a sixth McDonald's in your city. You can still have somewhat control over how that goes on in your home through that preparation and those spiritual practices and that cultural reverence that goes along with preparing food. And even if you decide to use box food, still that family experience does not have to be mystified and commodified. And one more thing about that, just social justice and advocacy, I really can't think of anything greater than food that brings people together. So museums are so, at least in this country, I'm sure it's different in China and stuff, but in this country, museums are so whitewashed because, it was super ethnocentric and stuff for this preservation, and this, in the museum's infinity goes on trial. A lot of indigenous ways of thinking, all things are living and they continue. They're not ever supposed to be put on a shelf. So there's already this whitewash visitation that you all talked about in your talk.
Yeah.
But food is something that, I mean, I've never met a person from a particular group, however that group be identified as, that at least one person in that group didn't love food and have amazing stories about it. So just bringing people together and diversifying the museum experience, whether it's a building or virtual, um, can bring up so many new topics and draw in funding, because funding is objective just like everybody else, everything else and everybody else. But even bring in funding sources and think about science in new non-white ways. And it all came together through food, and people starting to visit and have conversations to what we think of as a museum, but it's much more than that because of what you all are doing. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Speaking of all this food ways and all this stuff, I have an article that's called "The Social Life of the Tortilla," and it's about like the history of commodity fetishism and how the tortilla has evolved over the last 500 years. I linked it in the comments. It's by Lind and Barham. If you're watching this and can't see the link, but it's a great one I use in class to talk about how food has evolved in relation to both colonization and commoditization. So.
I'd like to bring up something that you guys made me think of, and sort of we were talking about like the space in which we eat, and I started thinking about like the TV meal, the ready to eat meal that has, not only sort of changed like how we eat and where we eat, we have lost the dinner table and have found the couch, and dinner time might, especially with like kids, dinner's on, but there's got to be a cartoon on in the background or a movie on in the background, or there's always something else going on. And how technology has impacted just the everyday technology, the TVs and and tablets and computers, and how we've integrated all of this stuff into our normal daily activity, and how that has distracted us from the just the common dinner meal where it's about that community. And so I think it's kind of fascinating to kind of look at not only like this historical context but the technological context, and how we've adapted to this concept of like food preparation, that microwave meal that we can just toss in real quick, was basically advertised as like eliminate an extra 25 minutes out of your busy day. Just toss it in the oven or toss it in the microwave and you've got that food.
Yeah.
And so it becomes time saving, and whether or not it's healthy, it doesn't matter. Whether or not it tastes as good as a home cooked meal doesn't matter. It's now about time, and how does time become an aspect of a meal, and what do we do with that extra time by sitting in front of the TV, or working at the same time? How many times have we all sat and had to write a paper, or graded or done something like that, and we've got our food right here next to us as we're doing it, and it takes away from whether or not it's subsistence, or whether it's just a communal thing. And then also looking at like the nuclear family, right? Whether or not we've got small group families, parents and kids, and there's 4 or 5 people around the table, or whether or not we live in a large family complex with 20 people, and how is food made and shared, and so yeah, I think there's so much. Got so much. So
I think
much
we
fun.
could we could briefly segue into providing our answers to that exercise. I think that's a good kind of point in thinking about the values that are associated with foods, because you brought up the other one, which is like ready to eat or quick. So, it's not just organic or local or fair trade, but maybe doesn't take any cooking is one. So maybe we could go around briefly to finish. And if anyone has something to share in that.
Are we sharing now? Or?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
So I just wanted to really quick throw in this really interesting link. The New York Times did a article recently on food insecurity and hunger in the US with a focus on the pandemic and thinking about the way that food is shared in food insecure communities. It was only a slight component of it, but I think it's a really interesting article, very beautifully presented, and has that component of when food is scarce, how is there still community? So if y'all want to check it out, I just threw it in the chat. For people who might be viewing it, it's called America at Hunger's Edge, and it was published September 2nd of this year. So.
I had a bunch of different things to say, but there's just so much going on. Yeah, I'm working on some different stuff with food right now in my job, so I really appreciate all this discussion of it. And I think like a couple things that came up is one thing that we just got approached about was like a native plant garden for the Ute Museum in Montrose. And so just thinking about like, you know, basically very applicable to what you just said and kind of how to frame that and align it with the mission of my organization and bring it into the present, basically. How to use a museum as a tool in the present instead of simply the tool of preservation. So that's definitely something that resonated with me a lot. And yeah, I can't even think of all the things right now. Just regarding the labels, there's a lot of stuff with that. I mean, I guess I always appreciate having you, Lucor, here to talk about food because, you know, I worked for a coffee, I was in coffee sales for a while. And then sometimes I forget about the relevance of that to anthropology. And I'm like, and then I remember like, oh yeah, there's a lot there. And seeing, like you said, behind the curtain, you know, there's a ton there in just terms of how you think about the labeling. I mean, one thing to think about the labeling is just a lot of it is very, very contrived. Even the positive messaging is, you know, I mean, like we would sell the same bag of coffee and you could pay and you could put the label on it, or you can not pay and you don't put the label on it. It's the same thing. And how is the labeling really, you know, what's the real effect and impact of the labeling? Is it a symbolic gesture? Is it important to have that symbol? Where does the money from the labels actually go to? There's a lot of questions, you know, in that, and how does it maybe box out people that have a product that's, you know, better, but they don't want to pay for the labeling, or they don't have the ability to pay for the labeling because they don't hit X, Y, Z requirements. So yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of different things to talk about there too. That's what I wanted to say.
Well, I do want to wrap up because we went really over time. Thank you so much to the next people who are present, which I think is Michael and Alyssa. I just shared the presentation link. You guys can do the activities on your kind of a description. It's going a little bit more into the food labels, and then also into kind of the significance of museum experiences, and then how to kind of unite those two. But I want to give a huge shout out to Lucor. This has been an awesome discussion, and I would have never known about it without him. So thank you so much. And I wanted to thank you all for being such a great audience and very interested in exploring like all the different aspects about food. This was really cool for me to join, and I'm excited to see the next presentation too. Yep. So that's for me.
Well, thank you, Rachel, and thank you.
Oh,
Lucor.
and
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna ask if there's somewhere I could post the presentation link so that so that other people can view it. Lucor said there are people watching on Facebook.
We could probably post it onto the YouTube page
Oh, yeah.
as a link. So post it there. That way, people that are out there watching, and then that'll also be a good place that if people want to go back and look after the meeting is done, we'll have a good outlet.
I'll grab it and do it. I got it.
Cool. Thank you, Mike.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. First of all, I really want to thank you too for such an outstanding presentation and really bringing along and making us aware about the importance of food. I mean, it should be obvious, right? I mean, we all eat pretty much every day, multiple times a day, sometimes even, and understanding how important not only what we're doing and how we're doing it and why we're doing it, is continually something that I think gets overlooked, especially in our culture where time is of the essence, and ease of access is of the essence, and so I think even just the concept of having a food museum that can allow people to explore different ideas and different thought patterns about how we consume is absolutely fantastic, and making me hungry. So I appreciate that very much, and I think on that, unless anyone else has anything they want to say, we'll move on to Michael and Alyssa. Kenzie, did you have something you wanted to say? Oh, you're muted. You're still.
I think I just said it in the chat. I was just really enjoying it, and I just think like it speaks again to that sort of that I feel like there's kind of a theme happening here, which is like reinventing the way that we see things and then reinventing the applications, but more so like enabling other people to apply it. So I just really appreciated that part of like this idea of our approach to museums and our idea of the approach to like the materials that we use for those museums and bringing that out and bringing the participation out from that. But like inviting other people to kind of do their own work with it. Yeah.
And if I can just comment on that, I think about, again, it's this concept of language where we have a term like museum, and what is the connotation behind a museum? And it usually has that historical, past tense, the Museum of Nature and Science, and oftentimes it's dealing with things in the past or things that we consider to be in the past and not always issues that are contemporary or changing organically. And so, changing that narrative, changing the terminology, might be a really interesting thing to really contemplate on how we address. I was looking at your even like your title, for the museum has Greek origins, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's got that Western, it looks like a Greek structure where you've got pillars that are made out of a fork, a spoon, and a knife. And that right there was like, I was sitting there going like, yeah, no, that totally reminds me of a museum, but it totally reminds me of a museum.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think even like that kind of context, you're making something that's obviously a connection to what people think of as a museum, but maybe thinking about how you can restructuralize that, and I don't know, but I think having that as a consideration might be something worthwhile.
And I want to add, with across the papers that have been presented so far, we all have an orientation of teacher as co-learner, whether it be the museum, the people who are at the museum as participants are inputting into the process that will affect what's presented at the museum. And in the writing of the fiction presentation, students are writing their story. In my presentation, People are coming up with their experiences of diversity and this problem-solving intervention using cultural tools and dialogue, to get the image. So this inclusive teacher as co-learner and lifelong process and open to change over time. That's a theme I'm seeing across all the papers. And that's good applied anthropology.
Yeah. True enough. Okay, so let's continue on to our next presentation. One of the things that I would like to quickly bring up is that because we have run over, and I honestly would much rather run over on time to have a good discussion than not, and especially with who we are as a group. Time is malleable, okay? But we have set up these artificial constructs of time and process and all that stuff. So what I want to do is I want to see if everyone's willing to extend, that time frame for our next presenters, so that instead of at 3:30 or 3 o'clock, our next presentation after that is supposed to start, that we'll keep on going a little bit and just kind of go along with the flow a little bit. So if everyone's cool with that, which I think we probably all are, we'll go ahead and go on to Michael and Alyssa and let us know what you're doing. So yeah, hand it off.
And the name of their presentation is Applying Our Time.
Yeah.
Good segue.
Yeah.
So you did that beautifully, the segue, without even knowing it.
Well, thank you all so much for allowing us to speak. I some of you I've known for a long time. I want to say, Rachel, we've never met, but it was a pleasure. Ryan, you look really familiar. I'm not sure if I know you or not, but it's a pleasure meeting you. Brandon, a pleasure meeting you. Mandy, Chelsea, I think it was Kira or Kyra. And Miss Hogan, can you please tell me how to pronounce your name so I can just
Michael.
say Michael.
Just Michael. Okay. My dad called me Mike.
Okay, great. And I've known or said hi to everybody else at least once in my life. So hello, everyone. As a segue, or just as a connection, really, to talk about food, and we'll be talking about several things too, but also growth. I want to share something with you, that connection of food and growth. I made sure Mayroon isn't on, so she doesn't know. But dude, we've got this humongous zucchini that we're gonna mail to Boulder to Mayroon. Look at this thing, dude. Hold on. Can anybody see that?
Oh my God.
Like, this is my foot.
Woo! Look at that.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Thing is freaking huge. I don't know. It probably tastes terrible. But Mayroon makes a lot of zucchini bread in the winter. And for those of you who don't know, Mayroon was the past treasurer and many, many other things. I know Ed Knopp and Howard could say a lot more about her than I can. But regardless, she was the past treasurer for High Plains, and a wonderful woman and mentor to me. Can everybody still hear?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Plugging in the lab.
So, applying our time. Me and Alyssa just started thinking about what we've been doing over the course, since really February, and really ways that it's been different. A lot of ways it's been the same, like Zoom is something we've been using for a while, because unless we're in the field, which is several months a year, we're usually on Zoom, and we work remotely anyways with Sweetgrass Consulting. And I'll talk a little bit about what that is. But first, I just wanted us to introduce ourselves a little bit, and talk about some of the things individually that we've been doing. And then we're going to talk about some specific Native organizations, Native Hawaiian and American Indian organizations, to be specific. and then some Native individuals and some of the things they've been doing during this time that's been very different from past times. And then we'll talk about as a for-profit company that's very much engaged in applied anthropology. I'd like to talk a little bit about the things that we've been doing lately, some of the lessons we've learned, and doing this just to demonstrate, perhaps something that you all can take away or things learned, but then also we can engage in a discussion about similarities or differences to your own experiences currently.
All right. Well, I guess I'll kick it off by introducing myself because I don't know very many of you. My name is Alyssa Camp, and I've been working with Sweetgrass Consulting for about 4.5 years now. But my background is anthropology, of course. I went to Metro, and I graduated about 5 years ago. And like probably many of us who are very passionate and in love with anthropology, like I filled my entire electives with other anthropology classes. I mean, that was my life in college. That's all I wanted to talk about and do. But it also led to more and more like stories about like things that really felt like romanticizing of what anthropology means. And I think I heard, Kenzie, I was in the kitchen making tea, but I think I heard you talking about just applied anthropology work and how it's kind of this lesser known field. And so my senior year, my last semester, I took a field methods class, one with Michael and one with Jack Schultz. And it just like kind of blew my mind that community development and like working with real life people was a thing that I could do without having to like live in Africa for 5 years, because those are some of the stories you get fed. Is you're either going to do archaeology or you're going to dig up dead people to figure out how they died, or you're going to live in Africa and learn a new language. Like it was very romanticized to me, I feel. And it was all very interesting. But I started working at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. And just a little segue into that, like kind of had this realization that I don't want to touch other people's things anymore. I want to help keep and uplift the stories alive from people that are actually living instead of trying to guess and preserve, like we've all been talking about, what these things are. So that's just a little bit of my background. But as for Sweetgrass Consulting, most of my work, most of our work really is with Native nonprofits, community development corporations. We worked with a couple tribes like hands-on, but mostly it's those organizations that are on the ground working to develop community, enhance food security, develop youth programs, provide safe spaces for people, all of that amazing work. I also help manage this huge database system, which sounds really boring, but it's actually really cool. It's basically like a really comprehensive impact measurement system that was designed for Native community development financial institutions, which is a mouthful. Native CDFIs, they are basically lenders, but number one, like first and foremost, they are educators. They are just community organizations that are there for the people. They are providing loans and financial education to individuals who normally are shut out of the system, whether that's because they live in a bank desert, there's no banking, or just straight up discrimination. I mean, practices like redlining, which you all may be familiar with, but basically drawing boundaries around reservations, around Black communities, gerrymandering basically, but in the banking world. So, okay, on reservation, people are going to get a 2% higher interest rate, for example, just by living on the reservation, if we're even going to approve them. So these Native CDFIs, there's about 25 of them that use this Otis database, but there's 70 Native CDFIs in the country. And so we get to work with them and help them track the impact that they're having, not only as an individual organization, but also collectively. Since they're using the same database, they're collecting a lot of the same information. And another big thing that we were working on was Owista Corporation. They're out of Longmont here in Colorado, and they are a national native CDFI intermediary, and they're just amazing. They are kind of the backbone of the native CDFI industry. They really bring those native CDFIs together. They provide funding to them because they're an intermediary. They get a lot of extra funding that the little guys can't really get, and then they disperse that to them. And they are trying to uplift native CDFIs to be able to provide home loans. As many of you know, like native reservations, trust lands, like native Hawaiian homesteads. Housing lending is really complicated in general, but especially on those areas, it's especially complicated. And so Owista has been bringing together different sources that are more traditional and helping native CDFIs learn about that. So I got to help Owista do a big like native CDFI industry survey and like interviews and things to kind of figure out what is the current state of home loans and housing loans on trust lands, and what do these native CDFIs need to enhance that and to feel a little bit more comfortable if they even want to do that. And then another big thing is, I don't know how many of you are familiar, but things called logic models and theories of change. Those are also kind of big random words that I don't think people use a lot, but basically when an organization wants to create a new program or apply for a grant, apply for any sort of funding, they often need a logic model and or a theory of change. So like what is the vision of this program? What are the things you're going to change? And how are you going to measure that those things are changing? And so because of COVID, I would say that type of thing is happening more, like where people are like, we need a new plan for the long term. And so we're going to develop this new program where we're going to enhance this existing program to just create more sustainability for our organization. And so we've been doing a lot of logic models and theories of change for organizations to help kind of set the foundation for the impacts that they're going to have on the communities that they serve. And then I think just the final thing that I would like to touch base on with what I've been working on is here in Greeley, I run an organization called Leanna's Closet. It's board ran. I'm just the head of the board, and we provide professional clothing to women in need. And so that's disadvantaged women. I mean, they don't have to prove their income or anything, but people can just come in, they can walk in, or they can be referred by some sort of agency, and we give them free professional clothes. And that's like shoes and purses and jewelry and all of that good stuff. And we give them like 3 to 5 outfits. And with COVID, we had some downtime. I mean, we had to close. We're just a very small space in the back of a local Habitat for Humanity. And so we had to close. And after a couple of months of, continuing to have board meetings and things, we were like, what can we do? Like, we're just stagnant. There's so much uncertainty. We don't know what we're doing. And so we decided we needed to get really creative. Like most organizations that we get to work with at Sweetgrass, we saw a lot of creativity coming out of this time. And so we figured out a new program where we could serve people without them actually needing to enter the store. We were able to apply for our 501c3, which we should hear about in the next 2 weeks. And then also during our downtime, just taking advantage of that and kind of revamping our board engagement and really taking the time to back up a little bit and get to know each other. Because as many of you know who have sat on boards, sometimes you don't know anything about the people that you're sitting side by side on a monthly basis. So we've taken advantage of COVID in that way, to really step back and get to know each other. So that's really the things that I've been working on lately, and I'll let Michael talk more about what he's been doing.
I'll talk a little bit about the things I've been doing, a little at the personal level, and then three particular projects, and then Alyssa's going to start kicking us off talking about some of the Native organizations and the ways that they've really been responsive and really doing the same thing that they've been doing for 500 years, and dealing with that next epidemic, that next issue is brought towards these communities, and being resilient. So Alyssa's going to talk about some of that in a little bit. I'll just tell you a little bit about what I'm doing. Before I speak, does anybody have any questions related to what Alyssa was talking about? I know she was talking about native CDFIs. Some people might be very familiar. Some people may want some more context. Any questions or anything? All right. Okay. I guess a couple of things that I've been working on for Thunder Valley Community Development Corporation. We started to work with them 5 years ago when they had about 3 or 4 initiatives, and now they have 9 initiatives, like the Lakota Language Initiative and Lakota Food Sovereignty Initiative, social enterprise, workforce development, things of that nature. And they hired us 5 years ago to create a organization-wide data tracking and evaluation system. And right from the beginning, with that like applied lens in mind that I learned from hanging out with people like you all and Kathy Pickering, we were like, cool, well, they're going to hire us to be evaluators, but we're not just going to evaluate for 5 years as outsiders. They also want a database system. We're going to create this database system to where they can evaluate themselves. You know, as long as they're being honest with themselves, we can do that, right? We create systems and tools. They fill them out and they can evaluate themselves. Well, it's the end of the 5-year contract that we had with them, now going 9 initiatives strong, and they want a 5-year report, and we've done so much. Luckily, myself and their ED, they're just so busy with COVID related things and a lot of the depressions and suicides related to that, that we all agreed, hey, let's just do a bridged report instead of trying to talk about every single thing we've done the last 5 years. So we're going to highlight in this report the things related to child well-being, because the funder Doris Duke that funded this 5-year initiative, that's one of their central tenets, enhancing childhood well-being. So what we're doing is writing a report that exemplifies the things Thunder Valley has done in that area, but then pulling out charts and data from their own system that we co-created, that Doris Duke funded, to also say, hey, look how well you've allowed them to tell this story through the funding that you gave them. They're also doing a Wichoti Kaga Business Startup and Development Center feasibility study. Which Wichoti Kaga, it means kind of like coming together as a group or gathering, and they want to do a business development and startup center. You know, a lot of people in academia or such would call it a business incubator. This couldn't be any better time, I should let you know, because anybody that follows the law right now, some reps and senators from New Mexico, and including the native lady there who's became very popular the last few years. They just passed the Native American Business Incubator Program Act. I bet Sean knows a lot about what's going on related to that right now. He's just waiting for a signature, but that's something to keep on your radars. Native CDFIs are keen on those types of things, business business development. Well, anyways, Thunder Valley wants to create a business incubator center, but they want to know, it's great. I mentioned those 6 McDonald's, every town I've ever lived in, nobody asked me, would you like a 5th Wendy's down the street? Would you like a 7th McDonald's? It's just, nobody's ever asked me ever, no matter where I've lived in each 4 or 5 states, if I wanted anything there. But we do so many studies because Native entities hire us to figure out, hey, we've got this vacant land and we got a few ideas. Ask our community what they want there. So we're doing that right now with the business incubator. So we're asking questions, like what type of resources do people want or need? What type of mentorship and trainings can local people provide? Hey, business leaders, if it was like a constant hustle and struggle for you to start your business, what do you wish you would have had? Okay, so financial resources, and people need to learn how to do taxes more and create a business plan. Are there partners in Oglala Lakota country already that Thunder Valley can partner with to do that? Or are there things that they need to build internal capacity to do that? That's what this feasibility is trying to figure out, as well as that financial feasibility, because I like to teach skills related to that applied anthropology. But as you all said, we're all learners and teachers. I need to learn more about financing and stuff, and those types of financial feasibility is being incorporated into that study as well. And the third big thing is similar to what I just talked about with the business incubator, except for it's related to a construction industry workforce program for the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe. They have a severe lack of housing, like many people, communities of color in our country. They're dealing with many different epidemics, and they have a understaffed tribal college that teaches construction, but they just can't get the training and capacity deep enough and address the many socio-cultural things that are going on to create a sustainable local construction workforce to help provide for those homes. So we're getting ready to start a feasibility study related to that, that's going to look at supply and demand, even the potential of partnering for lumber from a First Nations company, and ensuring an Ojibwe-centered curriculum that doesn't just teach people how to swing a hammer, but to how to feel good about who they are and what their grandparents taught them and things of that nature. And then just on a personal note, from February to July, I kind of slacked a little bit, I'll be honest. Some of our contracts actually picked up, but the contracts we already had got put on the back burner because people were like, whoa, we got way more important things. We need to put a business incubator feasibility study on hold for, a second or maybe a couple months. So that left me sitting while the organizations we work for were doing a lot of rad things. So that allowed me to spend more time with my sons that are going to be 18 in 8 days, and try to become more healthy and things of that nature. You want to talk about some of the Native organizations?
Yeah. So as I was starting to talk about Native CDFIs, and I know Lucor, you said in the comments you want to learn more about them, and they're like the main people that I get to work with. So anytime you want to talk about it, I'm down. But Native CDFIs, as I mentioned, they are working in communities that are often shut out of the traditional banking world. And but they're also providing lending and services that is like culturally relevant. So they're not just taking some Anglo like financial education that's worked really well on the East Coast, like in a DC area or something. Like, these are curriculums that have been designed by the people who they will then be taught to, like in those communities, which is really cool. But because of that, kind of what I'm getting at is they create their own models. They do their own thing. Like there's not much of a model to work off of. And as we all know, like Native communities, you know, I say that a lot, but that means so many different things, of course. What one community, what's going to work in one community is not going to work in the other. What's the number one barrier in one community is not experienced in the same way in another. And so it was really cool to see what Native CDFIs were doing in their respective communities to respond to COVID. And because those models aren't already created, and because of the structure of a Native CDFI allows them to really be flexible to meet the needs of the communities they serve. Like basically, if they see a need, like they create a new program, they create a new loan. So that's really cool. And Native CDFIs, they really thrive on these like super strong networks and partnerships. You know, collaboration is a buzzword, but like that is like their mantra. And when COVID hit, Native CDFIs really gathered together more than ever to figure out not only what can they do to respond to COVID in their communities, but what can we do like long-term to address some of these economic impacts that we're seeing. You know, when COVID hit, like a lot of the already existing barriers, like with IHS, health services, existing barriers with overcrowding and a lack of housing, what that did to people. Okay, so grandma, you know, is an at-risk individual. Can she self-quarantine? No. And that's true among a lot of rural communities, but you know, we see overcrowding obviously a lot in a lot of the Native communities, at least the ones we work in. So having COVID shed light on some of those barriers even more that already existed allowed Native CDFIs to come together and be like, what can we do for the long term? Like, yes, we need to put out emergency loans. We need to enhance our funding so that we can continue our emergency grant programs, whatever that look like. But this is not going to get easier. So what are some of the long-term things we can do? And so there was this newer coalition that was put together with just like the Mountain Plains region, Native CDFIs, like the Dakotas, Montana, Colorado. There's 10 CDFIs as part of that coalition, and they're doing just that. Kind of their main focus, of course, is to first figure out some solutions to respond to COVID, but then really strengthening their like collective effort with data collection, reporting, capacity building, things like that to really help strategize around closing the racial wealth gap. Like what can we do to support these communities that are shut out of a system just based on race. Another really cool thing I wanted to highlight was the Indian Agriculture Council. They're a national nonprofit, and they put out, as soon as COVID hit, they were like, we need to get on top of this, and we need to figure out how Native farmers and ranchers and food producers are being impacted by this, because we all know they're being disproportionately impacted, but let's get the data and let's figure it out. And they found that 86% of Native farmers and ranchers and food producers had been negatively affected by COVID. And this was like 350 or something people who responded. They were reporting things like price gouging, of course, like production to processing gaps, decreases in wholesale and restaurant market, like that income from that being lost. Yeah, of course, there was an increase in consumer demand. There's an increase in like production costs because you have to do, you know, social distancing. As I mentioned, the prices of supplies were increasing. So those were some of the things people were experiencing. But again, with not just talking about the doom and gloom, it was all about action and like, what can we do? Like, we know this is an issue. It was already an issue. Food security was already an issue. Farmers and ranchers in rural and in Native communities were already scraping by, maybe because of some of the things we were talking about with Lucor and Rachel, with people just wanting that convenience, things like that. But, and then of course the corporate, industries just completely taking over. So those local guys not getting as much. So yes, there were barriers, and they've existed for a long time in the agricultural system, but now solutions can be created to not only address the pandemic, but like in the way long term for sustainability, and creating like really creative solutions around how can we address food insecurity, not even in light of COVID, but really forever. So that was another cool thing I wanted to highlight.
I'll talk about a few things I thought were innovative. A lot of the things we're doing is responsive, of course, and I guess not really that innovative, but some things certainly are. And with Thunder Valley, like this business incubator study, we were supposed to get a lot of community surveys. We were going to host 2 or 3 community meals that had like more Price is Right style gaming type ways to collect information, as well as some elder focus groups, key opinion leader interviews with 25 to 30 people across the nation, indigenous folks engaged in business development and things of that nature. That was able to still happen, interviewing key opinion leaders over Zoom. But community meals and the things that are really necessary to gather appropriate information has just been shot. Thunder Valley themselves, I wish I could say I came up with any of these, but I didn't. They decided, hey, we're going to do a drive-through cookout. Cool. And a completed survey is going to get people a full plate of food and drink, drive-through cookout. So that's an innovative approach they took to gather community information for this business incubator feasibility study. It's being funded by the USDA currently. And the EDA, the Environmental Development Agency, Economic Development Agency, funds a lot of those things too, by the way. They decided to partner with a local business, Out of Bounds Burger. This burger joint's only like a year and a half old. And they're hoping to help food trucks become even more established if they want to. So they're like, why don't we put our money where our mouth is? If we're thinking a good route could be helping food trucks get established, let's, instead of paying community members to complete surveys, let's give people a little taste, pun intended, I guess, of things we could do. We're going to pay Out of Bounds Burger for 150 meals. And then on Sweetgrass's end, we made it to where the electronic survey will produce a personalized certificate of completion. So people then can take that certificate of completion to Out of Bounds Burger and get a meal. So they're still getting that community feedback, and the local burger joint that's only been around for a year and a half is getting meal and publicity. We do understand that there's barriers to that, as not everyone has a smartphone. So we do understand there's pros and cons to really any approach that we take. Keeley Radio Hour Elder Call. Keeley Radio, the voice of the Lakota Nation. Y'all may have heard that before. It's pretty common on their commercials. This is the first native-owned radio station, I think. Don't quote me on that. This is recording. But elders ascribe to that more than any other population on the reservation, and I think it probably makes sense why. So Thunder Valley has every Thursday, 4 to 5, from 4 to 5, a Thunder Valley hour on that radio station. Well, November 5th, what we're going to do, because we couldn't get together and do a focus group, several focus groups with elders, and we don't think Zoom would be a good idea either. When I say we, I mean me and the group of people, Lakota people from Thunder Valley, that's trying to mitigate these issues. We decided Thunder Valley's radio hour on November 5th it's going to tell briefly about the study, which is almost over. And then it's going to ask elders to call in and give their blessings, give their perspectives, talk about their cautions, talk about things that they remember when they were young, and it would be great if there was a new business that could provide something equivalent, you know, to the youth of today, etc. So innovative way to get that elder feedback from a radio station that they all depend on and even listen to their that helps broadcast their council meetings and everything. Hear My Thunder. So it's not just about Hear My Thunder is something Thunder Valley created. It was a social distance concert, and then also brought in a lot of Native politicians, such as Red Dawn Foster. She's a representative from South Dakota that we've worked with in the past, and many other politicians they brought in. And it wasn't about the data Sweetgrass was trying to collect. It was about the importance of the census and the importance of registering to vote. So Hear My Thunder was a social distance advocacy event where they also had people make sure they fill out the census and register to vote. A few other innovative approaches. Well, check out Indian Collective if you could. They're doing a lot of cool things. They go that acronym Indian, you know, as some Native people call themselves Indians, you know, Indian Collective. Native Inc. then in North Dakota and Thunder Valley in South Dakota, they've created a youth-centered healing facilitation since the COVID outbreak. Youth-centered healing facilitation events such as talking circles, and some of these are maybe responsive, but they're going to have long-term impacts because they're not going to go away, even if hopefully something like the coronavirus will. These talking circles will not. So people have started to integrate new programs. And then First Peoples Fund, an arts-based organization out of Rapid City, South Dakota. They are taking time during this period to start to reevaluate the way they've been doing evaluation. They had a director of evaluation who has decided to step down so she could homeschool her children and such. And they brought Sweetgrass into the fold to assist and kind of help them restructure, help them hire a new internal Indigenous evaluator, and then they'll continue on in some new ways. That's just some of the things that some of the organizations we've been working on have done innovatively, and some not necessarily innovatively, but in response to recent times. I want to talk about some Native individuals now. Some of my friends, I didn't do a bunch of research. I just thought I'd tell you about a few of my friends that some of you all know. But before that, I just want to talk about some individuals that maybe it was as an individual or collectively because of systemic oppression, systemic racism, and the issues that we're faced with and have contributed to and work to dismantle as well. But I'd be oblivious to say we haven't contributed to the systemic problems plaguing the world, the globe. So I want to just have a prayerful moment of silence to honor individuals that decided or just felt like they couldn't take time in this world any longer. People that it was too much for them to bear. So I just want to remember in silence and prayer for those individuals. Thank you all. Yeah, since January 1st, it's Pine Ridge Reservation, which is where we really started, started working. Since 28,000 people, 177 suicide attempts, 5 suicides, and 168 suicide threats since January 1st. Man, a lot of brilliant people that we need to teach us. Thank y'all for that moment of silence. My friend Ed, y'all might know Edward Ironcloud III. He's been up in Minnesota in the Great Lakes, Minnesota, I guess I should say, in the Minnesota, in the Great Lakes area, working with the Red Lake tribe. He has the Red Lake Band of Ojibwe. He has had extra time due to COVID, and just opportunities to start thinking about new ways and how he can be more of an impact. So he went up there for them to prepare 80 acres for buffalo. Ed has been managing, caretaking buffalo for close to 4 decades. In his Oglala homelands, and he's been invited by Red Lake Band of Ojibwe to help them fence in and create an environment to where buffalo can thrive there. So I'm really excited to see what Ed's going to do. He has a lot of knowledge, but oftentimes he just hasn't felt adequate, or also felt like he had the time to do anything with it. But after they've invited him several times, he's went up there and he's leading the charge to get this 80 acres prepared for Red Lakes, what I believe is their first buffalo herd. He also is looking into getting a community innovations grant from Bush Foundation. Bush Foundation has $44 million to give out right now, which is a little bit more than normal. They're already generous, but they provide grants to people throughout Minnesota, South Dakota, and North Dakota who have innovative ideas. And the idea is, let's pay you so you'll have more time and capacity to make those innovative ideas come to life. And those of you who've met Ed before know that he's got a lot of great ideas, but he's trying to do something to enhance the communication channels between communities, local policymakers, Lakota policymakers, and political action to get Native communities and individuals more involved in local voting, but beyond, to make them feel like their voice is heard, even at their local district meetings and things, and to help voters, just as we need to do in our communities, understand the implications of voting and not voting, and how it's also more than just voting. You know, there's so much involved, that advocacy, that ability to hold conversations, etc. So that's what Ed's been doing during this time. Lucille, his significant other, she's Apache and Aztec. For a long time, she's dreamed of quitting working for like Boulder school districts and things of that nature as a TA provider, as a IT provider. And during this time, it's provided the ability for self-reflection and also to look at just moving forward in possible positive changes. And she's now providing IT for various departments of the White Earth Band of Ojibwe and Winona LaDuke's organization, Honor the Earth. So some people doing some great things. I would like to, I'm not going to conclude yet, but our concluding section is really about a for-profit organization, and that Sweetgrass, and talk to you about what is a for-profit organization been doing during these abnormal times. Before I get into that, do you all have any questions, comments, concerns? Can you hear me, etc.?
Yeah, we can hear you great, and I've really been enjoying it.
Right on. All right. Well, before we start this next session, I just want to let everybody know I'm barefoot. No. Just kidding, Lucor. But you all are awesome. Okay. So, Sweetgrass Consulting. So, I'll try to keep it short because I know some of you all know who we are. But you know, me and Andrea Akers graduated from Colorado State around 2012, 2013, and our mentor was the former president of High Plains Society, Kathy Pickering. And when we graduated, we had no idea this was going to happen. But Kathy was working on 3 more grants. she was administering as an outsider. She was a principal investigator of 3 grants, and she was ready to retire. And she gave those to me and Andrea. As students, we had already worked with the 3 Native organizations for 4 to 5 years, so they knew us really well. And it was basically like, hey, I'm going to retire. Pine Ridge Area Chamber of Commerce, Lakota Funds in Thunder Valley. Can Michael and Andrea take it over? And they were like, yes. So what a privilege, what an opportunity. It did take hard work for her to offer that to us and not, the hundreds of other students. So I don't want to say we didn't have hard work involved, but it was certainly also privilege. But with that, we were like, wow, we better Google how to start a business. And we did that. And so we're now in our 7th year. Last year was terrible. We almost had to lay off some folks. Just so you know, as a business owner, it was my predominant source of income. And for 6 to 8 months, I was making less than both of my employees. This is not bragging rights. This is just to let you all know, if you're thinking about owning your own businesses, or if you don't, when your heart's in it, you can do those things. But also when you have assistance and help, and a team of people that you can brainstorm with, you can do those things. But just know it'll take sacrifices. Even our accountant, we went 6 years without one. Andrea was doing it all 5 years, but we have one now. And we hit her up, hey, do you know anybody else that needs work that we could do? We need more. We're going to have to start laying off people. And she said, well, what I can do is do your accounting for free for 6 months. Would that help? So there was always these cool things that assisted us. Fast forward to this year, and it's been the greatest as far as new opportunities, new partnerships, people reaching out to us that we're just like, we think it's so cool that you even know who we are. Like, we've known you all our lives, and that's fun. So I don't want to undermine. We just had a moment of silence for lives lost, and we'll continue to have moments of silence for the social injustices and things going on. But as far as those partnerships being built, our ability to maintain, it's been an incredible year in that regard. And this is some of the things that have happened to us. As I said, we've been busy, but the contracts we've had with organizations, they're like, hey, this study we're doing and we asked y'all to do is cool, but right now we need to figure out how to get personal protection equipment in elders' homes, things of that nature. So we stepped back and had a lot of time to make some organizational and structural changes that we feel could make us better suited for the future, and also prevent a year like last year. Having that time, I'm going to stick with COVID for a second, and then I'm going to go to other areas. But having that spare time, because of the organizations were like, hey, Paul's what you're doing, we need to address other things. We're like, well, what could we do? We're not going to drive up there and do smallpox blanket 2020. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to be spreading things. What could we do? So a lot of these organizations started getting COVID-related funding, and getting it pretty easy relatively. I say pretty easy because Native entities should be able to get money for doing nothing. Like, it all was stolen from them anyways, but relatively easy compared to the way the system works. They were getting a lot of COVID-related money, and they started reaching out to us. So we were like, okay, the 5 or 6 organizations we worked with that were doing that, we were like, we're going to do all your COVID-related stuff for free. We're going to help you create the online forms, because they still had to treat it like a loan application, even though oftentimes it was a grant application. It was free emergency funds, but they still needed an application. So we're like, all right, we'll create those applications for you. We'll put them online. We'll make sure that information goes right into the database system that Alyssa had already created. And then we're going to make pretty little reports out of the results from that lending. That way funders can see it and communities can see it and see the real impact that you all are making in a very quick, time efficient manner. So for example, if it passes through the amazing editorial team at High Plains, there's going to be some stories coming out related to that. A Hawaiian organization that ended up receiving them and 4 other entities partnered. These are 5 Native Hawaiian organizations, and they received $8.5 million, and a lot of it was in part out of their own mouth, because they were able to prove, for example, the amount of that went to Native Hawaiian women businesses, where, say, a traditional bank does not track that level of information. I know because we've been trying to work with one, and they couldn't tell us how many women-owned businesses had loans. They just knew it was a business that had a loan, but they were able to show the disparities of Native Hawaiian-owned businesses, and that was from some of the work that we all had did together with them. So that's been cool. We've had time to be able to say, like, hey, folks, y'all are struggling. We're not so much. How can we lend our time? Me and Andrea have talked about a scholarship for a long time, I guess 2.5 years, but we just haven't had the time to really make it happen. And then we start to see more and more of the injustices and the disgusting things that you see anytime you turn on the TV. And we're like, man, I've got to say, I don't have words I can't really put it in words, but I can say that we often feel hopeful because we feel like the work we do, even if it's sometimes tangential in distance, like it has to do with building the capacity upon invitation of people of color and things of that nature. And that's, to me, that's the basis of the whole issue. That those people's voice, even though they were here much longer than people look like myself, they were never regarded in decision making. I say they as in Native nations, but then on to people today that are marginalized and ostracized. So we take we feel hopeful knowing that there's many organizations like us, individuals, and organizations like you all, who are building the capacity for people to feel comfortable and feel like they have a place and space to be able to bring forth those ideas and have the constituency to support and put forth political ideas that are a long time in the making. With that said, though, Sweetgrass, we're not that impressed with our ability to have created deep capacity for individuals who could quit an internship with us, finish an internship with us, or finish a contract with us and feel solid about how, like, you know what, we could start our own business right now. Or, you know what, we could do this whole process from developing a research idea to developing databases and data collection tools to informing and gathering multiple people from our community, do that from start to finish. We're not impressed with our abilities to have passed that information down in that depth yet. So we felt like one small way we could start working in that direction is to start an Indigenous researcher program, and thus the Little Moon Indigenous Researcher Scholarship. Yeah, sorry. Thank you all so much, because you all may not know this, but the High Plains Society for Applied Anthropology has supplied a third, if not more, of the funding for that, our first annual Indigenous Researcher Scholarship. So thank you all so much. We're going to let an individual know. She's a young Native Hawaiian lady who is very much involved in Polynesian governance and culture, and is also excited about how things like databases and things can be used for Indigenous sovereignty and things. We're going to put a call out to her tomorrow, Monday, and say, hey, if you're game, we really appreciated your application and the way you talked with us. And we're going to have her come on as the first Walter Little Moon Indigenous Researcher intern. Thank you all so much. So many of you all made that happen. the extent that you all know it or not. It couldn't be more appreciated. But it's also because of the time and also the disgust that I've spent when I am at somebody's house with a TV that's like, dude, we got to step it up quicker. We can't just keep saying we don't have time to create a piddly internship, like we could do something. So with that time, that's part of what we've done. Ownership and structure. We've started looking at ways to build clout with our organization. We're very much word of mouth. And as you all know, Native communities, that's what it is, word of mouth. And we've tried for 3 years to do things differently and realize it's just not going to work. Word of mouth, it's where it's at, and that's what we're comfortable with. But we have decided that we wanted to be able to try to go for government contracts too when they are Native centered, or if we feel like we have the ability to work in other communities that are economically burdened. So we're looking into a small business administration status. Just to give you an idea, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. We've spent probably 50 hours trying to apply to be a part of the government small business administration program. It took me 3 months. I still haven't been able to talk to the local Denver office. Mm-hmm. Now I know they are the ones administering PPP loans and things, so I've got to give them some grace. But I mean, even when me and Andrea is smart, she's the brains of the bunch. We've been doing a lot of Zoom, me and her, and filling out those applications together. And at the bottom of the application, it said, if you need help, go to help@certified.sba.gov. Actually, it was an email address, help@. Well, I emailed them and they said, this is the wrong email address. You need to email. I'm like, how is that? It's the email address that has help in it in the bottom of the page that I'm having trouble with. So luckily we have some time to deal with these barriers. I can't imagine people that don't have the privileges that we do, how in the world they ever navigate that process. Women-owned small business. It's 3 women and a guy at Sweetgrass. So we're going to try for that designation as well. There's something else that's a bit ridiculous I want to bring up about this. Economically disadvantaged women-owned small business. Now this is, it's a complex issue. It's a complex issue when I think about it, because it makes me think, great, the government is willing to help many different businesses, not just the smallest of the small. But at the same time, it makes me think of that gentleman that was running for president not too long ago when he was saying like, oh yeah, I brought up a small business, and everybody found out he was actually talking about Staples as a small business. So long story short, economically disadvantaged women-owned small business, if any of y'all are ever thinking about it, you have to prove that your net worth is less than $750,000. Wow. Okay. So I could be grateful for some of that and also disgusted at some of that. But economically disadvantaged women-owned small business, $750,000. So we're working on that. Another thing too, a person that we work with that does indigenous maps for like Dave Bartecki of Village Earth. He's helped people from the Amazon use their stories and such to map their boundaries, their traditional boundaries, to fight court cases for illegal loggers and illegal miners on their lands. He's recently brought together agriculture-related data from all 572 or 3 or 4 indigenous nations and put it in an aggregate form that's free and open to the public. He does really dope things. Well, he mentioned to us, and then someone we work for said, you all should consider a B Corp. Is anyone familiar with B Corp? Raise your real or virtual hands. A B Corp is, I first heard about it 4 or 5 years ago, and it is a new status. Some states recognize it as a actual legal status. For some, it's more of a social status, but it is for mission-oriented for-profits who basically operate like a nonprofit. so we had two people within a week saying, hey, you should consider that. So I'm like, gee, maybe we should. I thought that was just for like people that, you know, created kombucha cafes or something. I didn't know, you know. So we started looking into it, and I want to share a screen really quick because it's actually pretty cool. It's cool for several reasons, and any of you all can do this. 50,000 plus businesses are using this free confidential tool. Are you all seeing that? Okay. So here's how it works. Here's some of there's 3,564 B Corps throughout the globe, representing 150 industries in 74 countries. Most small businesses, when they take the assessment, there's an assessment that you have to pass. Sometimes it takes a couple years because it's a process. Receive about 49 points. I forget the top, but someone like New Belgium Brewery, who's very socially oriented, it has a lot of employee related, just respectful policies. And there's I think there might be carbon neutral or carbon negative. They're like 130 points, right? So we started taking this, and we were excited. We scored 82, and you need 80 to apply. Well, you apply, and then it takes 8 to 12 weeks for verification, and they're going to have like this inspector person to call us and like ask us all these questions and make sure we didn't make anything up, etc. So that's where we're at. We're in that 8 to 12 week process. Everything I've told you thus far is free. And so I'm going to log in and show you what happens to apply. You take the B impact assessment. Michael at Sweetgrass. Oh man, pressure's on. .net. This is really fun. So you take this assessment, and it's going to measure. View the report. It's going to measure your governance, the way you treat your workers, the way you associate with local communities, the way that your company respects the natural environment and social environment, and your interactions with customers. And there is a ton of questions here. I'm going to be just transparent and go to the one we scored the lowest on, so y'all don't think I'm. So they're saying that these yellows mean like, dude, with our environmental management and air and climate and land and life, we need to pick it up. Like, we're not doing so hot. That's what that yellow means. In governance, the way we govern and the way that we're transparent with our employees, with our paperwork, etc., we're doing pretty good in that. Let me see if I can open up any so you all can see the questions. There's a lot of questions. Okay. Does anybody want to pick one of these 6 you'd like to go to?
Maybe community.
All right. So do we have a community-oriented impact business model? Does your company's business model create a specific positive benefit for stakeholders such as charitable partners, etc.? We answered yes, but they're like, yeah, but we're not giving you any points for that one. So some points you get a 0 no matter what. Some questions you get points in. Diversity in ownership and leadership, led by a woman, majority owned by women. There's certainly a lot of other things that can be selected, led by an individual from an underrepresented racial or ethnic minority. It goes on and on. Supplier diversity policies or programs. Does your company have any of the following policies or programs in place to promote diversity within your supply chain? No, we don't. So that's an area we can work on. So it can give you a lot of, it lets you know what you can work on too. And in fact, after me and Andrea got off about 4 hours, which was the third session of filling all this out, I was like, we need to create a next steps of what we want to do that we scored poorly in. And well, gee, that's pretty crazy because this thing has everything. And I noticed they even provide that. They give you what they think your next steps should be based on your responses. So they're saying, you know what? Our virtual office stewardship should be a little better. We've always done virtual. 4 of us live in 4 different areas, but we don't do things to help mitigate the type of energy being used in those office spaces. And we don't have any programs to assure that all 4 of our employees are recycling what they're using in their office spaces and things of that nature. They're like, dude, y'all could pick it up in that area. It's no secret, but this showed us some of our next steps if we want to continue to be a more earth-friendly, human being-friendly organization. We need to pick it up with our health benefits, which I already knew they stink, man. They're not very good at all. Number of paid days off. We should look at more paid days off, better health care plans, low impact renewable energy use, etc. So they came up with this and said ways that we can improve. And then we notice, so all this, everything I've told you is free, but keep in mind, Sweetgrass, one of the things we get hired to do the most is impact measurement and evaluation. Well, this is like a super extensive impact measurement and evaluation tool for free. Now, to get certified and become a part of the program, we clicked and had to put in our last year's net income and things, and they base membership on that, and that is a charge. And we're like, darn, you got to pay. But then we're like, why wouldn't we pay? People pay us all the time for impact measurement and evaluation systems. If we pay for this, we're able to measure the strengths and weaknesses so we can make greater internal changes and external impacts through time, and it'll cost us an annual subscription. Now, there's been years where we were like, we can't do that. We can barely pay ourselves. But we think this is, we're able to do that now. So for an organization like us, it's going to be like $1,300 a year or something of that nature. I know an organization, they did their own, we didn't do it for them. They are a native, wholly ran and operated organization. They paid $100,000 for their impact measurement system. Just to give you an idea, I think most of the people we work with are paying $3,000 to $7,000 a year. So we're like, we need to put our money where our mouth is. We don't even evaluate ourselves, except for when we do projects, we get that feedback formally and informally from our folks. But we're going to go ahead and pay and try to go through with the verification process and become a B corporation and see if we can continue to make those points grow, which doesn't give us any, it makes us feel better about being a company that takes care of its employees, the environment, and the communities we work in. I haven't really seen any other benefits than that, but to us, that's worth it to help us continue to enhance our mission, really. I hope this isn't too boring, man.
It's not boring at all.
Yeah, no, I'm really into it.
Yeah, it's showing a whole universe of things to do if you're getting into this area.
Yeah, hopefully. I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna stop share screen and then just say lastly. Yeah, thank you. I kind of like the complexity of thinking about the government will support a $750,000 company, which we're not even near there, as economically disadvantaged. I have the same types of conflicting ideas with publications, right? And you all know a lot of those reasons because who reads those publications, etc. But and also thinking about the way that community-based people do not get paid or incentivized to write articles, where some people actually get paid to do that, or it's part of their job description. And as you know, things are often edited in a way that do not mirror indigenous thought and indigenous writing styles. So we know the discrimination that comes with that. So it's really had me set off for several years. I'm starting to think about that a little differently now. Now that we've had 12, I mean, there's some communities we've been working in for 12 years, and that's a little spit in the mud to you know, Ed Knopp and Peter Van Arsdale and some amazing people. But 12 years to us for and Howard for working with some of these same organizations, and a lot of people have come and gone in those organizations. We have some pretty good institutional knowledge. And, you know, oftentimes they hire new employees for the food sovereignty program or something. They have no idea that there's 170 page in their own file folders on their computers, grocery store food hub feasibility study, for example. So we feel like we can bring some of this knowledge that we do in organizations and start partnering and authoring with those organizations to put some of that knowledge that they want, the knowledge they want to be public, because that can, because that's usually academic circles, right? And not that community based. So that they've already got a lot of philanthropist funding, USDA, EDA, Health and Human Services funding, generous donor funding, but this can put them into new circles who often wouldn't find out about those things because they're most of the time is in the classroom or writing articles. And actually, I'm being facetious. There's a lot of other cool things going on, but what I mean is, you know, it's going to connect Native organizations with partners they may never have connected with. And I don't feel selfish at all to say it will do the same thing for our organization, Sweetgrass, also. You know, there's some things that we've been invited to do and things that we haven't, because people think they know what we do or don't know, or you're not going to get this job because you're not big enough yet. And we're like, dude, I'm pretty sure we could do that. So we want to have that clout to say, like, this is some of the things and real rad things that we've been engaged with as well. So since February, we've had time to start making a move onto that. And you all will see, you know, once again, Alyssa submitted an article recently. The 3 Native Hawaiian organizations opted not to be co-authors, but they were super excited about contributing. And it was a very, they contributed a lot. It wasn't like, hey, let's have this 10-minute conversation so we can say we did. You know, it's been years in the making. And we're excited for other opportunities after this one as well to start expanding for those types of reasons. Alyssa, I've talked a whole lot, like always, and I just want to, is there anything you want to follow up with until we open it up and see if there's any questions or if I spurred anything or said anything wrong?
No, I think that's good. I don't really have anything else to add, and I know that it's getting time to wrap up, and I want to make sure Kenzie has enough time, so we can definitely open it up here for the next few minutes if anyone has any thoughts or things that you would like us to follow up with you about. But otherwise, thank you so much for letting us be a part of this.
I have a question. But first, I just wanted to say thank you to both of you for sharing all these projects, you know, that you're working on, that the communities that you work with are working on, and the individuals and organizations. It's just so inspiring and encouraging to hear about these projects that are going on at this time. So thank you for that. My question is, so you've been talking about sort of like restructuring some of these different things that you're applying for as a business, kind of new approaches that you're taking as a business to try to, you know, be sustainable and able to make a living doing the kind of work that you do. And I just wondered if you have any, like, if you might be able to distill that into any words of wisdom for other people that are interested in doing similar work or having a business with a similar format. If there's anything that you wish you'd maybe done from the start, or anything that you've kind of come to through all these different changes.
I do think taking it slow is important. You know, when we talk about going local, you know, that's a real, just like applied anthropology is a practice, so is going local. And I think that also means the ultra local, you know, starting with ourselves. We can't build healthy organizations or healthy families if we're not healthy. And I think I tried to be transparent and talk about some negative things too, but I think I highlighted a lot of positive. I could totally tell y'all stories about how I almost destroyed myself and Lakota and a Lakota family or two also. I totally have that capacity to tell you those stories. But you know, for that type of growth that we all desire, you know, start local. So ultra local with yourself, but then local, say, don't try to be all things to all people. I mean, you can't just go start working with everybody. You know, build those in-depth relationships. You know, like the next thing we may write about is with Thunder Valley, who I've said we've had connections with for almost 12 years. That's a lot different than, hey, I've been had this job for 4 months and I want to go in and write about you. You know, you got to make sure that people feel comfortable and they're not just doing it because they're like, wait, this might be that next golden carrot. This might be that next way that we could get some new opportunities. But it's really partnership based, and that still has to do with that going local. Thunder Valley has gotten raps before because people in the reservation is like, well, they don't help me. But if you look and realize, like, well, gee, that's 9 districts over 2 million acres. Like, from my perspective, honestly, good thing they're trying to work on the community that's nearest to them first and trying to see how things work and such before they develop their model and expand. And I think it should be the same thing with an organization. This SBA and all the stuff I was telling you and showing you is daunting, and it's made. The system was made. I know the people running it don't always want to believe it or did it intentionally, but it's made to exclude people. It's made for exclusionary purposes. If we would have tried to like apply for a small business designation 7 years ago, there's no way we would have had the time, resources, and capacity to do it. And that's sad. Things need to be done about that. But that's going back to that start local, start small. You know, Google, talk to me or folks that have businesses, and if you don't trust us, Google it, because that's what we did. We Googled it, and we went to we looked up in Weld County and Larimer County, which is where me and Andrea lived, and saw that they were going to do a couple free trainings on how to start your own business. So we went there. So I would recommend not going through all this like things to set you up for getting government contracts and stuff at first.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to just quickly say that, you know, I think one of the things that, you know, we certainly appreciate, not only, you know, having you have been a part of the High Plains Society for a long time, but the fact that you are doing so much in the community. And I think, you know, a lot of us, you know, we're educators, we're teachers, we're doing all this stuff, but you two are fulfilling this aspect of applied work. You know, you're actually out there creating opportunity, helping communities, you know, doing all that stuff. And I really just want to acknowledge you guys and you know, thank you for the work that you're doing, and trying to make things better, acknowledging that there are difficulties, that not everything is perfect, but that there is a process, and that process is making a better world, you know. And that, you know, for all of us, I think it's good to have those kinds of examples so that we can, you know, sort of look at this and say, yeah, this is a great model for something that we could do, or that this is something that we can, that we can look at your successes and your failures and say this is a great opportunity for us to learn. So, I think for all of us, and especially, and I think that's why we as a society decided to support you with the Walter Littlemoon scholarship, uh, is because we have a respect not only for you as individuals, but for the institution that you guys have created. And so, as we're moving forward, into the future, we'll continue to have this sort of relationship between us and you that we can hope to, further and contribute to these different goals. Because I think it's important that we partner um, with with different organizations and different groups that are taking on these very difficult but very necessary tasks. So again, thank you so much for what you have said, for the stuff that the reflexivity of your talk today. Talking about your experiences, and I think it's all important for us to understand, and assess our own process. And so, yeah, thank you guys.
I'd like to make a few comments, and I promise to be brief. Lisa and Michael, I loved your talk, and it occurred to me when you said you hope we're not boring us. If I'm bored with you, then I shouldn't be in applied anthropology, because you're doing applied anthropology. You're doing the day-to-day stuff, and I would have no business in it if that's not what I should be doing too. Uh, Second, Michael, it's wonderful to see you again. Um, Third, I've known you a long time, and I've always appreciated your directness, your honesty. The highfalutin word these days is transparency, which can also kind of be a euphemism for another kind of BS. But you, I, you're you always are looking at your own motivation, your own house, to see whether is my house in order, and what's my place in what works and in what doesn't work, rather than the reason it didn't work is because somebody else failed. Uh, Another thought is that another highfalutin word for what you're talking about is operationalizing. We can talk from here to the moon about the work of applied anthropology. You're operationalizing it. Well, that's a highfalutin word for um, you're telling stories about what you're doing, and the the essence, whether of the work we do with communities, of writing, of talking to each other, is telling stories, listening to stories, be willing to listening to stories, giving a damn about the people who you are listening to, and maybe help people think of alternate alternate stories, so it becomes a conversation and not a one-way dictation. So I greatly admire all that you've shared and all that you're doing, and both of you. And Michael, I can say I knew you when.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, Howard.
Okay.
I
Oh,
I see a lot of I see a lot of things in the comments, and I'll make sure we copy and paste those and address them later.
okay, cool. So I want to thank all of you again for our indulgence into discussion. And Kenzie, I appreciate your patience in taking this extra time for us to dive into some of these fascinating subjects that are relevant to all of us, and which is why I'm very much looking forward to your presentation to add to this conversation. So I want to go ahead and move us on to your presentation, and thank you all for continuing to participate in such a fascinating day, and I'm looking forward to our next speaker.
Well, really quickly, I just want to also thank y'all at Sweetgrass for what you're doing, because one of the things that my mom has brought up to me while she's been working with economic development with tribes is that they do hire a lot of consultants, and consultants specifically who come in and they just don't necessarily know what they need to know in order to have that good relationship happening with Indian country. And so, like, she was even talking about, well, we just need to write a guide for consultants for how to consult with Indian country. So I think that that need is there for that intermediary. And that's what I see. I mean, that's another role of sort of what we're talking about with applied anthropology is that intermediary role. So I just wanted to say thanks for that, because I really appreciate the work y'all are doing.
Thank you for saying that. Yeah, it can be really frustrating for people living in the communities to have an Indian Country 101 session with the people before they do the work. So, yeah.
And on that note, I want to thank all of y'all here at High Plains. I think you all know how much I love you and love this space that we make with each other. And it's interesting to see that space, the concept of space, change completely thanks to the current circumstances. But there will be benefits to that. I get to come hang out with you more from wherever I am in the world. And there's some drawbacks. I don't get to hang out with you in person while we're eating lunch and just throwing out names to go look at work that other people are doing and everything. So we make do how we can. So I guess I'm just gonna start out by kind of like reading the abstract I sent in, because I think that's kind of the gist here with what I was thinking about. And I've been thinking about how do we manage through uncertain times, and what are the kind of anchors that we can have to carry us through that. So I've been thinking a lot about that while I've been doing my dissertation this last couple of years, and defended it last spring. So I think I talked a little bit about that the last time that we met. So for anything that you've heard before, I apologize. But for my dissertation, I've been working on a sort of autobioethnography, looking into my family's history, looking into our stories, and looking into the Oneida, specifically, frameworks that we use to lens the world around us. I really should start out by saying, Seguli Squakwek, Kenzi ni Yukyats, Kweni, Waknyata ni Wagidaloda, Skanagoga. So, hey y'all, I'm Kenzie. I am Oneida. We're also called Oneodeaga, the people of the Standing Stone. That's part of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. And I'm Turtle Clan. So we always start out by saying who our people are, kind of get right with each other. Another way we get right with each other is by saying Skanagoga, which is are you with peace? And it refers to the great law of peace, that we need to be on the same page before we get started. So we ask if we're all on the same page with this idea of the great law of peace, or this idea at least of living in the world and moving through the world in good ways. And so one of the things that I do when I talk is I start out with Oneida language, because I'm still learning the language. It's a joy to be trying to speak it as whatever it is that I am trying. I don't claim to be successful at it, but it's also important to be putting those words into the world around us, I think, or at least it's important for me. So I like to put those words out into the air and let them live into the air. I'd also like to kind of orient myself in terms of the other stars around me, like the other points in a constellation. So I had these sort of two concepts that I was working with a lot, which was this idea of the constellations and this idea of the rivers. So I'll start out kind of like with the overview and then go into those a little bit. And I don't really have like the whole thing all wrapped up neatly in a presentation. It's kind of not off the cuff, but combining a few things that I've been presenting on. So thanks for bearing with me. But with the educational environment that's rapidly shifting and may even shift permanently, it's easy to feel like you're not rooted anywhere or to feel unmoored. And like we mentioned, there's positives. The classroom is kind of becoming a forum again, in the very literal sense, in that a lot of our discussions are taking place in a forum online. And there's the negative relationships that we have with the idea of working hours that are deteriorating even more rapidly. And there's these sort of ambiguous spaces in between. There's new opportunities presented by this new normal, but there's also disruption and dismay, and there's an impact on the body that it has to go through these periods of uncertainty and these periods of having to think on your feet so often, and not knowing what comes next. There's definitely a sort of bodily component to that I think we forget because we have these sort of new ways of interacting like Zoom. We're so up in our intellectual space and in our discussion spaces that sometimes we forget to take care of our bodies too. But I think what I see for anthropology is that fieldwork, graduate study, teaching, research, life, all of our paradigms that we have been relying on, at least in terms of the way that we do our work, all of those paradigms are shifting. And all day we've been talking about the paradigms that are shifting within our field and with the way that we see each other and the way we talk about what we do. But I think also the actual physical elements of that are shifting. And I'm interested to kind of talk about later, maybe just open it up to discussion about the ways in which, say, graduate school or field work, like field school, is affected by this new normal. And that's twofold, like the way that it disrupts the original, like the sort of original approach to fieldwork, but what opportunities does it also open up? And how might it make things even more accessible for the types of folks who haven't had access to that before, folks that we might not see in a graduate program, but who absolutely deserve to be there doing field work. Reaching across this sort of institutional barrier, I think is an interesting potential for this new normal. So all of these paradigms are shifting, and not just the way we're thinking about it, but the entire framework, the page that we're writing on, the map is shifting. And that's on top of all of the impacts to our actual world communities, our cultures, and our families. So I've been living across oceans back and forth for many years, so I'm somewhat familiar with the idea of being unmoored or unrooted. And in those times of feeling disconnected, the thing that's been helpful to me has been to chart the constellations in my life, imaginatively, to chart the ancestors, the elders, the lands, and the inspirations, and the mentors, and the friends, all of those connections in one's life, to consider our roles as learners or descendants or caretakers. And someday we will also be that ancestor to someone else. So to think in terms of these constellations of our lives, who's in our constellations, who can we add to our constellations, and what's our responsibility to those other sort of spokes on the wheel. And lately my methods of storytelling and my dissertation, which is a multimodal poetry book. I don't even know if we call it a book anymore. My mentors are like, what if it wasn't a book? And I'm like, why do you have to keep making my life harder? I'm just trying to graduate. But my book thing has been dealing a lot with this idea of geolocation, this idea of mapping a story, mapping generations. So that has taken me further outdoors than I had been in the past while I've been writing. And I've been applying sort of these documentary techniques toward landscape poetry, or what I like to think of as these little earth ethnographies. Because certainly something that it's made me think about is thinking about the land as a participant and the land as a, we thinking of it as a land, the land is our family member, but also to think about it in terms of anthropology and in terms of writing, creative writing, what happens when I invite the land in to be part of that participatory writing. So I want to like, I'm interested to open it up later and talk about like maybe how this kind of activity might fare in both the classroom and out in the world, particularly if we're working with different communities, if we're working on different projects with people, how we might use that idea of the land as a participant, but also how this idea of constellations and our connections with each other might enhance that, or at least sustain it through this difficult time when we can't physically be there. And how combinations of storytelling and land and interactivity, we talked about agency earlier and this idea of inviting people in to interact in the museum and things like that, how interactivity can offer that accessibility, the stronger community well-being, and a wider library of what we consider to be texts. Collaborations might be the text, the project might be the text that we can then read and share. So that's sort of some of the things I was thinking about when I thought about what I might share with you today. But I'll probably just show you all also what I've been working on and kind of see if we can tease out this idea of rivers and constellations as these guiding factors. So yeah, speaking about constellations, the connections that we've made and the people to whom we're responsible. When I started out speaking, I talked about my clan, my turtle clan, being one of 3 clans in my tribe. So the turtle clan, the bear clan, and the wolf clan. And each clan traditionally has a particular role. The turtle clan takes care of the earth and sometimes are also referred to as the storytellers. Lucky me. And the bear clan is the ones that the creator gave the medicine to. So the bear clan are the medicine keepers and the wolf clan are the pathfinders. That typically, they might often be leaders, but they're the ones who find the path for us to walk down and help us walk down that path. And each person in those clans will have other roles. They might have the role of other clans as well. But what I like about that is that it teaches us that we are part of a larger community, that we each have our own role in that community, and that is inherent to the way that we think about family and the way that we think about like the people we care about. The whole community is that family, and then we have that role within it. So then I think about these constellations that I loved to chart as a kid with my little star chart, and the ways that those constellations interact within the whole sky, but they each have their own component stars. So what happens when we each have our own constellations, we can see ourselves within those constellations and how those constellations occupy the same sky space together. And we can draw upon those constellations for direction. We can use them as guiding stars, to take this metaphor even further, which will keep happening, I think. We can feel the strength of that, I think, like feel a sustaining force within us, thinking about those ancestors and those descendants that we will have or are having, and the sort of interconnectivity that extends beyond whether or not we see each other in person. It extends beyond whether or not we even acknowledge each other, but we have that effect on each other. So we always have that connectivity, even when we're not deliberately making those connections. We will always be affecting something. So especially as the star clusters may outlast whatever the current circumstances are, that is something that gives me hope sometimes, is to know that whatever's happening right now, there is that constellation there, and that constellation both predates what's happening now and will outlast what's happening now. And that they reach backwards and forwards. In my tribe, they say like 7 generations. We always plan for the 7th generation, 7 generations out. But what that also refers to is 7 generations back. We have these relationships across these generations, and they continue. So as we move forward in time, we always look 7th generation, 7th generation. So to think about sort of ourselves within that larger space and that larger time frame, hopefully that doesn't become overwhelming. Like you reach a singularity and your mind is blown because it's too hard to think about that far back or that many things that are interconnected. But I just think I find it a nice anchor point to think about these star clusters in my life and in the world around me, and then to be able to actually walk outside sometimes and see star clusters and see it reflected in the natural world. I think the use of those kinds of metaphors can be really helpful in terms of reconnecting back to the land itself. Talking about things in terms of the land lets you go back to the land and take what the land wants to give you and put it back into the ideas. There's a kind of beautiful cycle there. So my constellations today being Howard and Ed and Jack and Joseph and Michael and the High Plains Society, and also my elders and my teachers on my reservation, Tony House and Michelle Hill and Brian Dockstader. I have to give a shout out to them every time because they've taught me so much. My family, who provided so much of the material for my book, whether they wanted to or not. And that's not just my immediate family, but I feel like while I was working on this book, I was having direct conversations with my great grandfather and his wife, even though I never had those conversations in my lifetime. It has really changed the way that I work with it to see them as participants as well, and to kind of treat them as though they have that agency in the participation, even if they're not with me. So to give a shout out to my own constellations and to sort of encourage you all to think about who are your constellations and who can you bring into your constellations, and how far back do your constellations go and how far forward might they go. So another sort of predominant idea that I've been playing with in this dissertation is the idea of the river. The river moving through time as a temporal and non-temporal object. The river flows through different landscapes, but the river stays the same. It is still the river. And because I grew up with the movie Pocahontas, you can't step in the same river twice. I won't sing the song, but this idea that the river is always changing as well. And the way that I see sort of things connecting is either through these star stories or these rivers. Within my culture, we have wampum belts, which are made out of quahog shells. I should actually maybe I think I have a slide for this. Okay. So within my culture, we have these wampum belts. You can see here on the, not from the start. I was giving a talk the other day. Okay, so on the left side of the screen here, you can see the Hiawatha wampum belt. These are belts that are made out of beads that are made from quahog shells, so clam shells. And the clam shells have a purple sort of pattern on one part of them and a white pattern. And the way that you drill the bead determines like the color of the bead, whether or not you use that purple section or that white. They're very, very fragile. So each of these beads is like a lot of labor and it's very fiddly work. So they break very often. There was a reason why wampum was very sacred, but also like expensive in a way because it took that time and labor. The word wampum was kind of mistranslated, I think, to where now some folks use it as a kind of word for currency. it's not so much a currency in terms of that kind of exchange, although the way that we used it, it had value like that, but it wasn't used in the same way as like a Western approach to currency. So the wampum belts would be woven together, showing either the purple or the white beads in these sort of patterns and combinations. And the patterns link to stories or to portions of treaties. Most of our treaties were encoded in these wampum belts. And so thinking about the sinew that is connecting each of these beads, thinking about the beads as stars, but also thinking about the wampum as a river. Paul Williams, he has a Kayanasa. Paul Williams wrote this really fantastic book about the Great Law of Peace, where he goes into this idea of the wampum being actually modeled after the river. And just like the river may go through many landscapes and see many changes, it still retains its essential nature as the river. It still flows. It still flows through time. So you can look at native treaties and these Great Law of Peace in the same way, that it retains that essential nature even as the landscape changes. And the word for one of the belts, the two-row wampum belt, Guswentha, can also be translated as it flows, as in the river. And another Mohawk word for wampum, kahioni, actually can be translated to the river formed by the hand of man. So the wampum as the river became this kind of predominant idea, although I didn't know that when I started out doing this. When I started this out, it was because I had a meeting with an editor about a book of poetry I had written, and the book of poetry had a lot of different landscapes in it. And the editor said, I just don't get it. You have Texas, Norway, and the reservation. Like, I just can't make sense of this. And so kind of going back to what we talked about with Michael and this idea, the things that we don't realize we don't know, that seems to be a kind of barrier to entry about certain types of books that I would write if I wanted to get them published in this kind of traditional way of these poetry books and the way that's most beneficial to my CV, right? So then I thought, well, you just don't know the story. And if I tell the story better, maybe I can draw us all to that place where we'll all be in that place of better understanding. So I started to try to map the book in order to create a kind of pathway that different readers could follow. There's the printed order, which is the chronological order of the book. And that follows each generation. Each generation has its own section. And then within those sections, the poems flow basically chronologically throughout that person's life. So from the beginning to the book to the end, we're mostly moving forward in time, although we're utilizing memory and flashback, but we're mostly moving forward in time. That was sort of the idea with the what I'm calling the uninitiated reader, which is the reader who doesn't necessarily have as much of that context, that background. We talked today about that you have to meet people where they are. So that's that sort of uninitiated reader, the printed order. For the order that I wanted it to be in, if we were all on the same page and the context was all established already, I created a wampum ordering, which follows a non-linear order throughout the book where you jump back and forth between the generations. So now the generations can talk to each other more easily. And I had these pictures back when I did this, but now that we're talking, I've actually accomplished the thing. So if I can get my Zoom window back here. So, nope. Yes. Okay. So this is wampum. So we have our chronological order, which is your basic table of contents. And then you have the wampum table of contents. And I tried to make this so that for the uninitiated reader, even, they still might be encouraged to read it from right to left by having the front part of it jut out a little bit further than the back end. to read from right to left, which is the traditional way we would read wampum. And then each bead in the belt refers to a different part of the story. And there are empty spaces in the belt as well. You can see there's only so many actual page numbers within the belt to indicate the stories that we can share and the stories that we shouldn't share or that we don't have access to yet. There's also this really fabulous article by Angela M. Haas called Wampum as Hyperlinking, which talks about the sort of ideas that we have around hyperlinking and the internet being so focused on Western ideas, and that what we should do is recognize that these types of literatures have existed for many, many years in other cultures. And so this idea of linking from one symbol in the belt to a story, that is a kind of hyperlinking. This idea of having the purple and the white beads, that is a echo, or binary code is an echo of that, these zeros and ones. And so to look at, say, the tech field and see it have its idea of itself as its own genius, that it just, oh, this is what we made and no one else has this, is kind of a Western concept, whereas other cultures actually did have this idea of hyperlinking much earlier on. So I took the idea of wampum as hyperlinking and really ran with it. The whole manuscript, and this is again why it's going to be hard to get published, actually is full of hyperlinks. So on any of these page numbers, if you click them, you will jump immediately to that poem. And then you can jump back, or you can go to that poem and then read the next one in the wampum order. So not normally you would just skip to the next page, but in the wampum order, you're jumping around. So then you would click forward to the next one in the wampum order, and you can go back and navigate that way. So you can leave the wampum belt behind and still navigate through the wampum table of contents. And the reason I wanted to do this is to have these generations speaking more intimately with each other, to have them be in conversation with each other, and also to kind of allow the reader to make different associations between one poem and the next. So in my mother's section, there's a poem about oil country, because I was born in West Texas and I grew up in oil country before we moved back to the reservation. My mother actually was born in Venezuela because her family went down to Venezuela to work for the oil company down there. So she was born in an oil camp. And then my husband, who's Norwegian, grew up in what's called the Texas of Norway, because it's the oil region of Norway. So oil, oddly enough, as this sort of strange resource, right? Resource extraction has been a theme throughout the book, but oil and the culture around oil has actually been a part of my family's life for several generations. So to be able to speak to these different things like resource extraction from one generation to the next, and then to have those in combination creates that fuller picture and allows more of that exploration of the nuances and the details. So that was kind of the idea behind the wampum ordering. Another thing I wanted to do to try to bring in a conversation between the generations and sort of have my ancestors as participatory in this, in as much as I can, was that I created digital fonts out of the handwriting of each ancestor or each generation. So if I were to type more out, this one's my great-grandfather, so it's a little bit more difficult because I had to source these letters from his letters to the Carlisle Industrial Indian Boarding School. That's the only records I have of my great-grandfather's handwriting, are the letters that he had written to the boarding school after he had left. So for that reason, I don't have a full selection of letters for that particular font, but I sort of have made it work with my titles. But if I were to type them out, I can add text using that font, any text that I want. there's a responsibility there, right? Because I don't want to be putting words into my ancestors' mouths. So here I've limited it to using it for the titles for that section. So it's a visual marker of like which generation you're working with in their own handwriting. And then I've also used it for epigraphs where I'm using that particular person's own words. So at the beginning, this is all, we call him Dodo, talking to, Dodo's the one talking. He's not in this image, but that's like 5 generations of Oneida. And then later on in my grandmother's section, let's see. Yeah, so this would be a poem for my grandmother's section. Boomer Sooner, she went to University of Oklahoma, talking about that sort of process of assimilation, but then having an epigraph from my great grandfather that he had said to her, get an education, knowledge is the one thing that cannot be taken from you. So having these two fonts on the same page was an attempt to have that conversation happen between these sort of points of the constellation of the ancestors. Another thing I was working on as far as sort of reinventing storytelling to create that kind of different relationship with the studied culture here, the beloved culture, I'll call it that, was to look at letters that had been written and to do erasure techniques on them, or to look at what erasure techniques are happening in contemporary poetry today, and how can we shift that to accommodate this idea of collaborative building rather than straight erasure. So in erasure poetry, a poet might take a text and then erase portions of that text or obliterate portions of that text to create a new poem. It's a pretty common technique now, but I don't think that we always take our time with, again, the words. Joseph mentioned today, words matter, the language matters. So we haven't taken that time to realize that the word erasure is the act. And so with a culture that has experienced so much in the way of socio-political erasure, it would be kind of traumatic to inflict that erasure back upon their remaining words. So rather than that, I tried to do what I'm calling anti-erasure, which is that more collaborative approach that keeps the original text intact, but then highlights or boldfaces certain portions of the text to create the second poem. So this would be one of my grandmother's letters, and here some of the text has been, it may be seen to be grayed out, but it's actually just been turned, the color has been different, slightly different. So I'm trying to get at the colors of the wampum belt here. So you have the purple and the white. Another one that I actually transcribed from Christian's letters, and you can see the report after leaving Carlisle. Transcribing the thing was its own experience as well, kind of trying to puzzle out the actual letters, that like the cursive letters and everything, and also trying to kind of put together what the story really was, because you don't have a lot of the firsthand account, you just have the kind of subtext to read that relationship that's happening between Carlisle. So trying to pull out even more of that subtext based on what else I had read of his letters and put it in here using it as a poem. So each of the words in the poem being highlighted, but the original letter is kept intact, so as not to sort of like steamroll over Christian's own words within this manuscript. So these are kind of these ideas of anti-erasure. Another thing about anti-erasure was to include actual pictures of the people, and pictures where they're smiling, to kind of change that visual stereotype that has been created of the stoic Indian. In fact, I think there's a poem in here in which my grandmother was talking about my great grandfather, and she was saying that he wasn't the kind of like serious Indian that movies show us to be. So even then, there was that idea of the Hollywood Indian and the expectations for what an Indian should look and sound like, that I'm trying to kind of shift by including images, by including their own words, and also by playing with a mixture of technologies. So I thought about the way that the river maps time and the way that we might map time. Like, how would you map time?
And I looked at things like traditional map making and traditional map sort of elements like the map scale. But I also looked at how other people, like other cultures, have done map making where it hasn't been necessarily a Western concept, or it's been an alternative form of map making. Hold on. No, I don't have the maps here. Okay. Not that one. Okay, so oh, they made me write so much. Okay, so these kinds of alternative maps. The one on the left, far left, is a Mississippi meander map, which maps through time by showing the different courses of the river over different time periods, typically decades. And they do it through color for each of the different parts of the sort of the path that the river has taken over the different years. And that's another interesting thing, because the river has taken many paths, but it's still at its essence the river. It still sort of starts and ends, maybe not in the same place, but in the same sort of area. And so thinking about the river as a kind of like predominant metaphor for the way that we move through the world. The second two are actually indigenous maps. So the middle one is a Sherpa map. So the Sherpa of Nepal, thinking about things in terms of vertical dimensions more often than a grid system. It wouldn't actually be very useful for them to just, well, and like, I think they would tell you it wouldn't be helpful to describe things in terms of just as the bird flies, if what you're having to do is climb up and down mountains to get there. It doesn't really tell you anything about how long it takes you to get there, or what map here is comes from the Decolonial Atlas, which is a great website, has a lot of different sort of decolonized approaches to map making. And this is an Anishinaabe map of the Great Lakes region, which takes the Great Lakes and turns it on its side in order to reorient it to more Anishinaabe cardinal directions. And you can see there that the map compass rose is actually a medicine wheel showing how that reorientation has happened. And all of the names are in Anishinaabe Moen. There are no English names at all. And they are all sort of relating to that relationship with land, because the language can teach you a lot about the relationship. So I looked at these other forms of map making and I thought, like, how can I map this story in a way that will make it understandable to that uninitiated reader, and also to be able to speak directly to other Oneida folks, other Native folks, other marginalized folks, kind of have that insider-outsider language. So that was kind of the inciting sort of idea with mapping the book through these two different reading orders, and then to look at the very idea of mapping. So for a visual of that, I've got these kinds of section areas where I start out with that idea, that more recognizable map scale symbol, and what happens if we say that's a symbol of a life rather than of mileage, birth to death. Well, then I want to turn it on its head again. And from the end of the previous section, you see that repeated, but now it starts to extend across the generations into the next section. So kind of starting to get at that idea of the 7 generations going in each direction. And also that idea of like the antithesis of extinction, right? That we live on through each other, that my grandfather is still here with me, guiding me every day as much as my mother, who is alive. So this kind of interconnectivity. And then we progress to the idea of the map scale mapping the land as well. And if the river is the map, and the map is the time, and the time follows the land. So the map scale turns into the landscape itself and starts to span across pages. This was a good opportunity to start talking about the landscapes in Oregon that are the other half of this book. So I may come back to this, but sort of a way of playing with time through the actual book by having a kind of flip book experience where each time it's a little bit different with the illustration. So sequential illustrations. And eventually we get to this point where we start to look at the different ways that we all map time. So I think typically we might associate a Western idea of time as being very linear. Time more as a spiral. And I looked back at these novels and things I was reading, and the spiraling kind of organic structure of those novels rather than your typical kind of like hero's journey story. So I started to think about mapping time as a spiral. But here we have started to have our lives kind of intersect much more with Western traditions in this particular generation of my mother's generation. We had just gone through 2 generations of sort of assimilation policy. Before that, we had gone through the boarding schools. So this presence of the 2 is very much in our lives at this point in the generations. So we have the looping sort of idea of ancestral time, time immemorial up top, and the sort of linear, constantly moving forward of, say, the colonial machine. And finally, when we come to me, it ends up being a little bit more tangled. I have both of these things existing simultaneously, and I'm trying to find a path through that. I'm trying to find my own sort of way to link them and also to keep walking forward with both of them in my life. And so that's the idea of this kind of mapping the time scale and taking these map elements and starting to repurpose them. One of the ideas for that and for the anti-erasure stuff I've been doing is this concept of counter-forensics. So counter-forensics was coined by an architect, actually talking about counter-forensic architecture and ways to disrupt a space where the architecture itself has imposed oppression. And so if you look at these maps, for example, of areas that are under occupation or wartime occupation, certain areas being redacted or information that's been redacted from documents, this sort of governmental control of information, counterforensics is pushing back against that by trying to fill back in those gaps or trying to change the map a little bit. So kind of this idea of counterforensic mapping you can also see in literature. Craig Santos Perez, who writes this From Unincorporated Territory series of books, has been kind of putting back in those spaces that have been erased. Natasha Trethewey does the same with the book Native Guard. There's a lot of writers who are kind of trying to write back into the gaps of their histories. And to me, this represents a counterforensic act. And you can also do it with mapping. So those were kind of like these major principles. And then I started thinking about like technology because of where we are right now, but also I was out in these landscapes and I wasn't always going to have access to these landscapes. So I started to work on these poems that are a little bit weird. Everything I do is a little bit weird. But I started working on these poems that were more like virtual reality poems. But even here, it was about a participatory relationship with the land. So for this piece, my dad took me in the car down the 810 road, which leads up to the fire lookout tower that he and I volunteer on every summer. And we stopped every quarter of a mile. And I would get out and let the landscape speak to me. And then I would write a line down on an index card, and I would put the index card back into the landscape and take a panoramic photo with my phone, which was geotagged naturally. And then I would move on to the next one, and I didn't leave the cards in the landscape. I wouldn't be able to do that. I'm like, no litter. But kind of letting the landscape have a different role in the creation of the poetry and the role in the dissertation. So each of these becomes this kind of like 3-dimensional space. If you're wearing VR goggles or if you have a phone and you're looking at it, you can actually like turn around and you'll be able to see the different spots. And each of those also has these points of interest to them, and that's where each of the cards comes from. And I won't be able to play this for you here, but the other aspect of this is that each of these scenes in this poem has in the background the sound of rivers. So I recorded rivers from Oregon all the way to Norway, and in the background of each of these scenes is a different river, and a different sort of river being able to speak back into the poem. So the idea of the river and the road was really important to me because of that weird conversation I had had where the assumption was, I don't know, I guess you guys just live on a reservation all day. Like, why would you be in Norway? I mean, I had the same reaction when I lived in Norway. Like, what are you doing here? And it was twice as strong when people found out I was native. And so this idea, this sort of stereotype or this expectation of Native people being a very particular thing and being in a very particular place, and even my reservation being more urban in nature than what people typically imagine. So those limits of the imagination were something that I wanted to try to kind of expand by reminding people, like, the rivers were our roads. We traveled so much. We didn't need the wheel because that was an inefficient mode of travel. We had our roads. So I keep coming back to this idea of the river as the road, but also the river as finding its own pathway through a congested landscape, through a tumultuous landscape, an uncertain time, and maybe through the limits of imagination that we are currently laboring under, but that we as applied anthropologists and as storytellers can start to encourage finding different paths for each of us. And something else that came out of this was this idea of geotagging. So because I had taken the photos with my phone, they were all geotagged, and I was able to put them together into this sort of navigatory map. And so then I thought, well, why not take that even further? Because again, I had a committee for my dissertation who were just unbelievably unhelpful in reining me in. Like, they would not give me a boundary, and I think you may notice this about me by now. I kind of need the boundaries because otherwise I'll just keep going off the deep end with it. And so they were like, yeah, do it. Let's see it. So it got even weirder. And oh my gosh, I hate when Zoom does this. I can't click on the thing. Okay. So then I started thinking about like actual map making poetry. And this was something that I was able to do from my house where I was living in Norway. But I had taken all of the photographs, I had taken all of the material when I was there, and I was able to put it into this sort of map poem. So here, let's see, preview, yes. So here, any particular spot on the map, you could click through and decide to read that particular thing first. There's no set path you have to take through the map of the poem. And each of the points of interest relates to a specific place in the landscape that had meaning for my life in some way, or for that region, or for the tribes of that region. And so there's little poems for each of them, but then I was also incorporating photography that I had taken in those areas. So it's kind of like putting all of these things together in a way where the landscape itself is carrying the sort of storytelling. And I mean, there's a lot of really fun tools to play with for that. There's a lot of fun tools for this other one was made just using my cell phone and like walking around and kind of getting creative with it. Google has a lot of really interesting tools you can use in weird ways if you just give yourself the chance. So yeah, thinking about the sort of technology, thinking about the relationships that we have between each other, but also thinking about finding our own paths. There's a lot more to that book. Basically, it's about combining these two parts of my life, the Oneida side with that part of my family, and also my dad's side, who works for the Forest Service on lookout towers, fire lookout towers. So thinking again back to constellations, how can I make the connection between these two stars? And then that's where the land also came in, because to me, it seemed like both sides had a commitment to, a stewardship of, and a relationship with the land. And I think I'm probably just going to cut off here, but I just kind of want to offer that idea of these rivers and constellations and the ways that the land can be a participatory actor within the work that we're doing. And how, like, combining these ideas of storytelling, telling our own stories, like helping to explain what people don't know they don't know, kind of leading the reader and meeting them where they're at. Combining that with this idea of interactivity and inviting people in and inviting them to do the work of anthropology themselves. And this building of stronger well-being in yourself, including in your body, and your stronger sort of connection with your community, even despite the fact that you have this distance. And that there might be that wider variety of possible activities between the parties of the anthropologists, the participant cultures, the students, the teachers, the sort of potential field school attendees, and where the field school is located, or if it's dislocated, if it's like out in the cloud. So I'm interested in those things and in the idea of the river as road connecting us through our constellations. So I'll leave it with asking that we let ourselves be held close, let ourselves be nourished and guided by our rivers and our constellations. Let them lead us to worlds that were previously unimagined or simply unrecognized. And may we find some peace and some joy from that now and always, even in these uncertain times. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of like open a discussion with like where we see the spaces that we're having to make in this new normal, and kind of like what potential that has as far as like something I really want to hear about is field work and like what that looks like for field work. And the only thing I have to go off of on that is like my archaeology field school out at Cahokia Mounds back in 2005, 6. So I'm interested in kind of like the ways that we might rethink field work, or the ways that we might rethink located work while still bringing in that connection to land.
It's a small thing, but something that popped into my mind is I was in a archaeology of gender course that was post-pandemic, so it was all through Zoom. And one of the things that the professor had us do consistently is use our place as a place to explore material culture and gender. So we would take each other on tours of wherever we were to connect those ideas. And so that's, I think, an opportunity in kind of like a disjointed locality where we can all bring pieces of where we are into this communal space.
I love that idea, because then, I mean, we have the ability, I mean, I got this apartment from someone taking me inside with their phone camera and showing me what it was. But I like that idea of like inviting people into our spaces or taking our spaces somewhere else.
Kenzie, I'd just like to hop in for a second and first of all say, oh my God. I'll tell you what.
Short version. I'm so sorry. I was jumping around because I usually have like a much longer thing all prepared.
So much of what you have talked about today, I think, was just so impressive and stuff that, I mean, that's why I love this place. That's why I love High Plains and our contributors. But you brought up some stuff that, and like the wampum belt and taking a different approach to information and how it can be connected in different ways and non-traditional Western ways. And I was sitting there as you were describing this, and I'm going like, yeah, it's a different way of explaining the world and a different way of examining information. And and then you go on to talk about landscape poetry, and I'm going like, what? God, what? This is so cool. Seriously, this was so cool. And I really want to say thank you for contributing so much to an already impressive day, but really allowing us to to kind of see what your thought process is, and to expose us to these different ways and different ideas. And I really like to think of anthropologists as being very open-minded and very broad um, in approaches, and broad in knowledge. We love finding new things, and different, and you know and again, I was not disappointed today. And and it's something that I just, I'm sort of at a loss for words to really describe how much I appreciate what you've brought, and really bringing in this different modality of thought and process. And man, it
Well,
was
I
cool.
had
It
fun
was
in my
cool.
dissertation committee too, although you might not have helped rein me in either, would you have?
No, I would not. I would not have changed anything, and I don't think reining in should even be a consideration for the process that you're going through. And
That's
I
kind of one of the things they said was like trust the process.
yeah.
And I have been hearing that a lot today. Like we've been basically developing our processes, and we've been saying to each other, like, what is our process? I think that's something like with the anthropology intro classes, like we're not teaching a process.
Mm-hmm.
We're teaching the end result. And people aren't necessarily finding their process through that. So I have to also thank anthropology though, because a good half of my sources, especially for the critical portion of this, were anthropology texts. And this was something that I struggled with in graduate school too, because like in my master's program, I remember I was like trying to take the creative ethnography class with Ruth Behar, which was a fabulous class. But they were like, oh, can you take a literature course instead? And I was like, no, this is the class that I need. And then when I got to my PhD, and bless them, because they actually know what they're doing there, and they weren't meaning for this to be weird, but they were like, oh, well, do you need the anthropology class? Like, can you do this other? And I was like, your anthropology class is titled Land, Landscape, and Identity in Native American Communities, and you don't want me to take that class for what I'm going to be doing? That was actually Dr. Purley's class. Oh, and I did want to show, I don't think that I talked about this before, so if I have it just 2 seconds to
Oh
be able
yes,
to
absolutely.
so this is Dr. Purley's work as well, because he's an artist. Like he's this fantastic linguistic anthropologist. He does Maliseet language revitalization. He writes brilliant articles about zombie linguistics, but he's also, he started out as an artist and an architect actually. And so he does these comics, and he's doing this graphic novel of the Apatompkin water monster story. And what I loved about this is it speaks to that idea of emergent vitalities, because you go through the story and he has like the background, so cool what he's doing with this. The background of every single page, if you lined them all up together and you put them around you in a circle, you could turn around and see Tobic Rock, which is this sacred site for them, because each of the pages lined up together actually forms a 360-degree view of Tobic Rock. The italics that he uses throughout the story are when the voice of time immemorial is coming in. And then the rest of the time we have the typical speech bubbles. So thinking about the ways that those elements of each of these mediums can be utilized toward different ends. But the end of the story, you realize only by the end that it's an elder telling a story to a youth as they're sitting in the car and driving to look at this dam that's been put up in the middle of what was sacred sites. And the youth turns to the elder And he says, I think you left out some parts of the story. He's never heard it told that particular way before. And the elder says, well, you needed to hear this version of the story, this version right at this moment, so that you could learn this. And so I realized, like, our creation stories, there is no set determined way that those are told. They are oral histories, but it's also that the personality of the storyteller comes in. If the elder is like loves to play tricks on you, that'll come into the story as well. And so that kind of gave me the freedom, I think, or it just like liberated me to be able to go back and say, I can tell these cultural stories in a way that feels authentic for me. And it's not that I'm changing Haudenosaunee culture to be more contemporary. It's that I'm changing what poetry is to afford the Haudenosaunee. So it's not taking like those prayers or those traditions and like warping them into the contemporary context. It's more like making room in the contemporary context for the legitimacy of those stories. So Pearlie has kind of like set me off on this path, but he was the one teaching the anthropology class that they almost didn't let me take. And then he's been such a huge influence on this work. But his sort of whole idea of we have to look at the rhetoric around the way that we describe things, and we have to see where we are blocking off our imaginative possibilities and where we're opening up those potentials. So I just wanted to share his like fantastic work with you. This is the time immemorial portions, and he does a lot with collage as well. Like it's a very physical thing. But he brought the land in too, into this, like every single panel of this story is superimposed onto that picture of the land, that if you line them up, you can see the land again.
Kenzie, a few thoughts. Ostensibly, you gave a talk that started at X number of time and ended at Y number of time, Western lineal. You started out at the very beginning talking about body. I did not hear you as giving a talk. Everything you said was itself creation, itself was embodied, itself was life. I didn't listen to you present a thing. I immersed myself in the process of creation. So I could rename what you did. Well, you didn't give a narrative, you gave a poem, but that would violate it also. You create worlds. You create, I think, not just for me, you create space, you create time, you create possibility. Now, if I were going to give a metaphor for your whole, whatever it is, I would say you created a new wampum belt for us.
Yay!
You gave us the possibility of all kinds of worlds going in all kinds of directions with all kinds of images. The connection between past and present and future is all, it's not so much a question, it's all possibility now rather than imprisonment. Now, what I want to do is to challenge all of us to think, let's say we were working with you on some kind of community project and had just listened to you, quote, present your community perspective. What would the conversation afterwards be like to help you solve whatever it is you came to us, applied anthropologists, to help you with? Getting a book published or whatever. I mean, the ultimate test to me of all day long has been, let's say we were applied anthropologists and you were our client on something.
Yeah.
how would the conversation, how would the embodied conversation go? What would we dare allow ourselves to think and feel, and what kind of meandering river would we co-create? Because we wouldn't just sit down and quote horse trade on a project. Whatever would emerge would be this new constellation, this new river, this new something.
Mm.
So in 2 words, you gave me a wampum belt and a gift.
Hmm.
Thank you.
I'm so happy to hear that, because there's a section of the really long critical paper beforehand talking about sort of that anxiety of when you take something that is sacred sometimes for a culture, and like that anxiety about, well, am I able to use this in a way that is still doing right by the thing, and that isn't warping things in the way that my people are very like have their guard up about things being warped like that because they've experienced it so often. And so finding these other artists who actually have been described as making their own wampum belts out of the art that they do. And I'm going to share again, like really quickly, just to kind of bring it back to that idea of all of us. The belt that I chose for that particular table of contents up here is the Oneida wampum belt. So that particular design commemorates the invitation of the Tuscarora into the Confederacy, which made it into the Six Nations Confederacy. Originally, it was the 5 nations of the Haudenosaunee, and then once the Tuscarora joined, there were 6. So you can see 6 diamonds there. You can see 4 that are highlighted, and then the other 2 are sneaking around the back. But the thing about that belt that's really interesting to me is that the ends are left open-ended. So the end down here of the belt and the beginning of it, you could keep adding that same pattern. It's not like shut off with a particular line there or anything. It's left open-ended with the idea that it's our responsibility if there are more additions to the Confederacy, it leaves open that possibility that there can be more additions to that Confederacy, but they have to respect the way in which we live, and they have to commit to living that way. That's what happened with the Tuscarora, and the Oneida took responsibility for the Tuscarora. And so by using this belt, it wasn't just to commemorate my Oneida culture, it was also to invite the reader to make that decision, to decide, am I going to decide to be part of this covenant?
I would like to, can I make one last comment?
Yeah.
Operationally, the question arises, what do I do? What do we do with what you said? How do we translate it into our daily work? How do I A and B and C and D? Those are all the wrong questions. To sit still and just be with it and let it do its work on me the same way that you were in that landscape and you asked the land to tell you a story. Thank you so much. I got to run for a second, be back.
I keep, as we're talking about all this stuff, the hyperlinking thing keeps coming up to me, and it was just occurring to me, and I was just furiously typing notes because I have this idea I've been playing with for another with my next book. But in a lot of ways, we are always hyperlinking, right? Because we reference the past, our memories, our experiences, and then we project into the future and our anxieties and our hopes and our fears, and then that all ties back into the present. And so we're always hyperlinking, even though we think that we're linear beings, and it's not, we aren't what we think we are a lot of the times. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's, I'm really, really interested in this hyperlinking stuff. I'm going to have to look up some stuff around this, because that to me was, like Joe said, this whole presentation was And I am now I'm get the good privilege of teaching anthropology through science fiction this term, and Kenzie is one of my guest speakers, and I'm now like extra grateful that she's one of my guest speakers. So because you're gonna just blow all their minds, especially since we've had all this stuff we've been playing with all term, and then you come in at the end and just blow them away. So thank you
love how
so
you
much,
said that,
Kenzie.
hyperlinking with the past and the present too, because as soon as you started saying that, I was like, oh, that's 7 generations too. The way we hyperlink in a way.
Yeah. You have like these little nodes of memory that we imagine, right, between our ancestors and who comes after us, but then also our own experiences, and those experiences inform those other nodes backwards and forwards. So
Actually, speaking of, apparently I'm just gonna keep doing this. One of the pieces in here that I was working on toward the end was this, what I'm calling a map poem, but it's specifically called With Bead and Thread, because the idea was that each of the places was the bead, and each of the travels, the journeys, was the sinew that links the beads together. So if you were making your own wampum belt, this would be the wampum belt of my life, of where I've been, where the land has sort of raised me, and the types of journeys that we've made. So some of the journeys are like, for instance, the ones that go across the ocean. There are several of them. One from my great grandfather coming overseas in World War I, and then he met his wife there, and so she came back with him. One where I went off to Lisbon and like went to a poetry festival and happened to meet this Norwegian guy, and so then you have the one that comes over to Norway. But this sort of like the journeys that we're taking, and my mom's a big fan of talking about journeys and guiding stars, so that's sort of behind that idea of the rivers and the constellations, but also the beads and the thread of the wampum and how we weave those together and the stories that we tell out of those connections. I can just, this dissertation just really got away from me. Like it was already like way too long. They yelled at me. They were like, okay, but you really do have to, like I wrote 50 pages for the intro and they were like, no, it really needs to be 30. And for the poetry book, they were like, yeah, a book with like 70, 80 pages typically gets published pretty easily. And I'm like, oh, okay, how about like 150? Is that cool? Like, that's fine, right? Oh, and 40 pages of notes, that's fine too, right? So it got a little bit out of control. And I do recommend sometimes putting some boundaries on some of your grad students, because sometimes they'll feel more comfortable than if you leave them alone with their own brain for too long. But I think like the thing about it is, I don't know if it's a book. My professors have talked a little bit about like, well, what if it was just a museum installation or something? And I was like, okay, there's some implications there we can talk about. But I think that that's the thing that I'm hoping for, is that maybe one good thing out of the new normal is that we start to look at like the dissemination of information, and that I can put something like this out in the world and I don't have to worry about whether or not it counts toward my tenure clock, or whether or not it counts toward like me being a published poet or just someone who's self-publishing. There's sort of like these weird lines that we draw there that I think can be opened up with, like, this work doesn't really have a good space to live in the world right now. Like, I don't know what to do with this.
Kenzie, I actually may have somebody who might be interested in working with you on that, actually. So shoot me a message later about it. So
You're always helping me out, Michael.
I was gonna say, Kenzie, that you know, I think the unfortunate thing that you might be experiencing is the games that we have to play when organizing our ideas into something that is consumable. You know, and I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about, you know, all of the stuff that you've got going on here, and how it would just be great if there was more, you know. And every time that you said it's like, oh, I need to be reined in, I'm going like, no, you shouldn't be reined in. You should be using this as an opportunity. But I understand that there are constraints when it comes to like to publishing, and constraints as far as your advisors saying like, well, you know, normally we need 70 pages, or normally there would be 30 pages for an introduction, you know, and I see that, and there's a part of me that's like, how can you sort of create something that is authentic to you and then morph it into something that's consumable?
Yeah.
And that is, I mean, that is I think that's something that all authors and all creators have to deal with. But there's a part of me that's like, you know, if you have to do it twice to get the same effect, to have your authentic version and then the consumable version, and then put it someplace, and again, you're dealing in multimedia here. You know, your map poetry and your photograph poetry are realms that can be placed in different areas, not just connected to you know, to paperback, you know.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, damn, that it just, it's so cool. It's so freaking cool that I hate the idea that, you
Too,
know,
so
you're
I just
being reined in.
appreciate the chance to like share it with y'all, because no one's seen this other than my dissertation committee. Like no one's seen any of this. I've kind of been working on it very quietly in isolation. I feel a little bit like a startup tech, like a tech startup person, where I'm like, I don't want to share my ideas until I've got them like ready to go. But it is kind of that thing, that tension that we have between like the consumable or the like capitalist sort of output, and then like what we're doing with our time, and like Howard was saying, like what we're doing with our bodies too. And like there is a conflict there, I think, and maybe that's only being made more clear right now, that conflict between like ourselves and our spirits and what we need to be in the world, and our sort of creativity and where that could go, versus having to fit our creativity into these like singular time chunks during the day, or having to fit our output into something that gets a particular publication or that goes into a particular venue. Like how many hours of the day do we like spend time just redoing our own work so that it fits into these boxes?
Right. Yeah.
And how much time do we spend trying to organize our own life histories into a linear presentation?
Yeah.
Whenever you ask someone about the past, it's more like a game of shoots and ladders, where, you know, they zigzag through all of these moments, but then in their quiet times, they try to get it straight. They're like, okay, next time someone asks, first I did this, and then that.
That's a little bit like my presentation today too, because normally I have it all written out and everything, and I was just like, I don't want to do that today. Like I had the version that I did for my job talk or whatever, and it was a little bit more linear, and that was the PowerPoint, everything. And then I sat down and was like, no, but that really doesn't talk about it the way that I wanted to, in terms of these ancestors and rivers, like these star stories and these like river stories and finding our own path. So I appreciated like Howard talking about that too, that it wasn't really like this linear presentation, because I was like, yeah, that feels right.
Yeah.
But also just being really tired. I think y'all can see that the boxes have been filling in back here, and we have to come up with creative solutions for how to get this particular bed up a tiny staircase and all that. So I appreciate y'all's forbearance.
No, I do. I want to thank you very much for, you know, bringing this to us and contributing to our base knowledge, and you know, and expanding the way that we can think about things. And I think that's what I'm hoping people will take away from this, is that, you know, we have been so indoctrinated into this very specific way of speaking, you know, or of thinking, or of remembering. And if we can start to break that shell as far as how we can approach our research, how we can approach talking to people, and looking at the nonlinear, looking at the abstract, looking at, you know, these different processes, then, you know, I think we'll be able to gain a whole bunch of uh, uh, new information and new perspectives that, you know, and a lot of that, I think, you know, is coming from your discussion. And yeah, I mean, literally, I'm blown away. I'm just super thrilled to have this opportunity to listen to your talk and to really reassess some of the things that um, I'm going to be thinking about in the future when it comes to research and to thinking about history and the future and thinking about it in those generational terms, but also the including those voices, and those cultural voices, those individual voices that might not be heard in today, but could be very well um, kind of contacted and addressed. And so, yeah, yeah, Matt, yeah, wow.
All day long, I kept like all of the talks today, I was like, oh, that's like your constellations. And oh, that's like, I was holding myself back because I saw so many connections between like what we were all doing. Because I think it's all moving toward this sort of rethinking of just the framework, right?
Mhm.
Like letting the shift happen, letting the map get turned on its side.
Yep. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. So, who else? Does anyone else have something that they want to say?
I was just gonna say, thank you so much.
Sorry.
Oh.
Oh no, I went on mute again. My bad.
Oh, am I muted?
Yeah, there you go, Mel.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, no, I was just gonna say thank you so much for sharing all of this. And then whenever you figure out how you're gonna share it with the public, whether it's publishing it, as a book or online or however, please do let us know through the society. It'd be great to get to read some of the poems and just enjoy it some more. So thank you for sharing.
Well, I think I want to add to that in the fact that for years now we've been proselytizing Howard's work, and I think Kenzie, your I think we could definitely add your work to the society and say this is something that we um, as a society endorse, that this is something that we believe is valuable to the framework of anthropology and to and can better all of us. So when you're done, you know, yes, let us know so that we can get on that and try and sell you copies or sell copies from you to other people that would enjoy this.
Well, I have to thank Howard too, because Howard's the one who first brought me into the High Plains Society, and Jack, and my met my mom, and then sort of like I tailed along. But that first conversation that I had with Howard about the applications of poetry within anthropology, like really is what got this whole thing started for me. Is what got me thinking of poetry as field work. And so kind of like that's one of my constellations here, is thinking about that work that Howard's been doing for so long, and just like in so many different facets, and always leading with empathy and love. Like there's that element to Howard's work that just is a guiding star for me.
Mm-hmm.
And then kind of just then letting the river go where it's going to go, right? So acknowledging your headwaters, if you will, and then like you never really know where it's going to come out. So I just have to thank all y'all here, because like I found the dress that I wore to Ghost Ranch back in like 2013 or something, like over here. Like we're actually using it to construct a bed right now because we don't have a bed. There's a lot happening in this house, but there's also mementos of Ghost Ranch here in this like new place that we're living. So I think that like really started off down this path. So it's just the logical conclusion of when you let the river run its course and you don't put up the barriers.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I need to stop with the river metaphors now, or like I'm like this close to singing that song from the Pocahontas movie.
Which is ironic because a lot of those lines are actually from the Tao Te Ching.
Now I don't even feel as bad as I usually do about like still singing that song. Like it's such a weird movie because like all the things that are like really, really horrible about it. And then also that was the only time when I was a kid that I really saw anyone outside of my house that like remotely looked like a pretty and kind and like gentle Native American person. Like that was the only kind of like figure we had of that. So there's these weird ways that things sort of converge, right? But I feel a little bit better about it now, knowing that that itself was a strange convergence. I love y'all. Thank you.
Very cool. Well, if there isn't anyone else, I know we have, gone way over our normal time, which honestly, I might mention it, but I don't really care because we've covered so much. But we still have Howard, that we have our workshop left. And I'll be completely honest here. When I think about, in the future, like trying to organize these events, and we do have this very linear process, this very organized, okay, 5 o'clock we have to do this, 2 o'clock we have to do this. And I always get so anxiety filled when we're addressing this and sort of keeping ourselves constrained. And I
We
understand
never
the
do.
process. But that's
We
the
never
thing.
stick to that.
we really don't. But there is an aspect that I think that we have to think about, and whether or not maybe we should even consider, like, the next time we do this, we just set an order, and that we hope to get through this order in 8 hours, and we give everybody enough time to sort of take their time to discuss and do all that stuff, and not put these linear objectives to get to. Because I think that especially days like today, where we're trying to hit certain milestones, and what we're trying to do this and trying to accomplish that, and I think that's partially just from an organizer point of view. There's got to be a better way, something that's a little bit more organic, and maybe that's something that for the next time we might shake it up a little bit and just put a list of people and say, well, there's a good chance you might be on at like 2 p.m., but I'm not guaranteeing it, So, just a thought, kind of de deorganizing and making it a little bit more organic might be a good option.
Maybe we can set up some sort of like alert system to when like someone's approaching towards the end of the thing that the next person is up. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, that's something we could figure something out. So
it's actually kind of an Iroquoian approach in a way, because like you can't get like, okay, so they try to get us Oneidas in a room. They try to get us to make a bullet point list of like times we felt Oneida. And I turned around and I was like, what are you doing? You can't make Oneidas make a bullet list. We're just gonna sit here telling stories for the next like 5 hours. Like that's the only way we do anything. So I think it was like Justin Trudeau like met with some indigenous folks, and he was like, well, he doesn't really have time for the rest of it. And they're like, what's wrong with you? You have to sit there until everyone finishes their story. I feel like in a way you're talking about deorganization, but, and I don't want to use it as a buzzword, but it's a little bit of a decolonization as well. Cause like we'll sit there and tell stories. I just think there's like something to that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm into it.
Yep, I think so. I think there are options and there are approaches that if we want to be as successful and really dive into our subjects and really dive into and not be worried about constraints, maybe we look at doing things in a different way, and maybe I'm just inspired by what we've been talking about today, as a means to thinking in a different mode of thought, and taking time to not take time, however that works. I don't even know if that makes any sense.
Joe, what I think is, I think what we have to do is detach from this. The conference must be this one particular weekend or this one particular day, and rather host engaging conversations, maybe one a month or something. So here's a presentation, and we just kind of set it up, and then people can have, a several-hour conversation about that one key topic, and we could turn it into like a podcast or something, that is more interactive, that people can kind of call in or something like that. And I think that's almost a better way, especially we're moving into a digital world, a remote world, that we could host really interesting conversations. Rather than being so concerned with, okay, because it'd be really hard to try to have 7 or 8 people present in one day and not have those time constraints. So why not give them a day?
Yeah.
And we start out, we know, okay, this is the time we have. Some of us aren't going to be able to stick around the whole time because we have other obligations, and that's okay. We come in, there's those nodes again, right? We come in and we engage in those kind of spaces, and then we withdraw when we have to, and then we lock back in when we have to, and so on and so forth. It's just something we might try. So
I like that idea a lot, and even though like this is the virtual ghost ranch, having that time and space where when we actually get to go back to Ghost Ranch at whatever point that is, next year hopefully, but having I like having that space and time when we can come together, but also in this new virtual landscape we can address these issues, and access, because if we're going to have someone that's in Canada and someone that's in Oklahoma and Colorado, this is the venue for it, because we can all be here and contribute and discuss and do it in a way that's it's not as physically personal, but it is still something that we can engage in and enjoy and learn and benefit. So yeah, and Michael, I think that's a fantastic idea, that you as the new president can take on. So
well, yeah. And it reminded me though, like the dinner table conversation we had with Lucor and Rachel's wonderful presentation, right? Why not turn the ghost rants and maybe the spring thing into dinner table time, right? Where we don't necessarily have so structured things, but we have a theme, and then we bring our own experiences and our own work into the theme, and then we tell stories all day. And that's the in-person one. And then we can do this format in a digital sense. So
yeah, this is a discussion that needs to be had, and I think it's really important to, because we're in that state of mind, where change is taking place. But I do want to take the next moment to progress with the next time, that we have to have access here, and that's Howard. And
Joe,
yeah,
you said you're going to turn the recorder off for this part. So could whoever has the magic buttons do that if people are open to that?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep. We can. We'll pause that.
I just paused it. It's paused.
So so Howard, this is again another time to shine and to bring a workshop together, and to however you want to do it, because you do it so well. I'm gonna hand it off to you. And
hey Joe, we got to pause the YouTube stream too.
Oh yeah, okay, I can do that too.
Thank you. I don't know if I'm the only one that thinks that poetry is intimate, but
no,
it's appreciated.
That is fine.
Joe, give me a time frame.
Right
Max. Now. No. All right. Well,
until we're done.
Like an hour?
No. Okay. Let me. Shall I open